Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel Session 2, Harnessing Innovation for Defense, the Role of Defense and Non-Defense Companies. Please welcome Defense Industry Correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Mr. Doug Cameron.
All right. Turn my phone off. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you on behalf of myself and the panel to the Reagan Foundation and the organisers for the kind invitation. I'm not going to introduce the panelists straight away because I think they're very well-known faces to all of you. It's a very rich audience. I just kind of wanted to start off like this with the innovation topic because it's so central to the future, both of national security and, of course, of a very large industry. If you ask my eldest son, Angus, who's 8 years old, what he wants to be when he grows up, he'll tell you one of two things. He either wants to be an army pilot or he wants to be a valet parker. He wants to be a valet parker because his friend Dylan told him you get $50 a car to park. I think his information might be a little bit out there. The reason I brought that up is that when Angus makes these decisions, who knows what he's going to do, but in 10 years' time, two things come to mind. There probably won't be a valet parking industry. Tesla, Google, Apple, all those companies working on self-driving technology, I'm not an expert, but it's a fair chance that innovation will take away that industry. The other thing is that if he chooses to enter the service, then I want to be damn sure that he has the best people and the best kit around him. I have no doubt that that will happen. But I will be invested in the military in a different way than I currently am. And that's kind of the focus of this panel and the way we want to take it. It's how we do get the best people and the best kit into the hands of the warfighter, right now and in 10 years' time for whoever children are serving. So I'm going to start off just by asking our panelists how they view innovation. It's been such a buzzword, not just over the past year when it's kind of taken on a meaning, different things to different people. So I thought we'd just nail down a little bit what it means to some of the leading industry and government figures. Secretary Kendall, if I could start with you. You're obviously in front and center of the various initiatives. Given what's transpired over the past year, how do you view innovation yourself and in your office?
As you say, it's a very broad concept that encompasses an awful lot of different facets, let me say. From my position, I look at technical innovation, technology innovation, particularly in trying to find sources of technology that give the U.S. a military advantage and try to get them as quickly as possible into our weapon systems and into the hands of our operators. The Army pilot job may be obsolete, too, by the time your son's ready for it. And there are a lot of sources for that. The department's also, though, interested in a lot of other kinds of innovation. A year ago here, Secretary Hagel talked about the Defense Innovation Initiative, which covered operational concepts, it covered innovation through wargaming, it covers things like management innovation, better processes for all the different functions that we do, as well as technical innovation and innovation in personnel practices, for example. Secretary Carter's come in and he's very much embraced that, extended it. He's been working on innovation in terms of the force. He's very concerned about keeping the high quality force that we have and attracting the best and the brightest in the future. We're doing something called the Better Buying Power 3.0, which is my set of initiatives for improving the acquisition system, which is focused on innovation and technical excellence. So there's a lot going on there. We recently opened an office that I think many of you are familiar with in Silicon Valley. It's getting a lot of attention. That's intended to be an accelerator and to bring technology from non-traditional sources into DoD more quickly than it would otherwise happen. But industry, large and small, and I think you've got everybody represented up here, service laboratories, largely defense firms, largely commercial firms, and firms that are mixed. You don't have any small businesses up here, but small businesses are also a huge source of innovation to us. So we're looking at all of those and others to try to improve our capabilities. The thing that I talked about a year ago when I was here was technological superiority. And one of the main reasons I'm interested in innovation is because I'm concerned about our ability to sustain our technological superiority. But one of the most important sources of innovation there is not going to be technology. It's going to be operators' willingness to embrace new ways of fighting and new things to fight with in many cases. So I'll leave it at that. I think I've opened up the box to just about everything.
That's a good point to pass it over to Admiral Richardson. Within your office, what do you kind of feel you're lacking, and what kind of innovation do you want to bring into your organization?
Well, first, I just want to say this is my first time on the panel, first time at the forum, and I've got to say it's so much better than being in Washington, D.C. It's just, it's kind of the anti-Washington out here in this beautiful setting. And as I think of innovation, I really, at the service level, we bring all of what Secretary Kendall said, and we have to make it work. And so as I see it, it's about, as I cast it, the speed of learning. And so I see this, the pace picking up, very, very quickly. And so, how can we learn better how to acquire systems and the processes by which we acquire them so that we can ride this technology curve and have, even the faintest hope of keeping up with the technological advances that are going on. You mentioned those things that will become obsolete, those jobs. Well, I'd like to make sure that we're learning fast enough, getting out in front of that, so that as we recruit and retain, the very best people to man our Navy and the other services, that we are anticipating, what will the best place for people, to contribute to the future of warfare, future of operations. And so it's really, I think, about, the team that can come together, bring the people and the technology and the processes together to learn the fastest. That's the team that's going to be advantaged. And so I'm very interested in speeding up how fast we learn.
Wes Bush at Northrop Grumman, you have a different set of stakeholders than Admiral Richardson and Secretary Kendall. How do you approach the concept of innovation? Is it, innovate or die at a corporate level? Describe.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think we're at a bit of a different place in our discussion on innovation than we have been over the many years that I've been working in our industry. When I first started, I won't count the number of decades ago, we always talked about maintaining our edge or maintaining our technological superiority. Today, I think the real issue is regaining our technological superiority, moving us back to a place where we are confident that we actually have superiority. And that's a large part of the role of industry. We bring the technology, we bring that capability. But when you think about it in terms of regaining a position that you once had, you play the game a bit differently. And I think we need collectively to reframe the way we're approaching innovation and play the game a bit differently. And I think that's part of the challenge for all of us because we were accustomed to having that edge. I think the first step, like so many things that you have to go through that you don't like, is to accept where you are and then lay out clarity of strategy of how you change it and achieve where you need to be. And in that regard, I think there's really three things that I think we collectively can benefit from some focus on. One, really what is our strategy and regaining that edge. Secondly, making sure we have the message to get the support for the investment in doing it. And third, the talent base, and I'm sure we'll talk about talent issues here because that's an issue that spans industry and government today that we're all addressing. But on the investment perspective, let me just give a little bit of a flavor to, I think, an indicator of where we are. If you turn the clock back to the 1960s, we were spending about 1% of GDP on defense R&D. And on the vector that we're on today, over the next few years, it looks like we're going to be down to 1/3 of 1% being expended on defense R&D. And while percent of GDP isn't necessarily the best metric, I think it's a good metric as a reflection of the priority that we're placing relative to the utilization of our nation's resources. So I think we have an issue to get the strategy in place so that we can actually frame the investment thesis. And then, of course, we've got to make sure we get the talent push behind it. We can talk about that some more. But I have a very different view of the sense of urgency that I think we need to be applying to the whole realm of innovation when it comes to technological superiority. And I don't think we've tuned our own thinking and our actions to that greater sense of urgency yet.
Gwynne Shotwell from SpaceX, you are quite literally a rocket scientist, and you still want to get into the defense market. It's part of the Pentagon's broader strategy to attract more commercial players and commercial innovation. What have you learned from your experience with the NASA market and the commercial market that you're then looking to apply in the military and intelligence market? Is innovation the same in both segments?
I think innovation is pretty well defined in the commercial industry. People move at a fast pace to produce better products, and commercial industry or commercial procurers are more accepting of new things. NASA made a huge leap change from my perspective in their tolerance for innovation and new things with the COTS program, Commercial Orbital Transportation Services program. And under that pretty historic program, both SpaceX and Orbital Sciences came up with launch vehicles and let's call it spaceships that can service the International Space Station with cargo, done under unique contracting. Other transaction authorities, basically, or Space Act agreements in NASA's world. And for an investment of under $1 billion by NASA broadly, they came up with 2 new launch vehicles and 2 spaceships. Now, obviously, Orbital contributed heavily to that development, as did SpaceX. We put in the end, to get a quality product to NASA, we spent about $850 million. NASA contributed about just under $400 million to that. So I think it was an extraordinary program and a great model, I think, to use as well. You know, the world looks very different from a military perspective, getting back to your question. The world looks very different today than it did a year ago, actually, with SpaceX and the national security space community, very different. We were kind of at odds, even though I think we were offering a new product and a service that would really free up military spending to do some other more hard things. I'm not saying rockets aren't hard, by the way. We learned that this year as well. But so we've made great strides in working with the military, and I think what's changed pretty dramatically is, as opposed, and I think this is really important when you talk about big government organizations or just institutions embracing innovation, you really want to look at the people that you're working with to meet your goals as partners, not adversaries. You really want it to be a partnership, not a dictatorship. You want to understand, each party wants to understand the issues and concerns, and frankly, I think with the U.S. Air Force, we've really gotten there in about a year, which is pretty extraordinary. So I think this is a huge amount for the future of both our relationship with the national security space community, as well as kind of a projection of that very conservative community embracing innovation and reaching out to companies like ours. I'm very optimistic.
Bill Bride at Harris Corporation, you spend a good bit over 4% of sales in R&D, which is at the high end, shall we say, of the traditional traditional defense industry metric. What's kind of driven you into that sphere, which is, as I say, well above many of your peers?
Yeah, we do spend quite a bit on R&D. We have a bit of a hybrid model in the sense that we have both a part of our company that pursues a normal program of record driven model where requirements are driven, are determined, the government funds or reimburses R&D, and you develop a product. We have a separate part of our company follows more of a commercial model where we try to anticipate needs. We fund those development efforts through our own R&D dollars and try to develop solutions in that perspective. The skills required in both of those models are a little bit different. In a commercial model, understanding, having more marketing savvy, customer intimacy, really at the warfighter level, understanding how to make risk trade-offs between how you fund different programs is very, very important in a commercial model vis-a-vis the program of record type of model. Now, you can drive innovation really in both of those models. But what we find is the benefit of a commercial model is around speed, the speed at which you can field capability to the warfighter. You know, and today in our business, we do a lot of work in the electronics domain, in communications and ISR and in cyber, and the pace of change is very, very, very fast. And as our Admiral pointed out, speed is very important. We certainly want to make sure that we field capabilities far ahead of our adversaries to our warfighters. So that means that the acquisition process needs to be more agile, more flexible, and a lot speedier to make sure that the process keeps up with the technology advancing and the threat advancing. So we do spend quite a bit on IRAD. You know, as we acquired a company called Excelis a number of months ago. Before the acquisition, we were approaching 5.7% of revenue on IRAD. up from about 4% just a couple of years ago. So we stepped up quite a bit. And it really is in these areas in communications and ISR, we're investing a lot of money, again, to drive speed of development and capabilities to the warfighter.
Some of the barriers to getting commercial innovation and technologies into the military sector have been well rehearsed. Secretary Kendall, a year down the line from Secretary Hagel's speech and the various initiatives that have been rolled out, Silicon Valley, we kind of know the list. How do you kind of mark yourself now? How well do you think you've done in both getting the message and starting to open the door? A lot of talking, obviously a lot of work behind the scenes, but how do you feel, what sort of place have you reached now?
We've taken a number of steps, and with the enterprise as vast as the Department of Defense, it's hard to move a ship that size very quickly. But I can give some examples of some of the things that we've done. In space launch, as Gwen represents on the stage, we've moved aggressively towards competition, which is doing a number of things for us. One of them is innovation and getting more creative products into the pipeline. And that's had an immediate and dramatic impact on the cost of space launch for us. In the radio area where Bill represents, we saw that our programs of record in tactical radios were moving too slowly relative to the pace of technology. And we essentially went to open competition. And the reason we were able to do that and stop doing the programs of record effectively was because industry saw a return. And they saw that if they did invest, there was a market out there for their products that would justify that investment. And we took advantage of that, so we changed our acquisition strategy. We did the same thing in mobile ground users equipment for GPS, for the next generation GPS, where we're moving to a more commercial model, if you will. I'll tell a quick story because I think it's instructive. I was with Secretary Carter the other day, and he was talking to a group of people from outside the department, and he was talking about MRAPs, the mobile acquisition, the big vehicles we built, the big armored trucks we use in the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. He had a model in front of him. And he talked about how we very quickly went out and energized industry, and we got people to respond with a sense of urgency. We made money available. We contracted quickly. And what they did was they took existing components to a large extent, and they put them into an armored truck vehicle, assembled that very quickly, tested it, and we fielded it. We fielded tens of thousands of them in a very rapid period of time. But the point Secretary Carter made was that those original MRAPs that we bought were intended to be used in Iraq. And they all had leaf spring systems on them. Then we decided to do the increase in fielding the surge into Afghanistan. We discovered that those vehicles were not really well suited to that terrain. And we had to go build a different version of MRAPs with more dynamic suspension, smaller vehicles. And we did that. We did that very quickly also. And the part of the story is that when we need to do something quickly, we can. But if I contrast that process and what we did to the normal acquisition process, in the normal acquisition process, we would think very carefully about our requirements. We would buy a vehicle that could have worked in both situations. And at the end of the day, I think we would have spent less money and got a much more broadly applicable vehicle. But it would have taken us a lot longer to do it. It would have probably been, in some cases, more expensive, but I think overall, we'd have probably saved money. What we're doing with those MRAPs is we're disposing of almost all of them. We're keeping a few thousand out of the almost 30,000 that we bought. So it was the right thing to do. It worked. It was effective. But there are places where the normal system makes sense, too. It gives you a product that's more reliable and meets all of your needs instead of some of your needs. And the point of all this is we have ways to go fast when we need to go fast. We have ways to go at a more measured pace and be a little more risk averse. And we can use those. It's all a question of what the incentives are at the time and what the sense of urgency is that we have about getting the product.
Admiral Richardson, aside from the commercial sector, how are you reaching down into your own organization to there's undoubtedly ideas all through the ranks, all through the organization, and barriers as well to them filtering up. So while you have this top-down process from the Pentagon, the various initiatives, and within the services as well, there's a lot of ideas down which aren't coming up, frankly. And if you can talk to service members, and you can hear the frustration sometimes that ideas aren't going all the way up and actually being implemented. So how are you working to remove those internal barriers? First, do you recognize them? And secondly, are you trying to remove them?
No, certainly you can't deny that those barriers exist. one of the first things I did, I'm on day 48, I think, in the job right now, but I've already completed sort of a tour around the world to see the fleets in various theaters in Asia and the Middle East, and also in Europe. And very, very dynamic situation in each one of those theaters. But you also get a sense for how highly connected each of those theaters is right now. It's a very high bandwidth system around the entire world. So the potential exists to reach down and find those ideas that are happening at the very most tactical level. And what I found at each one of the theaters as I visited the waterfront and just talked to sailors and Marines and everybody operating down there is there's a tremendous amount of creativity that's going on at that level. And so, they're literally almost, they're the end users of all that we send them. And sometimes those tools are ideally suited to the situation they face. Oftentimes the situation has modulated, moved on, changed, and they have this toolkit that's been given to them. And then the ingenuity starts, right? It's like the Apollo 13 scene in the movie where they just dump all this stuff on the table and say, okay, this is what we have. How are we going to make this work? And that's when the creativity and ingenuity starts. How do we get visibility on that, wrap that around, and bring it into the more formal acquisition system? That's the challenge. So first step, getting visibility. I had a chance to go and see some of it firsthand, and I'm happy to use whatever top-down pressure I can to inject those into the acquisition system. We're creating, I think Secretary Kendall can validate this, there's a lot of HOV lanes, if you will, being created around the more traditional acquisition system, just because speed is such an essence. I don't know that we're going to enjoy long holidays of technological advantage. It's just the nature of the world right now. That's going to be a much shorter holiday, and so we're going to have to, as I said, learn faster, move faster to just keep that 1 year, 6 month advantage, which will be decisive. And so it is a tremendous challenge, but I think with the communication technologies, with the visibility that we have, I'm very optimistic that we can connect these two and make things happen.
Bill Brown, if I can jump over to you just on this sort of theme of innovation, which is already embedded within the existing industry and within the military as well. What do you think there's untapped potential within industry, which industry is not perhaps being asked enough, or not all of industry is being asked enough?
Look, I think you can get innovation from lots of different places, and I applaud the department's effort to find innovation wherever it happens to be, where it's in Rochester, New York, Silicon Valley, outside the U.S., or in the defense industrial base, because there's innovation in lots of different places. But at the end of the day, technology has to be acquired and has to go through an acquisition process that needs to mirror the way technology and the way the threat environment is changing. As the Secretary is pointing out, we have had examples where there's an urgent need and we have an ability to move quickly to acquire technologies for the benefit of the warfighter. It has to be placed in the right areas. It has to be smart and thoughtful. There's lots of other technologies, and Wes certainly knows a lot about this, where the technology might be decades long or 15 years in development, and an industry won't step up to fund something of that magnitude, given the risk associated with that. So that needs almost a separate acquisition process, more of a standard program of record, define the requirements, fund it, develop it over a period of time. That's a different model than what we're talking about, where the technology is moving fast, where innovation is moving very quickly. You have to have an acquisition process that adapts to that. But to be successful, again, whether you are in the defense industrial base or an enterprise in Silicon Valley, we have investors, and investors require returns. So returns look at, what's the volume, what's the timing of it, what's the pricing of it, what's the cost structure, what are the requirements, how is it being tested? And in fact, if those requirements or the testing regime changes over time, it puts pressure back on companies like Harris or really anybody else that would be looking at how do you make investment? Because what will happen is we'll try to risk adjust those returns based on, the price could change. It may be determined to be non-commercial. You may not be able to sell it outside the U.S. There's a lot of these different factors that come into play that affects the return side. So we have to be very careful and thoughtful about how we want to make sure we manage the volume side of this as well as the investment side.
Which brings us on to the concept of incentives. Secretary Kendall, you've talked about the need to get the incentives right. That's like a central part of the contract. Doesn't matter whether it's fixed price or cost plus. Gwen Shotwell, as you move into a different space, how do you find the incentives set up for defence contracting?
Well, we haven't won any ELV contract yet. The first...
You've done a bit of work on it.
Yeah, we got a little bit of work, but the first competition, I think, in a decade is very shortly. Proposals due in a week or so. So, perfectly candid, the SpaceX wants to launch national security space payloads for a number of reasons, and it's not all necessarily a business perspective. We believe our products and services are useful, and we have brothers and sisters and sons and daughters overseas, and we want to be able to launch capability that will save lives, save their lives. So it's as much a philosophical as a business endeavor for SpaceX to participate. This is not an easy opportunity, actually. I think the longest time to sail ever in my career, which is long, 30 years almost, will be this particular endeavor. It's not easy, but we are committed to it. The certification process, we're not funded to do that. We're doing it because we want to service this community. We want to do the right thing for the country. So there's, kind of the philosophical incentives, and I think many of us are in this arena as well because there's obviously lots of opportunity to sell new products and services to the military.
Wes Bush, sticking on the incentive structures, how do they motivate Northrop Grumman and satisfy your variety of stakeholders, given the variety of innovation initiatives right now?
Well, I think the flexibility that is inherent in the acquisition system is there. There is the flexibility to create the variety of approaches with incentives that align with whatever the risk-return equation looks like. I think the challenge is the appropriate application of the available tools. And I know Frank's been working on this with Better Buying Power 3.0. That was a big part of the perspective that was brought forward, which is to align the business approach with the particular situation, that there isn't one thing that fits all situations. So I'm a great fan of giving more power to the program managers, to the PEOs, those who are right in front of the issue, whatever the issue is that's trying to be resolved, to work within the system, which I think has inherently the flexibility that's needed, to align the incentive structure with the particular situation. I think a number of years ago, we found ourselves in a spot where there was a little bit of a blanket view that you had to use one tool all the time. And that really, I think, can have a very negative impact on innovation because it basically oftentimes would preclude companies from taking the risk position that they needed to take to actually make the business case work. So the tools are there. We just need to take some of the handcuffs off the teams that know what the issues are and have them go. And of course, there needs to be accountability for decisions made, but give them that flexibility, that responsibility, and hold them accountable for the outcomes.
Secretary Kendall, you've talked about when you came onto this job reading the intelligence reports every morning, and this is where the narrowing technology gap, kind of shouted out at you. How are you going to measure success in the variety of innovation initiatives? How you love your data. How are you actually going to measure that you've made a difference?
I publish a volume every year on performance of the acquisition system. And I look at metrics in there that include time to market. So that's one way. I also look at cost overruns and schedule slips and a number of other performance factors. But at the end of the day, it's about how our equipment in the field matches up to potential adversaries' equipment in the field. And that's what keeps me awake more than anything else. I think when I look at the planning horizon that I have, which is 10, 20, 30 years out, I think the gap is effectively closed with some of our competitors in some areas of warfare. We publish a 5-year plan, and people know, with the exception of some highly classified programs, pretty well what we're doing. And I can tell you what kind of equipment, for the most part, the United States will have 15 years from now based on what's in the next 5 years plan. It takes, for large complex weapon systems, no matter how many constraints you remove and how much you improve the bureaucracy in our processes, the engineering jobs of doing the risk reduction, the design, the prototype manufacturing, the testing, and then the production is going to take you on the order of a decade or so to get something from starting with nothing. And that's true for commercial products that are similar as well. It's just the amount of time that the work takes. So we can see pretty far ahead. And I've been concerned for several years now. I started talking about this 5 years ago, about our loss of technological superiority. We demonstrated unparalleled, I think historically unprecedented, military capabilities in the first Gulf War in 1991. A suite of technologies, precision munitions, stealth, network sensors, wide area sensors, you could see the battlefield. And we had very, very small casualties in that conflict compared to what people initially expected. And people who watched that learned from that, and nobody learned from it more than the Chinese and I think the Russians as well. And our way of projecting power revolves around a handful of aircraft carriers and a handful of airfields and some fairly high-value space assets. And all you have to do is target those assets effectively, and it gives us a huge problem. That's being done. The systems to do that are fielded or are being fielded. And so we have to respond to that. Bob Work, I'm sure, will talk tonight about the third offset strategy. And his idea there is that we need to get on with, and we need to create, we need to be innovative, and we need to find a way to go to the next generation of capabilities. And that's what I was talking about earlier when I talked about different operating concepts and our operational community starting to think about how to fight very differently than it does today with a different set of equipment. I think we need to move in that direction. So we can respond, but the thing that drives everything, that drives all the businesses up here, drives the Navy, drives the other services, is the availability of capital. And we have been sitting under the threat of sequestration. We just had a deal that's got some relief for, thank you to people from Congress that are here, for 16 and 17. But when I look at the R&D budget going out and what we're acquiring, industry looks at that, and they look at the possibility of getting a return out of that budget, and that drives their behavior. And that's what I would expect. Some CEOs are looking longer term, and they're saying, okay, defense is always a cyclical business. We're in a downturn now. It will end, and I want to be ready when it ends to have products that are superior so I can be more competitive. And those CEOs are investing. Others are looking at the lack of an immediate product in the pipeline that they can bid on and saying, well, I'm going to hold off on investing until I see something out there that's going to motivate me. So and I'm encouraging industry to make more investments in technology because I know that upturn is coming. Because as time goes on, we will become more and more aware of what's happening with the threats. In the meantime, we do the best we can with what we have, and that's why all the innovation initiatives that I've been talking about, the Secretary's been talking about, are being put in place. We're trying to get as much as we possibly can out of the money that we have, and it's because increasingly we see the problem with the loss of the superiority that we've come to take for granted over the last 20-odd years.
So Wes Bush, what's going to encourage you to invest more?
Well, we've actually been investing more. Over the last few years, we have been rather significantly increasing both our IRAD and our capital investments in anticipation of exactly what Frank points out. I will say we've gotten some tough questions sometimes from our investors about why and why now, but those of us who have been in the industry for a long time understand the cyclical nature of what we do. And Frank is exactly right. You have to invest ahead to be ready to support your customers, and to be able to put the ideas on the table actually before your customers need them. So,
what sort of percentage of sales are you putting into R&D this year, for example?
Yeah, R&D and CapEx together, because we look at them as intermixed, is over 4%. We haven't disclosed an exact number for this year, so I won't use this forum to make a new disclosure. But that's,
no orange suits for us.
That's where we've been.
Gwynne Shotwell, how does 4% sound to you for SpaceX?
Incredibly low. Sure. Very low.
And does it surprise you that the defense establishment has an innovation problem with R&D at that levels?
No, I think it's a huge part of the reason. I think what you need to do is make sure that you're looking at markets broadly. If you are only looking to the military for your market, you're not going to have the capital to go ahead and invest what's necessary to do that. You really have to look at markets broadly.
Secretary Kendall, you've certainly made remarks about the level of investment. Do you basically want to see it raised?
Yes, I would like to see a budget climate in which we could spend more on R&D. The problem we have in the department right now...
But amongst industry, do you want industry to?
I would like industry to make greater investments. Industry is doing a lot of stock buybacks, which I think, I understand why they're doing it. That improves some financial metrics and so on. There are other reasons to do it. But I think a better investment for the long term is in technology for future products. I wanted to make a point about the percentage of investment. West just won, Northrop Grumman just won, although it's under protest, a contract to do the next generation bomber for the Air Force. That's a government-funded R&D activity for his company. Gwen's from a company that's basically commercial, and it does all of its own R&D. So there's a different, the defense industry and the defense marketplace is very different than the commercial marketplace. Most customers don't pay you for R&D. In the commercial world, they don't. The government does. We do that because the investments required are very large, and they're very long-term before you get a return. We buy, in many cases, very specialized, very complicated, very expensive products that take a long time to develop. And we buy them in an environment in which the assurance that there's going to be sales is kind of limited sometimes, where it's a very political environment. Every program doesn't make it to the market. So we pay for R&D. So a lot of our total R&D budget in the department is about $65 billion. We spend about 11 or 10 billion of that on science and technology. So Wes has a much larger amount of research and development that he's actually managing than the IR&D that he talked about and the CapEx that he talked about.
In fact, it's around 50% of our sales.
Right.
But that's part of the problem of the vocabulary that we use in thinking about how we look at our industry. Because when we do a report on R&D, we use the accounting approach to describing it because those are the disclosures that we make. And that's appropriate. I think none of us want to dismiss the appropriateness of the accounting approach that we make. But it's a very limited view of what we actually do in our industry. And it's also a limiting view when you think about it in comparison to other industries that have perhaps a higher commercial content. So if you think about a company such as ours, when we deploy our people, we have 65,000 folks in our company, more than half of our employees are degreed scientists, engineers, mathematicians, and they are working on development. And oftentimes they're working on development of technologies that we have no idea whether or not there is a practical application in our market space for. But we think that's really important. We think we have to make those level of investments in very, very advanced technologies, because if we're going to have the technological superiority that we keep talking about, the only way we get there is to ensure that we are developing that capability long before it is ever available commercially. So we have this vocabulary issue in describing these investments that I think actually gets in the way, and quite frankly, I think oftentimes hurts the branding, if you will, of the industry. Because it's easy to say, as a commercial company, I'm investing X% of R&D and have that X sound very big and be very accurate from a technical accounting perspective. But it is actually an invalid comparison of what's happening in the different companies. So yes, we are a very high technology company. Yes, we are investing collectively, both us and our customers, an enormous amount in advanced technology. But we're doing it for a purpose that we are not going to commercialize. And the moment we begin to commercialize it, that begins to wash away technological superiority. So not all R&D is created equal. And in fact, that part that's not equal, we want on our side. We want it for defense. And I think we have to be careful about the vocabulary that we use, because we will end up conveying a very inappropriate message about what we do.
So following on from that, but Bill Bryan, do you think that the appeal to the commercial sector, which is not involved in the defense industry now, has a bit of a fundamental flaw, that a lot of this you can't commercialize and there won't be a rate of return?
There's a lot of value that a company that actually knows how to sell to the department or to the government, there's a lot of value in that. You can find innovation in
a lot of cost as well.
You can find innovation in companies in Silicon Valley, but at the end of the day, selling to the government takes a set of skills and knowledge and accounting system and knowing how to deal with the DCAA and somebody that says at the Friday night at 5 o'clock, wait because the person's going to come in and inspect before you ship. I mean, there's a dynamic here, and you have to have people and a system process that knows how to work in that sort of environment. We think we do. A lot of the other companies in the defense space do as well. But that is an important distinction, I think, in success in selling to a government entity like the Department of Defense.
Admiral Richardson, one of the one divide between the commercial and defense sector is often brought up is the commercial side doesn't have this fear of failure that's within allegedly within part of the defense establishment. For the warfighter, you don't want things that fail. How well tested and developed do you want things at the cutting edge to be before they come into your service?
Right. Well, I think that you don't want things to fail at the wrong time, right? I think that if you've got an appropriate experimentation program where you get some of these technologies into the hands of our sailors, airmen, Marines, soldiers, and then that's when the real dialogue happens between the commercial sector and the military. There's just a tremendous amount of learning on both sides as you start to get these tools into people's hands and they start to use them. And then, this adaptation may make this much more flexible, much more useful. And if it fails during that experimentation phase, as long as you learn something valuable and you make the next generation, the next iteration, that much more capable, then I think we've got to be open to those sorts of models, or we can't go to a zero risk type of a scenario or a structure.
And is there enough of that going on right now?
I think that it is developing and opening it up, and we've got to be creative on our side too. We've got to become better customers. We've got to articulate our plans more clearly so that it won't be completely unstructured, right? Nobody's going to just dump money into a hole, but there will be a program whereby at least the possibility of failure is discussed up front, as long as we learn lessons and go back in and advance this capability quickly. And so I think we're moving in the right direction in those areas to get this battlefield experimentation, these types of conversations going, so that not only the technology advances appropriately, we've working with Capitol Hill so they understand how this is going to proceed with the possibility of failure. And then, again, this learning process just speeds up that much more quickly.
Yeah, I want to there are a lot of things that are different about the Defense Department and the military relative to the commercial world. One of them, let me put very succinctly. When you're defending the United States of America, failure is not an option. We're building a new bomber. We need that bomber because we have B-52s that are decades old. That have been around for, I think there are grandchildren now flying B-52s from the original pilots. In the Navy, we're building the Ohio replacement submarine. It's part of our strategic deterrent. We have to deliver that submarine because the existing fleet of submarines is aging in a very predictable way and has to be replaced. So for a lot of our weapon systems, those programs are based on the need to defend the country, and failure for those is not an option. We have to deliver those products. At the earlier stages of development, when we're talking about exploring different possibilities, then we can do experimentation, we can do prototyping, we can do demonstrations, we can do things that that can fail, certainly, and that allow us to try out new ideas. And that's where a lot of the innovation can occur. But the overall budget of the program, the overall acquisition system, has to equip our military and has to deliver the things we need to defend the country.
Can I play onto that for just a moment? Because I think Frank's point is one that's really important. It goes back to the urgency perspective that I was putting forward earlier. Clearly, when we get into the phase of launching a new program, when we've gotten budgets aligned on it, when we've made a decision on which way we're going to go, we have to go and execute those programs and manage risk down to the nth degree, because failure is not an option when we're into an acquisition. What we've got to do, I believe, is we've got to look left, far left of those activities and change our mindset on risk so that we are more aggressively going after these more advanced stage technologies that we know have defense application, where we also know that we're not going to hit everyone. In fact, if we hit 1 out of 3, we're probably doing exceptionally well. But we still have a lot of risk aversion in our system. And I know it emanates from all levels. They're within the organizations, within companies, within the services. No one likes to fail. We have obviously a lot of oversight, congressional oversight, where failure never comes across very well. But collectively, when we stand back and we think about our strategy, and that was the point I was making earlier, our strategy has to be based on the view that we're no longer just thinking about maintaining a lead. Our strategy has to be around regaining a lead. And I agree with the Admiral, this is going to be temporal, because at the pace that we're operating today with technology advancements, all leads will be temporal, which just means you have to keep doing it. But the level of risk aversion that we have sort of baked into our system is very consistent with playing the game when you're well ahead. You don't take a lot of risk when you're well ahead. We're not. And we have to change our perspective on the risk balance so that we can regain the lead. And I think that's a really, really important point, and I didn't want it to go by too quickly with Frank's comments.
Wes is making a really good point, and what we're trying to do in the department right now, what we're doing with Bob Work's third offset strategy, what we're doing with Better Buying Power 3.0, what we're doing with the long-range R&D planning activity that Steve Welby, who's here, led, is to identify places where we are going to, I'll call it roll the dice, and gamble some money on concepts that may not work out. I agree we need to do more of that, but we're in a very tight budget environment where we have global deployments that we have to sustain. We have an ongoing fight against in Afghanistan that we're supporting, and an ongoing fight in Iraq and Syria against ISIL, counterterrorism around the world. Forward deployments, John just visited a bunch of those, and as well as a number of contingencies we have to be prepared for on a moment's notice. And at the same time, we're trying to invest in our future capabilities and get to the next generation. And we're having a readiness problem in the services because of the cuts we took in 2013 that we still haven't recovered from. So all those are competing demands for resources. But the recognition that technological superiority is at risk and probably beyond that risk is questionable, I think, in the future, is why we're talking about all these other things. But at the end of the day, how much we're going to be able to do is going to be a matter of how many resources we can put into experimentation, into the kinds of higher risk activities that we've been talking about.
Going Shotwell, what do you think of this concept of rolling the dice, and does that make SpaceX a more attractive place to work and easier to attract workers if you have this this, shall we say, more freedom to explore and solve problems?
There's no question that my employees get very frustrated. They're super mouthy too, by the way. They'll tell me their thoughts at any moment and tell me how to run the company as well. It's very enlightening. But there's no question that they love working at SpaceX because they get the ability to innovate and spin and raise their hand and say, I think that's a stupid way to do it. I think we should be thinking about things this way. It's critically important to foster great minds and great ideas to be able to have that. To work in an environment where it's all rules and you got to do it the way we've always done it it'd be hard for me to maintain my employee base right now, actually. We try to focus on tools, not rules. Tools, you can innovate on your tools, you can make your tools better, and engineers like operating tools, and they don't like rules, at least not mine.
You know, if I could just come back, if you would. I just need to cast my remarks a little bit in support what Secretary Kendall said, is that this idea of experimentation and failure, those sorts of things, early on in the development process, that's where that's appropriate, right? And we need to, I think we're all in agreement, that needs to be a more agile and perhaps a little bit riskier environment. And I think that going through that, we actually gain confidence and feel a much better tested product, so that, as Secretary Kendall said, when it goes forward into the fight, that it's completely tested. We have a high degree of confidence and zero risk for failure at that end. And so, failure at the proper point in this cycle is, I think, key to getting to a higher level of confidence faster, and so that we field, very highly capable, confident teams going forward.
Can I make a comment about the rules?
If I could just to finish off that with Bill Bryan, just talking about the workforce issues and talent recruitment, do you find is there a difference between the commercial side of your business and the defence side where it's more of a challenge to keep and retain workers, given at the moment there are different sets of problems, but there's certainly a push to put those problems together?
No, we recruit from the similar pools of people. Like Wes, we have 40 or 45% of our employees are engineers or scientists. It's a very technically trained workforce. And I think we can inspire people to stay with the company, whether they're working in the normal program of record type of model or over in the commercial model. And what really jazzes people up is, are the things that they're working on, are they getting fielded? Or is it making a difference? Is it changing the security posture of this company, of this country? And I think that's what really gets a lot of people really jazzed. So it really doesn't matter whether it's the folks on the commercial side or on the government program record side. It's really are the things that they're doing day to day making a difference.
And do they get to see the operation quickly? So speed to field is incredibly important to today's engineering community.
That enthuses them.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll tell you, one of the most rewarding things that I've been able to do is just to bring some of the folks that do this development, research and development, maybe very early on in the program, and then bring them out to the waterfront, right, where they get on that carrier, that submarine, that destroyer, whatever aircraft, and say, hey, look, this is what you did, and then they get to interact with the sailors who are using that equipment. I think that's a very powerful dynamic as well.
What would you, going back to the issue of metrics, Secretary Kendall, what do you actually hope to come out of this Silicon Valley initiative? And is there too much focus put on the Valley as opposed to other research triangles?
I actually met with the director of that office yesterday and with the deputy secretary on this. What I'm asking them to do, what I'm demanding that they do, is produce transactions. Their role is to make things happen between DoD and non-traditional sources of technology. And by that I mean business deals. The DoD does pay for R&D, and the DoD doesn't take equity in return for that. That's not a bad deal for a startup. The trouble is it takes you some time to get that money, get that investment from the government. And the government does not take your intellectual property and give it away. That's a myth that we're trying to dispel. We're working to try to make that process happen more quickly. We do have a bunch of rules we have to follow. A lot of them are in place because of statute. But we have vehicles like the Small Business Innovative Research account, over $1 billion a year. We have broad area announcements we can make that allow us to do things relatively quickly, and we're trying to speed those up. There is something else that's different about the government that I want to mention, because it does matter. And it is the source of a lot of the constraints that you've heard talked about and a lot of the bureaucracy you hear talked about. In the commercial world, there is no requirement for the buyer to be fair. There's no requirement to be fair to all possible providers of whatever's being bought, services or products. The government does have that requirement. And there is no such thing as a protest in the commercial world. You can give a contract to anybody you want to. We're waiting, we will be waiting a period of time on the Bomber Award because it's under protest. And protests exist because of the idea that the government is supposed to be fair to everybody who might want to offer a product to us of a particular type. There are a number of other things that are in place. I'm on a class Google group for my class at West Point, and they were passing around a lot of outraged emails, hair on fire emails about the procurement by the Army of the new pistol and the 150-page request for proposal that went out to buy the new pistol that's replacing the 9mm Beretta. And I sent a note out to the class that, look, you have to understand that the reason it's 150 pages long is because of all the statutes that we have to comply with to do this solicitation. Now, we've had some success working with the Hill at simplifying this, but I would like to do more of that because I think we can do more to simplify the process. But a lot of it has to do with the rules that are imposed upon us.
Gwen Shotwell, do you think the folks that are being appealed to in the Valley are prepared to put up with the time it's going to take to sweep away some of that bureaucracy, or they're just going to keep directing the resources at commercial opportunities they can monetize?
The conversations now are very different from a year or a year and a half ago. I think entrepreneurs are starting to see that the government is truly wanting to reach out to that particular community. So they won't wait forever, right? They have to go after markets where they can make money, even if their investors have a longer-term perspective. I feel the conversation is a little bit different now. It was at Secretary Carter's meeting in Silicon Valley a number of months ago compared to a discussion I had with some folks at Google over a year ago. It feels different to me.
Wes, I'm pretty sure you've got established relationships with, we'll just use the Valley as a shorthand, but with research communities and pockets all over the country. So do you kind of feel it's slightly superfluous that parts of industry are already doing that outreach and already have these partnerships? Plus, there's a little thing called M&A, which is a pretty good way of innovating too.
Yeah, I think when it comes to innovation, we get a lot of benefit by having as much diversity as we can in the innovation streams. So, I think collectively, we probably don't, all of us, leverage academia as well as we could. I think that's still a resource that's out there that could bring a lot of additional engagement into what we're doing. I think reaching out to other innovation streams, whether it's Silicon Valley or other forms of startups, that's great. In fact, we have many of those companies come to see us to ask, can we help them? Can we help their products, their ideas, find their way into military application? So I'm all for having as many streams of innovation as we can, because as I said earlier, we've got a position, I think, today in our country where we've got to do everything we can to accelerate on innovation. I think we have to make sure that we are realistic about the channels in terms of how they will operate into the systems that have to meet all of the requirements that we have. So being thoughtful about how we enable their engagement, how we enable those streams of innovation to actually activate, to bring their good ideas forward, and for them to see a benefit to their organizations in doing so, that's probably the hardest part of this. And I do think we all have a collective responsibility to figure out how to make it work.
Bill Brown, you have a big international business. Do you think there could be more of a two-way street in both exporting innovation as well as importing it with the partners and allies? Could we make a better effort at that and more focus?
I think, from our perspective, most of the international business that we have is in a tactical business, and it's exporting tailored technologies that we've developed for the U.S. market. And it's customized, and it goes through all the various export restrictions, so we're very careful about that. But what it does is we sell overseas, we sell quite a bit. You generate profit from that, and that profit allows you to continue to invest. All of the radios we make for all around the world, for every country, is made in one facility in Rochester, New York, 570,000 square feet. We do 110,000 radios a year. And that vibrant export business, it allows us to continue to invest, to bring costs down for the U.S. market and invest into the U.S. market. So to me, it's supportive of what we're trying to do in the U.S.
Just before we move on to Q&A, I just wanted to take a bit of a leap ahead and say that let's assume a lot of these initiatives work and we've come up with our lovely innovative technologies and they're making it to the warfighter. What stage are we at in terms of thinking of how we protect those innovations and that they don't leak into either the commercial sector or obviously even worse to adversaries? You've talked in the past about the efforts with the microprocessor supply chain, for example. So what's the thinking now on protecting the innovation that we actually managed to generate?
A great question. One of the things we've looked at, and I'd be careful about not getting it classified here, is the length of time it takes us to build things versus the length of time it takes some of our adversaries to build things. And what we're seeing is that they're comparable, and that hasn't really changed. But some of our potential adversaries are fielding things much more quickly relative to when we're fielding them. So the lead time we have before a comparable product comes out of one of our potential adversaries into their inventory is shortened quite dramatically. And one of the reasons for that is because of cyber attacks on our industries, on our government institutions, and the theft of a lot of information. That information is largely unclassified technical information. Our classified technical information is protected pretty well. And we've taken steps to try to address that. We've also taken steps to try to address the security of our supply chains, because everything that you take and put into a product now, you have to worry a little bit about what's in there that you might not know is actually in there. So we're taking steps in that area, but it compounds the problem of maintaining technological superiority. I think we will, over time, go to stronger and stronger protections.
But there's still holes.
That's a never-ending game. And I think as long as you're connected to the internet, you're going to be in a game in which both sides will be making moves and trying to ratchet up the protection. I've heard about some new architectures that people are thinking about that would be fundamentally different than the current architectures, but they're not in place yet. So for the near future, at least, we're going to have to keep playing the game that we're playing now.
Okay, let's take some questions now. Okay, sir.
I'll use my Apple voice, I guess. Hi, I'm Steve Boras from Epsilon. This is really directed towards Secretary Kendall. There's quite a bit of discussion about fear of failure, fear of risk, and I think that fear of failure and fear of risk is endemic in the acquisition community. You've tried to address that somewhat in Better Buying Power 3.0 by incentivizing some risk-taking and innovation. Can you talk about some successes, how you feel like you're trying to change the culture of the acquisition community, and where you think it's going after 1 year in place?
The problem I've alluded to at other times, and when I talk about taking risk, is risk in major development programs. And there's I have two expectations that I'm trying to satisfy from my board of directors on Capitol Hill. One is that all of our programs will execute perfectly, that they will all be on schedule and within cost, and they'll be perfectly predictable. And the other is we go really fast. Anybody who's worked in new product development, and I've got a lot of people up here who have, and I would like you to please echo this for me or at least nod your heads out there. New product development is inherently risky. Okay, there are degrees of risk you can take in new product development. You can hope for a number of technical miracles and just launch and go full bore towards designing a program. And in a crisis, you might do that. Or you can do some things to control risk and to mitigate it. But you can never entirely remove the risk of new product development. It's just the nature of the beast. And if you're trying to get a generational leap on anything anybody has ever done before, we're not copying the iPhone. We're building the next generation 2 or 3 down the road so that we have a competitive advantage. If you're going to do that, you're going to take risk, and you're going to have schedule slips and cost overruns in some of your programs at least. That should be considered. I hate to say this almost, because we don't design our programs to have overruns or have schedule slips. We design them to be executable. But we should not be surprised. And our average development program overruns historically, and this is very constant, on the order of about 30%. That's not much different. It's actually better than many products in industry. Our average production costs, we misestimate by about 10%, which is much more predictable. And R&D is a relatively small fraction of the total life cycle cost of our products. But yet we politically get very, very fixated on the cost of R&D and on slips in R&D. I was asked, along with a number of other people, to contribute to some ideas on acquisition reform. And one of the ones I offered was a margin account, a reserve account, with which we would have some funds that were set aside for the purpose of dealing with problems that will inevitably emerge in development programs. One of my counterparts internationally has a statutory requirement to have about 30% margin in all of his development programs. We don't do that. And I think if we tried to do that, the Hill would look at that as a slush fund and take it away. And attempts to do that in the past have been, there were some attempts in the past that were not ultimately successful in retaining the money. So I think we have to have a realistic look at a more realistic understanding of the risk of new product development, and understand that for the things that are truly next generation, that risk is inevitably going to be high. We try to manage it. We mitigate it by doing a risk reduction phase to mature the key technologies. When we get to a point where we feel comfortable going into full-scale development, into full-scale design, and then we go through a process of gaining knowledge as we go and making adjustments. But it is part of the process. And the comment I had made earlier was that somebody asked me if we weren't doing enough to manage risk, and we're not being conservative enough. My answer was the opposite. If you want to be the number one in the world and be a generation ahead of everybody else, you have got to take risk, and you have to accept the consequences of that.
Okay, take our next question over here, sir.
Good morning. My name's Steve Perry. I'm with Janes Capital Partners. I'd like to introduce into the conversation the urgent need for institutional venture capital. We've seen the benefits of individual venture capital, and we have SpaceX and Blue Origin and Scaled Composites, which Northrop also developed and now owns. Let's compound that by 100. Silicon Valley really starts with some venture capital groups, Sequoia Ventures, Khosla Ventures, Draper, et cetera. Add to that Google Ventures, Intel Ventures. We have no Google Ventures in the defense industry. We have no Northrop Grumman Ventures. We have no Harris Ventures. We have no Boeing Ventures, right? We need that. Venture capital groups are very good at taking risk. That's what they do. It can actually be a hybrid between government money, industry money, and financial community money, because financial community investors seek out that kind of risk. Investors in the large companies, in fairness to the large companies, are looking for stable and consistent returns. They're not looking for the CEOs of those companies to roll the dice and...
Okay, Wes Bush, why don't you take that on? You've got some experience. You used to run a venture capital
I did.
organization.
Correct.
So
Yes,
what
I did.
difference could it make to the
I think there's a
conversation?
place for it. I think most of the companies have, we may not label it ventures. The organization I ran at one time was called Ventures. But we all have that model inside of our companies where we deploy capital in areas where we see that it needs that type of thinking. I agree with the perspective that reaching out and having other venture arms and other venture funds participate in the defense space is a good idea. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Having a variety of channels of innovation, including financing of that innovation, I think is healthy. I think it's good for all of us.
Next question.
Yes, Stan Soloway with the Professional Services Council. I want to take the conversation down to a more of a block and tackling level if we could, because I think all of the issues you've raised are incredibly relevant. I'm going from here up to the Valley to meet with about 36 companies that, according to build on what Gwen said, are really interested in the government as a potential market. They're startups and early stage companies, but they all have the same questions, and they're partially about risk and speed, but they're also about the fundamental schizophrenia they perceive on the customer side. So a couple of examples, and Wes will be able to associate with this very well, the schizophrenia around what is commercial and what isn't, and therefore what rules apply and don't apply. An incredibly basic, arcane issue, but one that's keeping a lot of folks out because of what is implied by being non-commercial. Another one would be the schizophrenia about considering non-defense experience in the award of a contract. One of the companies was approached by a large integrator to be part of a team to go after a major DISA contract.
Could you ask a question?
$18 billion contract. Unfortunately, the contract, they're not going to consider any non-defense past performance in the award of this $18 billion contract. So how do you get at that schizophrenia that's at the operating level, separate from the sort of the leadership level of encouraging people to do smart things?
Secretary Kendall, you want to take that on?
It takes time and tenacity to change the mindset and the culture throughout our system, which is really big. We're trying to do that in particular on the R&D side of the house. We basically need to be culturally more able to move quickly and do some things that allow us to move faster than traditionally. That's the whole idea of DIUX. That's the whole idea of what we're doing with Steve Welby to accelerate some of our processes. So I think we're moving in that direction. I think it does take time to turn the vessel. One of the problems we have is that we're subject to review by a whole host of outside institutions, congressional hearings, the IG, GAO, and they come in and apply pretty strict sets of standards. I was in a hearing about a year ago where I was called out to task, or was asked about, I guess, a high margin we had played on some parts that were supposed to be commercial. And the IG went in and discovered that we were paying what they considered excessive margins. We want commercial firms to do business with the government. And if it's a truly commercial product, we'll pay commercial price. We let the marketplace set the fair price, if you will. And that's fine. It's things that are in a gray area where it becomes more difficult. Whereas you have to ask yourself, is it really commercial or not? There are people who would like us to move much more in that direction, but at the end of the day, because we're spending taxpayer monies, we have to strike a balance where we have some assurance that we're getting fair and reasonable price, and that's what we try to do. And it's a constant struggle, frankly. We're trying to get a new set of rules out that makes it easier for us to make that determination, make it clearer how we're going to make that determination, and have a more expedited process that's just much more predictable. But it's never going to be perfect. We're going to have to keep working that balance.
Okay, next question.
I'd like to expand, Philip Fish, Stark Aerospace. I'd like to expand a bit on the topic of intellectual property that Secretary Kendall brought up. It's, of course, fairly complicated. On the one hand, the government is making some R&D investments and should expect some benefit of that. On the other hand, from the industry side, there is investments that are discretionary and sometimes do not include government R&D. And the benefits of that intellectual property that is developed, there seems to be a bit of a trend in the government to try to minimize the benefits to industry of the intellectual property that is developed. Some comments, please.
Who'd like to take that on? Gwen?
Sure. Under the COTS program, I thought the IP rights were incredibly fair. We owned them unless we couldn't field the system and commercialize it. So if the government helped pay and we couldn't do anything with it, then the government would have access to certain elements of the development capital. And I would say it's the opposite. I think companies get to hold on to their IP a lot more maybe than they should. That would be my perspective. That the government should have more rights than I think they do in many circumstances. It's my perspective.
That's going to be a popular view in the Valley.
I'm getting up. I'm getting up off of the floor. I didn't believe I just heard that. But actually, we try to strike a balance, and this is another difficult area. We respect people's intellectual property rights, and if we pay for R&D, then it's intellectual property that we generated. And in that sense, I guess, in a way, we're venture capitalists and that we're getting that as a sort of a return. In most cases, though, industry is doing its own R&D. It owns the property. And we can't force anybody to sell intellectual property to us. We, however, have to take that into account and should take that into account. Kind of, I think this is where Gwen was going. When we do source selections, when we do competitions, because we don't want to be in a position. And I've been on both sides of this. I ran IR&D for one of the major defense companies for a while. Intellectual property is generated by defense industries to give them, first of all, a more competitive position. You get a better product. But it also allows you to hold on to market share in many cases because of the unique things in the product that you provided. Now, we're doing some things to try to get that balance right. We're using a lot more open systems, modular open systems, so that we control interfaces between black boxes, if you will, and then we can compete for the content of that black box. So what's inside it may be intellectual property that's owned by the supplier, but we understand, we own all the interfaces around it, and we can go out and take those functionally and ask somebody else to compete for that capability. So we're trying to manage this. I looked at a paper on the way out that we're going to provide largely to DIUX and others that basically summarizes our intellectual property policy, but it's essentially as I just described. You know, we don't take intellectual property and give it away to your competitors. If we do get intellectual property, we generally get government purpose rights, which means we could use it within the government. And that means we're not restraining your commercial rights at all. If you want to use it for non-government sales and retain it, you have the full rights there that you would have had otherwise. So it's another area in which we're trying to manage it and strike the right balance, protect the government's interest at the same time as we recognize industry's interest and honor them.
Now that you've picked yourself up off the floor, I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much to all my panelists, to you for your questions and for your attention. All of you enjoy the conference. I know the innovation strand is going to run all the way through it, both in the industrial base panel and many of the others too. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel Session 4, International Defense Cooperation. Is the U.S. committed? Are our allies and friends invested? Please welcome European security reporter from The Wall Street Journal, Mr. Julian Barnes.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Julian Barnes from The Wall Street Journal. After spending 10 years in Washington covering the Pentagon, last July I moved to Brussels to cover the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And so the organizers of this year's forum thought that I might be in a good position to moderate a panel on are our allies and friends invested, and is the U.S. committed? And there really is not a more urgent pair of questions than those when you're sitting in Brussels. It's in the hallways of NATO headquarters. It is a constant conversation about these two questions. Our panel comes at a time with increasing Russian activities across Europe, into the Middle East. We have threats the U.S. is facing with aggressive Chinese operations in the South China Sea. We obviously have a U.S.-led international coalition in the Mideast. These are vital questions from around the world of how we get our allies to do more. And we have a great panel here today. I'm going to introduce each panel member and throw one at a time, throwing them a question, and then we will follow the format of the other panels say. So I'm going to start with Senator Jack Reed, known to everyone here as the ranking member on the Senate Armed Services Committee, long history with these topics, a paratrooper. And so I'm going to ask him first the basic question: is it possible to get allies to do more?
Well, I think it's not only possible, but it's essential. And first, we have to recognize that they will operate in their self-interest and then in collective interest. But I think they do perceive, particularly in Europe and in the Middle East, that there is a threat to them directly. And so that has motivated them. And General Breedlove will go into detail. I had the privilege of being with him in Europe, and particularly Ukraine, in August and September. But there is the perception of a challenge, a threat. They will react. What we have to do to help all of us is to provide leadership, and that's not just exhortation, that's resources and presence. We have to be able to provide the resources. We have to have the presence, I think, in all these locales. One of the things that we have done on a very bipartisan basis is the European Response Initiative. About $1 billion this current budget cycle, about $800 million projected for the next budget cycle. Those are real resources. General Breedlove can go in detail of how he has used those, I think, very adroitly to help, again, coalesce. But the sense of challenge is there. The sense of need to act is there in our allies, and we're there to provide coordination. I would just make one final small sort of point, is that from our perception, the challenge is most discernible from activities in the Ukraine and elsewhere of Russian sort of attempts to rewrite the end of the Cold War. There's another challenge, and General Breedlove probably have more sense of this, and that is the refugee crisis coming into Europe from the south. And that, from a political standpoint, and I do a little politics, that could have so much dynamics politically within Europe that would sort of take their eye a bit off the other threats that we see as much more central and much more focused.
General Philip Breedlove is the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, and the European Command head. General Breedlove, you oversee the NATO alliance. It made a pledge at Wales of 2% defense spending, 20% for modernization and equipment. How do you assess the progress that NATO has made in the face of the aggressiveness we've seen by Russia and other threats?
So Julian, if I could, before I answer, let me just remark on how magnificent these young ROTC cadets look sitting here in front of us. Look, let's give them a hand. So it's an excellent question, and as the Senator has said, we do need to expect things to happen. I think since the Wales meetings, we have had a good response. It's not perfect, and there's more to be done. I think at our latest tally, about 18 of our nations have stopped the decline in budgets. Several now, 4 to 5, have a very solid plan inside the next several years to get to the 2%. And I'm glad you mentioned the 20% as well. It's very important that investment, that recapitalization in kit and capability is a part of this. We can't afford for the whole budget to be in personnel costs. But I want to compliment our NATO nations because they have been moving in the right direction. There is an even more important piece to this, though, and that is that they're putting their forces also in the field. As we have tried to make this the largest change in NATO since it was brought into being in this latest adaptation that we have made, where we have looked at increasing the readiness and making the responsiveness better of all our forces, investments in capabilities and in training and personnel. And when we look to build these new forces that we talk about, like the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, the VJTF, the nations came forward well beyond our expectations. We needed 3 or 4 nations to really step up. We got 7 almost immediately to make these forces work. So there is a broad spectrum of response. And that's good because the challenges are getting worse every day. We have been talking now in NATO for some time about our strategic challenge to the east, a revanchist Russia, what it's doing, as the Senator said, rewriting the rules. They don't want to break the rules, they want to rewrite the rules. And to the south, we see all the problems of ungoverned and undergoverned spaces, wars, and the migrations that they cause of legitimate immigrants, but also in those legitimate immigrants, foreign fighters, criminality, terrorism, et cetera, et cetera. And now that being complicated by a Russian involvement to the south. And just to close up, recently also, some of our really smart young defense ministers have pointed out that we're facing a growing issue in the north along the Arctic as we see the pattern of ice change and the ability to use that northern transit route for periods of the year, which is at an increased savings that is very measurable to those who want to use it. And now we see, again, a bit of a militarization of that north, building almost an A2AD environment like we see in the south. And I'm sure we're going to talk about those later.
Marilyn Houston is the CEO of Lockheed Martin. And brings industry perspective here to this question of whether allies can do more and what the U.S. can do to help them. And I wondered if you might address a little bit if you see roadblocks toward allies being able to purchase the kind of equipment, the kind of capabilities that we would like them to have. Does the U.S. policy create hurdles for them doing what we want them to do?
Well, I would say certainly, pardon me, the defense industrial base plays a very important role in helping our allies and our friends around the world to have the capacity and the capability to do what they need to do to work together with us in an interoperable fashion and to help in the many global security challenges that General Breedlove discussed, but also ones that are around the world in the Middle East and in the Asia Pacific and other parts of the world. And we take that very seriously. When we are in speaking to leaders around the world, they are very interested in the capabilities that we can bring. They want to buy U.S. products and services. It's important then to do that we have the advocacy of the U.S. government as we go to market, because the competition internationally is very high. When you think about what that means for a country, export, trade, the jobs it brings, the ability for us to invest in U.S. systems, the ability for us to support General Breedlove and our other military services on how they can work interoperability across these countries, it's really very important. So to your question about, what can we do more, I think first off, I'm very encouraged by the U.S. government's willingness to go to market with us to help advocate for our products to work that way. I think getting earlier on in the technical release process is important, because that sometimes can slow things down. Our allies they want technology. We want to do what we need to do in our country to make sure that we don't release technology that we don't want to release out of the U.S., but where we can, we want to get on the front end of that and make sure that we do that early and not late in the game. I think in the export control arena, we've made tremendous progress there on identifying the pathway to export control, but it's constantly working forward on how we streamline that process and move more quickly, because many of these countries, they're looking for speed, they're looking for the ability to get their products. They don't want to get bogged down in a process. They want to feel that they are an ally and that they can get the capabilities that allow them to work alongside our services in the arena.
Thanks. Jerry DeMiro is the CEO of BAE Systems. And Jerry, I wanted to ask you, obviously your company has a big foot in Europe, in the UK, as well as a very large American workforce. What is the situation in Europe in terms of defense spending? Where do you see Britain, in particular, a key U.S. ally, going with its level of both overall defense spending and, as General Breedlove reminds us, investment in modernization, in capabilities?
Well, it's interesting that you asked me to observe on the UK. I would offer this disclaimer up front. BAE Systems is a U.S. incorporated entity with its own U.S. board and U.S. leadership. Having said that, our parent is, in fact, the largest defense supplier and contractor in Europe, and one of the largest in the world. And specifically to your first question about the British posture on this, I think the General and Senator both referenced the commitments coming out of Wales. And since that time, we've seen the British government, prior to its strategic defense and security review, commit to about $163 billion in equipment and service outlays over the next 10 years. They've also committed to increase the equipment spending by over 1% compounded over the next 5 years, and 0.5% in total. So I think that speaks very well to their commitment as a British government to the overall defense and support of NATO. I think they recognize, as President Obama said back, I think in May or so, in his remarks at West Point, that NATO is the strongest alliance that the world has known. But we exist in a very dynamic world. And as Marilyn alluded to, in order for the U.S. to be a strong partner in that, we also have to look at our own regulatory regime and structure so that we can continue to work as cooperatively as possible, not only in our own interests, but in the interests of NATO. So I think NATO is also looking back at the U.S. and its commitment, and I would compliment Senator Reid and Congressman Thornberry, Senator McCain, for their leadership in establishing, working in a bipartisan fashion with the White House to provide some stability in our budget so that our partners also have confidence in our programs and where we're going to be. You know, there are a number of programs which the European nations are already cooperating with with us. Maryland's well aware of the F-35 program, where there's many of us around the world that are partnered. We're on both sides of the Atlantic with that. Northrop Grumman's another major partner. But even on programs such as our Ohio replacement and what the UK calls a successor program, we are partnered and committed to a joint development of missile programs and a number of other things. So I think we see positive steps in the UK, certainly. That's bipartisan support over there from both the Conservatives and the Labour Party. And we see a number of other budgets around Europe. If you look at what's happening in the Baltic states, you look at the demand, whether it's the Czech Republic, Poland, Denmark, Scandinavian states, all looking at combat vehicles and other land capabilities. So I think there's a definite commitment on that side. Budgets are turning in that direction, as the general noted. So I think we have positive momentum on both sides of the Atlantic.
Dov Zakheim is the former Undersecretary of Defense. He has also written recently on Russia and the U.S. response to that. And I'm curious, Dov, what you see is needed from both the U.S. and from NATO to counter what we are seeing by Russia in Syria, in the Baltics, in Ukraine.
Well, let me start off by offering a little bit of context. I agree with everything everybody said. However, comma,
that's his job.
There's more to it. Let me start with the fact that in 1952, when I was still alive, there was a conference in Lisbon, and NATO committed to 95 divisions. 1 year later, they were already down to 35. In the 1970s, it was 3%. In the 1980s, it was 3%. In the 1990s, it was 3%. Now we're down to 2%. Not only that, how many countries are actually at 2% today? The Brits, clearly. The Estonians, the Greeks, I mean, the powerhouses of Europe. The French aren't. The Germans are at 1.2%. So if you're Vladimir Putin sitting in Russia, you sort of think, well, maybe I can accomplish something that Stalin never could, which is to undermine NATO. We've got a problem there. And it's a problem not just on their side, but on our side. And I'll give you a concrete example of what Marilyn was talking about in terms of some of the difficulties we have in selling. When I was comptroller, which is now 11 years ago, Mohammed bin Zayed, many of you may know him, the Crown Prince of the UAE and one of the best allies we've got anywhere in the world, was begging me to try to get him Predator Bs. Begging me. And I said I would do what I could. I ran into a buzzsaw inside the building because the lawyer said this was the equivalent of a long-range missile, and we had the Missile Technology Control Regime. Couldn't do it. And I understand Duncan Hunter is trying to get unarmed Predators over to Jordan, and he's having trouble. So we have a system that's inbuilt biased, not only against buying stuff from them when it might be decent, but biased against selling stuff to our allies. I've gotten complaints from people like the Swedes who want to buy Patriot. The Swedes are doing more than half of NATO, frankly. Correct me if I'm wrong, General, but I don't think I am. And yet, they can't do as much as they'd like because we don't let them. We don't sell them the stuff that they want to get. So if you're going to try to confront a guy like Putin, who is threatening the nuclear thing now, who's already broken New START practically after it started, or hasn't really been implemented terribly much at all, who's broken the INF Treaty at least twice, you're not going to do it if you're shooting yourself in the foot. And our allies aren't going to do very much more if they don't see that we are putting out for them. It goes to Syria. I was just in Manama last week in Bahrain. And, I talked to the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, the foreign minister of Bahrain is a friend of mine. Why should they put troops on the ground in Syria when we're so hesitant about doing so? I'm not saying we should, but I'm saying don't expect the other guys to do it if they don't think we have skin in the game. And they don't consider 7 sorties a day, which is more or less what we're at, and roughly 1/7 of what we were doing in Libya. They don't consider that skin in the game. So the answer to your question is, if you want to be credible with the Putins or the Xis in China or the Iranian mullahs or that crazy Mr. Kim in North Korea, you've got to do more than you're doing if you want your allies to do more than they're doing.
General Breedlove, I want you to react to that, but I also want you to talk a little. I also want you to talk a little bit about how you see the challenge in Europe, specifically, addressing the air defense, the missile threat that Vladimir Putin has built up in Crimea and in Kaliningrad, what everyone in this room would call an A2AD threat.
So I would never grade Dov Zakheim's paper. I've been calling him sir for most of my adult life. But I would say I agree that we can do and should do more in some places. And I would limit my remarks to sort of my part of the world, the NATO piece of the world. And to your point, we do see this new A2AD, anti-access area denial problem, popping up along several places in our area of responsibility. First and foremost, Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad, the sort of coastal defense cruise missile, surface-to-air missile, and now surface-to-surface missile capabilities there have a specific purpose. The Russians are learning and adaptive. They see how we roll. And they know that they need to deny us the ability to build a force on the continent should they decide to take military action in NATO areas. And so they've built a force from Kaliningrad and now also ranging out of Crimea, which we'll talk to in a minute, that can literally range all of our airports of debarkation, seaports of debarkation, and land routes, so they can hold us at risk in many ways when we try to execute warfare the way we have in the past. So we need to work with industry, we need to work with our allies to develop those capabilities and capacities that allow us to exist and then to use military force should we need it in this A2AD environment. We've seen also an incredible growth in this A2AD capacity on the Ukrainian peninsula of Crimea, which Russia occupies. They are building very much the same capabilities, very dense capability in coastal defense cruise missiles, not as dense yet, but growing capabilities in surface-to-air missiles. And we see a fleet of Kilo submarines that have been destined for the sea, which brings a land attack capability. So once again, all three elements of this anti-access area denial. Patches of it along the Belarusian border, and now a growing A2AD capability in the Eastern Mediterranean. Not only ashore, but via the SAG, the surface action groups and things that we see in those areas. So we've got to develop amongst the allies, but clearly also to Dov's challenge in our military, we've got to be able to address these anti-access area denial challenges.
Thank you, General. Jerry, the General mentioned partnership with industry on this. What sorts of technological innovations can help address the kind of problems that he's presenting here, either that your company or others are working on?
Well, in many cases, we're working with partners such as Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, across a whole spectrum of capabilities to address anti-access, area denial, contested environments, a very hostile RF spectrum environment. So I'll speak to our parochial portfolio. Everybody addresses it from the portfolio that they have. We look at it in multiple time dimensions and across several technical domains. For example, we look at, if you think of the third offset strategy in the near term, we're looking at precision weapons, which have far greater range, which allow us to stand off. They have far less collateral damage. Some of these weapons, for instance, can be used from a standard Mark 45 on our naval vessels, as well as they have application in land artillery, and they have 4 or 5 times the range of the capability set today, increased precision, and they're a quarter of the cost. So there's a near-term dimension in precision weapons, some near-term dimensions that we're working from our portfolio basis in the domain of technical domains of spectrum warfare, the convergence of EW and cyber, the ability to work in the near-term contested environment. But now let's look at the longer time frame and take both of those technical domains. We're looking at weapons such as electromagnetic railgun, which becomes a huge leap ahead in terms of standoff capability, impact, has a number of other positive features that we probably can't disclose or discuss in this environment, but also things in the EW world that you have cognitive EW, if you can think about it that far out in advance, and the ability to have assured communications and GPS capability in a very hostile RF spectrum. So that's just a couple of examples on our portfolio, some of the long-range missile capabilities we're working with our partners at Lockheed Martin that apply both on in the land domain as well as the naval. So it's all spectrum of capabilities.
Senator Reid, the U.S. over a number of years has sold a number of a good range of equipment, munitions to the United Arab Emirates. Maybe not everything they have wanted. They have then gone at times and used their capability purchased to attack threats they've seen in Libya. And you've seen some hand-wringing from the administration when the ally does what we purportedly by policy want them to do, which is be an active partner. Is there a little hypocrisy in terms of what the United States asks allies to do and then has a little heartburn when they do it?
Well, I think it's, we want to make sure that our allies can first defend themselves and also operate collectively with not just the United States, but the world community to advance common ideals. And sometimes there is a disagreement about what the common plan is and what the common course of action is. The other thing I should point out clearly, too, is in that area particularly, one of our major concerns is ensuring the state of Israel has a qualitative advantage in any weapon systems. That also affects what we are able and capable to allow others to have. But I think what we're seeing over the last particularly several months is a much more proactive use of this equipment in concert with the United States. They are flying missions with us against ISIL. They are conducting operations in areas that are targeting ISIL elements. That is consistent with our view. So I think the consistency is not perfect, but it's probably more consistent in terms of the use of these systems than kind of random, they do what they want and we get annoyed.
Marilyn, the F-35 is the largest multinational weapons procurement program. What is necessary to do to make sure that it is not the last of its kind in terms of making sure that countries are not skittish about entering in another big arrangement for a big program that involves a large coalition of countries to build a very complex and sophisticated system?
Well, I think the F-35, the Joint Strike Fighter, is a great example of international cooperation. I think most of you know that we have with the U.S. 8 international partners as well as several security cooperation partners around the world. But in those international partners on the front end, they invested, they participated in what the requirements were for the air vehicle and for the system itself, and now are very much intricately involved in the program throughout the process of development and delivery of the aircraft. So I think just, to your question, Julian, about how do we keep a joint program like that, international cooperation program, something that we want to follow on and do again, I think it is making sure that they feel they are at the table, that their requirements are well understood and taken into account in the program itself, that they have a say in the upgrades to the aircraft, that they have a say in how they can sustain and maintain their fleets within their countries. And we're doing that. I mean, it's a great credit to the U.S. government and the Joint Program Office that they are listening and they are at the table today. So as long as we stay on that path going forward, I think that it is a great demonstration of the way that we can build partner capacity, build partner capability, and be able to operate together as we have to go into conflict or as we protect our various nations. And I think General Breedlove, you would agree, I think that's a prime example of that.
And if I could just add on, the scope and scale is not the same. But if we look at the success of the heavy airlift wing at Papa Hungary, it has really worked well. The team there has gotten the cost per ton mile so low now on the freight that they're moving that the nations are looking at expanding that wing, either through more C-17 or possibly bringing aboard a mixed fleet of national A400s, et cetera. So these things are catching on. The AGS will be the next one as the Europeans begin to fly via NATO the Global Hawk as a consortium. So we're seeing successes which continue to point to good cooperation on these programs. Again, the ones that are existent are much smaller than the JSF, but the thought of being able to work together in these is really catching on. I think the next place we're going to see this, frankly, is in the medium altitude RPA or UAV area.
And Julian, if I could just add one more thing that I think is important, and it's broad-based. It's around their industrial participation that's important. That these countries not only want to participate in building up their defense capability, but they want to have an opportunity to participate with their own industries in elements on those platforms or in helping to build their capability in their economy. And national security and economic security are so intricately linked that it's important that we help them do that. And the Joint Strike Fighter, the F-35, is a good example of that. We have suppliers all around the world. Every jet that comes off that production line has parts and components from all of those countries all around the world. And I think that's another very important element as we talk about industrial cooperation and how we have the capacity and capability around the world.
Jerry. One thing, certainly seeing the F-35 program, a program of that magnitude from both sides of the Atlantic, this sovereign independence and sovereign capability and building up the economics, it's not just true on programs like the F-35. It's also true in general export. We see this in the marketplace where nations want to build their economic capability. They want sovereign independence. And so when we have these large programs that are successful or changing, it's taking a tremendous investment of senior leadership to get there. And we're doing it on a transactional basis because policy hasn't yet caught up with strategy. We're moving there. But as we can make further inroads in the policies that enable this, then it can become cultural, right, and institutionalized rather than just a transaction that's driven from the top down. And I think that's directionally where we need to go. And certainly some of the leadership within DoD sees that, but this policy burden that Dov talked about is going to take a combined effort of the Hill, the administration, industry, and DoD to move the ball forward. So it becomes cultural rather than transactional.
Dov, we've been talking for a decade or more about NATO countries coming together to, if they're not to spend their money in a rational way, for folks to build something that makes sure not every country duplicates the effort of each other. General Breedlove pointed out 2 examples, but some critics have said those are pretty small after a decade of poking NATO to do more. You mentioned Germany, the most dynamic economy in Europe, spending 1.2%. Question to you, what's it going to take to get Europe to come together and buy weapon systems together? What's it going to take to have Germany put more than 1.2% down for defense?
On the first part of your question, what it'll take, well, there are 2 ways to make it work. One is the way we've just heard. If you've got a major American program that partners with European countries, if they're all buying F-35s, they're all doing it the same way. So that's terribly important, and that's one approach. The other approach, quite frankly, is sad to say, and this goes to your second point about Germany, if there's a common perception of the threat. And I worry about that because even if there is a common perception, unless, for instance, Mr. Putin gets even more serious about making nuclear threats, which will wake up the Germans. And by the way, if it wakes up the Germans, he's going to be very sorry he played this game. I don't know that the Germans will go much further. And the one reason is, look, we talked about this, but we didn't talk about it this way. Immigration, all these refugees coming in. I guess now I'm wearing my green eye-shade comptroller hat. But money has to be spent on these people. The Swedes told me that yesterday and the day before yesterday, 10,000 people came in each day. Can you imagine that? Could you imagine if we were taking in 10,000 every day, or proportionally for Sweden, it would be 100,000 every day? Well, how do you house them? How do you feed them? How do you give them medical care? It's coming out of a budget. And I guarantee you, with the attitude that Europe generally has, in spite of General Breedlove, that money is eventually going to come out of the defense budgets. So unless we figure out how to fix this problem back in Syria, I don't know that we're going to get them to spend more and to spend more together. Now, there's another problem, which is called the European Union. If the Brits get out of the European Union, who else is going to get out of the European Union? And already we're seeing how, again, with the refugees, different countries in the EU have different policies and are pursuing totally independent policies. Well, the more independently they think, the less likely they are to work together on national defense and on those programs. So there are a lot of things that you wouldn't have thought impinge on your question on defense, but for these European countries, they're central, and that's a big worry.
Vladimir Putin's strategy has been to divide NATO, divide Europe to create space. The migrant crisis is doing that for him. We have divisions between Germany and Eastern European allies over this migrant crisis. Is it impacting discussions of defense? First Senator Reid, then General Breedlove.
Well, I think it necessarily impacts. I agree completely with Dov. I think if you're sitting in Germany or Switzerland, et cetera, the front page is not about sort of actions along the Minsk line. It's refugees coming in to my neighborhood. It's, you know, this is a very politically volatile issue, and they'll have to deal with it, and that'll take resources and probably as much resources, political and institutional attention away from all these issues that we've been talking about. And so absolutely it's going to have an impact. My sense, and there are much more knowledgeable people on the table, but Putin has been reactive when he had to. He was surprised, I think, by what happened in Maiden Square. Very opportunistic when he saw opportunities, and very realistic when he saw, you know, his military path through separatist proxy militias was blocked, switching to destabilization by political means in Ukraine. And he'll continue to do that and play the long game. He'll use this You know, even if he's not the instigator of it, he'll use this to try to weaken NATO's resolve. And there's another dimension, too, we haven't talked about, but I think it's important to get on the table, is one of the things that unites us is the sanctions that we've collectively imposed against the Russians. Those sanctions he would like off dramatically, and he will work, and that might be another test case of whether we hold together as an alliance if we can hold on to those sanctions, particularly if there's another outburst of violence, and in fact, we have to think about ramping them up. So this is a situation where the politics of factors unrelated to, you know, the Wales conference are going to become much more decisive than some of the other pronouncements.
Solidarity was item number 1 at Wales. And I was really pleased and surprised. I was privileged to be in the room as our senior-most leaders. One of the first things that they did was commit to Article 5 collective defense, and that we need to remain rock solid on that. I completely agree with the senator. There's a couple of things that I think Mr. Putin really wants to do. First and foremost, divide NATO militarily. Secondarily, divide the EU in a financial way, especially as it addresses sanctions and solidarity on sanctions and the way ahead. And if he can find a way to get cracks in either of those organizations, he gets everything else he wants all along his former Western front. And so the solidarity in our approach to our military alliance, absolutely key and essential, and that we encourage and stand with our European Union brothers and sisters in our approach to the sanctions and other actions we're taking with Russia. These are all very, very key.
When we're talking about having allies contribute to the collective defense, one of the issues is that they do not have the technological might that the United States has. Marilyn and Jerry, is there a way for industry to, in an affordable way, help allies, be it in Europe or in Asia, purchase the kind of equipment that they could afford that would allow them to compete against peer competitors?
You know, that we're working with them on that on a regular basis. I mean, it isn't just about what we can sell them that we produce in the United States, which is certainly important, and that's where we talked earlier about making sure that we can release the technology and help them with their industry and building up that capability. But it's also how we partner with their industry in their country so that they actually design and develop in their own countries. And from that, then they can not only provide for their own defense, but to export to other countries. So we're doing both of those models. We have models where we export directly. We have models where we team in the countries, help them with their capability. They then develop the technology, and that's what builds up that capability in the country. As you know, there's an example, I think a good example of where we've done that collectively with the U.S. government with the Medium Extended Air Defense System, MEADS. This is a case where Germany and Italy invested alongside the U.S. government in a capability that is an air and defense capability system that now Germany is going to take forward. And once they do, there will be other countries, I think, around Europe that will look to that. But Italy developed an element of that. Germany developed an element of that, as well as the input from the United States. And I think that's a model similar to what we talked about on other programs, that the technology is being developed in that country.
Jerry?
Julian, I'd only offer, I mean, I absolutely agree with everything Marilyn said, and at the risk of being redundant, I'll offer a couple of examples where we have taken our combat vehicle technologies both from Europe and the United States and have a joint venture, very successful joint venture in Turkey. And that capability is actually not only servicing that market, but being exported out of there. But I'd go back to your initial assumption, or stated assumption, that perhaps some of these other nations don't have the basic intellectual capability or technology development. And I would say that, maybe in some ways, Europe's a little bit ahead of us in learning how to share. If you think about MBDA, the Joint Missile Development, the Eurofighter business model and the sophisticated technologies, and I'm not going to get into the merits of F-22 and a 35 versus the Typhoon, but also you look at more recent things like the agreement between the Brits and the French to develop the next generation autonomous, not just unmanned, but autonomous air vehicle that's capable of a full range of fighting and surveillance missions. So I'd be concerned a little bit about that. I think if we're going to be successful long-term as international businesses as well as defense partners with the United States, we're going to have to figure out a way to participate in that, both as Marion talked about and as well in these other development models.
Well, let me jump in here if I may. MEADS is an interesting example for another reason, and it goes to the heart of our difficulties with our own acquisition process. You know when MEADS was thrown into the budget? In the 1990s. So here we are, 25 years later. 25 years later, and now we're finally getting our act together with the Germans and Italians. So if you're on the other side of the ocean, what do you think about the reliability of American promises to cooperate? Mountains had to be moved to make the F-35 work. Now, we moved mountains, but we shouldn't be moving mountains. This should be happening a lot more quickly, a lot more easily. And when you get something like a MEADS, yes, you finally get success, but boy, you're asking for a lot of patience before that happens.
General Breedlove, you wanted to jump in, and I want you to react, and I also want you to talk a little bit about what you see as shortfalls in the NATO alliance.
It's all kind of the same discussion, so I'll just take this a tiny different direction and talk to you more on the lines of being the user, the commander that needs a capability. One thing we do fairly well in NATO is that we give nations targets. Not every nation needs a high-end Air Force and a high-end Navy. Maybe that nation is the nation that does combat vehicles, heavy lift rotary wing, medium lift rotary wing, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the things that the SACEUR would like to see is the nations working with industry to try to find those niches where some of the smaller nations can really bring capability to the larger construct. That dovetails very nicely with what you ask. I mean, it's very apparent, I think, to almost everyone in the room where most of the shortfalls are, and they are in those high-end capabilities that nations like ours bring to the table. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, strategic lift and capacity, some of the very capable naval systems and underwater systems, some of the precision, persistent ISR. We are probably, I'll make enemies here, oversubscribed in permissive ISR. What do we need to be looking at as far as non-permissive ISR? Because that's what's going to break A2AD environments, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the niche things, the high-end things that we need to target with certain nations to bring to the table and cooperate with industry to be able to develop those nations to bring those capabilities and capacities on.
Senator Reid, as the U.S. and its allies do all of these things that we're talking about today to strengthen defense, strengthen cooperation, how does the U.S. and the allies make sure that the defensive alliance stays defensive and is perceived as defensive and not provocative by Moscow? Or is that an impossible task?
I don't think it's an impossible task. I think, it's one whereby both language, we're making it very clear, but also by specific actions. I think what the types of maneuvers that General Breedlove designs and executes can be interpreted and will be interpreted, and I think they're interpreted by the Russians as being defending the territory of the NATO countries. I don't think we're sort of talking about anything beyond that. So it's a combination of not just making speeches about this as a defensive alliance, but also doing those things, buying the equipment, conducting the maneuvers. And I would say in terms of, what will send a strong message, and I think General Breedlove would tend to agree, is that we had in my youth in the Army Reforger every year where we were sending units there clearly as a response to aggression, not as a way to promote aggression. Those types of operations not only will help us reassure our allies, et cetera, but they will send the signal, the appropriate signal that you point out of, we are there to defend Europe, not to undermine necessarily or anyone else.
General Breedlove.
Just to pile on, the senator had it exactly right. There are a few things that we do to guarantee openness and transparency. We literally publish our exercise regimen openly on the internet for the Russians to look at. We invite them to come and watch our exercises. We just had the largest exercise in NATO in the last 13 years. We held it in the southern part of the NATO alliance. We invited Russia to come watch, and they did. So this absolute openness and transparency, I think, is key. We do not have that from the other side of the aisle. And we're seeking now, I think, in NATO, in the political levels, to look at a conversation about how we might engender a more open and transparent exercise regime on the other side. As you know, these SNAP exercises are quite destabilizing when you put 60 or 70,000 troops on the borders of the Baltic nations. And as we saw, at least one SNAP exercise in the south turned into an invasion of the Donbass. So we need to establish regimen with Russia to be more open and transparent across both sides of this equation. But we are offering that we show what the intent of our exercises are, et cetera, as the senator has said.
I think we're going to be able to open it up to questions in a moment. We'll wait for the microphones. While that happens, Dov, I wonder if Vladimir Putin has made nuclear threats against members of the alliance. You've written a little bit about this. How to react is a deeply controversial question in the alliance. Coupled with that is a question about how to modernize allies' nuclear-capable aircraft and whatnot. How do you see this problem, and what should the Western reaction be?
Well, the first thing we need to do is stick to our plans. We now have a contract for the B-3. I don't know what will happen with that, but whatever happens with the contract itself, we need to make sure that the program doesn't get delayed, doesn't get underfunded, doesn't get pushed to the right. Same thing with the Trident follow-on, the new submarine. You can have a Trident, you can have a contract, you can work with the Brits, but then things get pushed out. And this goes to the heart of the toughest question that my successors at Comptroller have had to deal with. How do you find the money? You've got a lot of things that the Air Force has to do, F-35 being a big one. You want some ships for the Navy. If you want to get anywhere near 300, how are you going to do that and buy a Trident follow-on, buy a B-2 follow-on? To me, it militates for some kind of budget increase, and not the little one we just got for 2 years. Okay, that's a Band-Aid. That's a very thin Band-Aid. I mean, we need to face up to the reality that, A, our defense budgets aren't driven by domestic issues. They're driven by the bad guys all around the world. And B, they need to be, and everybody keeps saying this, predictable and steady. And if they're not, then Mr. Putin's going to think he's got a free ride. So that's number one. Number two is we need to make it very clear to the Russians that we're ready to work with them. We're ready to talk to them. We're ready to work out arrangements. But you want to play the nuclear game? We beat you at it last time. It's called the end of the Cold War. We'll beat you again. And we really have to be very clear about this.
We'll take a question. And the rules of Ronald Reagan are no speeches, just a concise question.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Kelly Brown, I'm with the Chief of Staff of the Army Strategic Studies Group. And my question is, while there is a substantial amount of energy and debate currently focused on specifically what our U.S. And allied partners are doing in Europe and the Middle East, as we look toward the emerging future of 2030 to 2040, what is or should the U.S. and our allies be doing to improve our friendships and partnerships in Africa in order to either increase our U.S. and allied influence, reduce the influence of our adversaries, or perhaps just maintain stability so there's not an increased requirement for U.S. forces in that region?
Who wants to tackle that? Senator Reid.
Oh, thank you. In the spirit of Ronald Reagan, yes. First of all, I think this sits on an issue of the focus, and our focus has been primarily sort of military, Department of Defense, et cetera. When you start talking about, sort of preparing or responding to potential crises, dealing with countries, there you get into the issue of what's the State Department's role, what's the role of the CDC to help develop public health systems in Africa, what's the Department of Commerce's role in trying to incentivize trade, et cetera. So it's this whole approach to government. And one of the issues we just battled through, and again, we had a little bit of relief, but not enough. Part of it was, we might have been able to find a route to a little bit extra money through OCO on defense, but that didn't solve the issue of how do we get the State Department with a stable budget so they can think creatively and act creatively in Africa. How do we think about commerce? How do we think about CDC, et cetera? Because all these problems are not just narrowly defense problems, particularly if you're trying to avoid any problems in the future. And again, my response is we have to have a much more invigorated effort across the government, not just focus on Africa, but focus on many other places.
If I could, I would unfortunately bring the conversation down a little bit more, and practically I would go after two things. First and foremost, we need to, as was talked about earlier, we need to understand what the threat is and get a shared sense of what the nations feel, the nations of Africa and those of us who touch Africa, what is the threat, so that we can begin to organize around what that threat is. Then the second thing is, I'm parochial. I've served 8 times in Europe. I've been serving in NATO since 1982. I think our alliance is strong first and foremost because we share values. We understand what are the mores that we are about. And if we can build a community in Africa of nations that share the same values, share the same mores, the same approach to our futures, and then that same community understands and shares a vision of what the threat is, we can build the kind of foundation, I think, in Africa that has been built in Europe. And that's a very long-term view. That will not happen in the short term.
One last consideration. When I was comptroller, I was also coordinator for Afghanistan on anything non-military. We were always the default option. DOD is the default option for everything. And so it goes to what Senator Reid was just saying. The other agencies have to step up, and their people have to be trained. When we tried to get people from agriculture to go to Afghanistan, all it turned out that they were a bunch of paper pushers. You know who did the agricultural work in Afghanistan? The Iowa National Guard, the Kansas National Guard. What? So everything defaults to defense, which takes our eye off our central mission and lets these other folks off the hook. You can't do it that way. If you're talking about Africa, those other agencies, as the senator said, they have to step up, and Congress has to fund them.
We'll go to this mic, and then Mike next.
Thank you. Frank Finelli with the Carlyle Group for Jerry and for Maryland Roll Tide. We've seen rapid growth in the Russian defense industry over the last several years, enabled largely by international sales. One could argue that they're going to be one of the major beneficiaries of the Iran nuclear deal as Moscow rearms Iran. But they've also been enabled because the value of the ruble has depreciated 100% over the last 2 years to 65 rubles to the dollar. In Europe, we've also seen about a 25% decline over the last 18 months vis-a-vis the value with the dollar. How is foreign exchange rates, or how are foreign exchange rates impacting your prospects for international sales?
The short answer, sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. But in reality, I think your question, Frank, is actually indicative of what the general has advocated during his tenure. You know, this is a very complex problem. Global economies, right? The globalization of economies has affected even the EU response in the Ukraine. It's impacting how we address problems in the Far East. So that's a level of complexity that has to be considered in this. And I think as any multinational is looking at that in terms of, in some cases, there are actions that we can take to hedge. In some cases, it's just the vagaries of the economy and the cycles that we have to be able to forecast and deal with. I don't know, Marilyn, do you see it differently?
I would add to that, it's not just the strength of the dollar, but it's also oil prices affect a lot of economies and how they deal with what their budget decisions are. And so at times that affects where they're going to spend their dollars. The migrant issue, again, is an impact on their economies. And so it's a balance. And to Jerry's point, we're globally interconnected, and it will impact business, whether it's commercial business or defense business, in our interactions with these countries around the world. I think what's important, though, is what we do, and I know BAE does as well, is we partner in those countries with industry to help strengthen their capability. So it's not just us going to market in an export way, but partnering with their industry and their supply base so that they build up jobs, they build up their economic growth to offset the challenges that they have in the economy. Thank you.
Over here.
Thank you. Perhaps at risk of sounding young and naive, I am curious to know, General Breedlove, if we have been open and friendly with Russia, particularly with our exercises, and we've been entreating them to be equally open with us, what risk would we run by perhaps gently demanding that they be as open as we are with them?
So I didn't use the word friendly. That was your word. I used open and transparent. And really, I don't think if you demand things from Russia, you're going to get very far. We need to find a way to encourage them to come alongside of us in our openness and transparency. And that is a distinctly political thing to do. But as military men and women in NATO, we want that, because what we don't want to do is overreact to a Russian exercise because we don't understand it, and it begins to look like something other than an exercise. So the ability to have a stability in the approach and the understanding of what we're doing, how big it is, when it starts, when it finishes, what is its goals, that kind of regimen, I think, could bring down the pressure a little bit, because right now the pressure is up. Every time in the Central and Western Military District that we have a large exercise, the Baltics and Poland and other nations become very concerned, and rightfully so. So we've got to find a way to ratchet that down so that we don't end up in an unintended consequence.
Is there a contradiction between ratcheting that down and increasing a deterrence and increasing readiness?
I don't think so. I think, again, openness and transparency allows the other side of the equation to understand what you're doing, to understand why you're designing an exercise in the way. We just had, as you know, Trident Juncture, and it was the largest exercise in 13 years. It had a decidedly non-offensive tact, and we made that very apparent even to the observers that showed up from the Russian Federation. So I think we said earlier, our strength in our capabilities to defend our friends and allies, shown in an open and transparent way.
Could I just add one thing? It does several things, I think. And one, it makes it clear to them that the cost of action is very high, because we are quite prepared under General Breedlove's guidance with our allies to take effective action. And also, the point the gentleman made, it signals that, this is not, they can understand what we're doing. This is not sort of an attempt to surprise them. And that, I think, both counts. But I think the notion of making it clear to them that we're getting better every day and the cost goes up every day is important also.
Hello, my name is Kenna Tunis, and I'm an undergrad student at Marquette University. And I have a question about the mass exodus from Syria. There was an article in Time magazine that argued that there's actually economic benefits for migrants to be accepted into European countries, and it would in fact increase the GDP of those countries because of the fact that many European countries are underpopulated. And I was wondering your opinion on if you feel that although it would cost a lot to teach these migrants the different languages of these countries and help them establish, I suppose, a lifestyle there or a home there, if you would agree that there might be economic benefits to allow these migrants into European countries.
Let me just start. I think the first thing that will manifest itself are the cost, not the benefits. That's human nature, I think, and the way people usually react. And so I think that goes back to the point that Dove made and others made, that they'll have to deal with these costs. I personally think that the people that are coming out of these countries will eventually add immensely to value, but the initial point is cost. The other side of the equation, which we have to think about very seriously, is that the countries they're leaving, Syria, Afghanistan, and other places, are losing human capital at extraordinary rates, and that when we're able to suppress the violence and start the rebuilding process, we will have a huge deficit in talented, trained people who are there to help. And that's already increasing, the future cost to try to do the stabilization.
There's another problem, too, and again, this is a human nature problem. If these rates continue, particularly in the northern European countries, you're going to get changes in the population that are quite significant. You're not talking about 2%, you may be talking about 20%. And there's going to be a cultural reaction. We already see this with some of these right-wing fascist, I don't have another name for them, they're fascist parties. And they play on the xenophobia, particularly in the smaller countries. I mean, Germany is remarkable in that regard, but it's not even clear Mrs. Merkel's going to get away with it. There's already some opposition to what she's doing. And so you then have to ask yourself, do you really want to see Europe transform in that direction? Because if it transforms that way, then the whole democratic enterprise, the liberal democratic enterprise that we've worked for since 1945 is now jeopardized. It's a very delicate balance, and it does go beyond just dollars and cents, or if you will, euros.
Over here.
Yes, when we're talking, well, so far the talk today about alliance formation and cohesion seems to centered on budgets and hardware. But there's the issue of how do you get countries to identify with the United States? Now, this particular administration from the top down seems to have developed a habit of denigrating the post-World War II role of the United States. For example, President Obama's Cairo speech, where he denigrated the role of the United States in the Muslim world rather than talk about the times the American military went into action to defend Muslims, like Bosnia and Kosovo. When you had this notorious incident of ISIS burning a captured Jordanian pilot alive, you had the president stand up and say, let's not get on our high horse, and he started talking about the Crusades, the Inquisition, and Jim Crow. And anybody who was involved with the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades is long since dead. Now, how are we supposed to get people to identify their interests with us if we keep denigrating Western values and the role of the United States in the world? And I think I will prefer to address this to any Democrat on the panel, since they're from the same McGovernite party as our president.
We've veered into speech here, and that is against the rules set down by the Ronald Reagan Foundation. And we could, the question could be posed from the other angle, too, of certainly Mr. Obama came in trying to rebuild alliances. But Senator Reid, if you would address the
No,
speech.
I think I will say what I said initially. I think, frankly, what prompts people to join us, the most initial impulse is their self-interest as a nation. They see that aligning with us is beneficial to them for many reasons. One, it protects their stability, protects their regime, their culture. It also provides the resources that they need. Now, I think transcending that, and this is a particular case in NATO, and General Breedlove talked about this, is these shared aspirations, ideals, et cetera. That's not always the case because across the globe there are various cultural differences and nuances which sometimes we fully appreciate and are able to cooperate, sometimes we misperceive totally, and vice versa. And we've seen this in every conflict, in every administration where we have taken action, and we've found ourselves sort of surprised because the people we were trying to help didn't agree with us, didn't like us. So I think, again, you have to understand it's initially self-interest, and then you have to build on that to a mutuality of interest, and the goal eventually is to advance ideals that we hold we hold dearly, and we hope that all humanity does.
Hi, my name is Sheikh Itiri. I'm a political science student attending Arizona State University. I'm an international student from Iran. My question is for all of you gentlemen and lady, specifically for Senator Reid and Mr. Zakheim, is some real politics scholars have argued to come up with a new virtual map of the world and divide the world between the superpowers, Russia, China, and the United States, for their territories of influence and for the other superpowers not to interfere in the territory of influence of the other superpowers. I wanted to know your ideas in response to such proposal.
Well, of course, you know that that's what George Orwell wrote about, 1984, but that's a few years ago now. Yeah. Look, you know, if we and the Chinese and the Russians got together in a closet and said, we'll divide up the world, this isn't Sykes-Picot anymore. We can't just do that. The United States doesn't particularly want to do that. Maybe the Russians do, maybe the Chinese do, but we're not playing their game. And there are an awful lot of countries around Russia, our NATO allies, around China, our friends in Southeast Asia, for example, or Japan, that aren't just going to sit back and say, fine, you're going to have your sphere of influence. The world doesn't work that way anymore. And we in particular, and I'll let General Breedlove and Senator Reid and the others contradict me, but I don't think they will. We're not into spheres of influence. That's not what we're about. No nation was forced to join NATO. Now, nations were forced to join the Warsaw Pact, but nobody forced them to join NATO. They knocked on NATO's door. So it's not our sphere of influence. It's what Senator Reid talked about. It's what we represent that people want to join.
General Breedlove.
Go ahead, please.
So I would back up also and say, rather than trying to divide the world, and I would tell you that one of the things that causes a lot of problems in this world are lines that we drew in the sand and on the earth a long time ago when we tried to divide the world up, and it just didn't work out so well over time. I would go back to what I said before, and that is, let's try to find across a broad spectrum of nations shared values, shared morals, that we don't use military force to change an internationally recognized border. How do we get back to those values and morals that treat men and women the same around the world, that the value of a child born in this very forward nation is the same as the value of a child born in a nation that struggles. So let's not try to find spheres of influence in things. Let's try to come to a place where we can find shared morals and values in the way that we treat each other. And we don't have to all be the same in that respect, but if we could just agree, in my case, that we don't use international force to change, or military force to change an international boundary. That'd be a great start.
I think with that, we are out of time, so will you join me in a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel Session 6, Defeating ISIS and Dealing with Iran. managing the battlefield in theater and in D.C. Please welcome Pentagon correspondent from CNN, Ms. Barbara Starr.
Oh, yes, sir. Now we begin. Well, we're glad to see so many people here after lunch. This is good. Today's topic is, as I was just saying, I think is, all things newsworthy and should be pretty interesting. Realizing that I am sitting next to Senator McCain, I'm mindful of saying I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and start the introductions for a moment at the other end. And I'm going to start with Michelle, and these are going to be brief introductions because I think the entire panel is known here. Michelle Flournoy, of course, co-founder and chief executive officer of the Center for New American Security, served as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy 2009 to 2012, and has been an advisor on national security issues for many, many years. Next, Ambassador Eric Edelman, currently a fellow at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessment, a very distinguished career minister, retired from the U.S. Foreign Service in 2009, also serving in positions at the Department of State and Defense, as well as the White House. Congressman Adam Smith, 9th term right now, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, known very well to the U.S. military as an advocate for the troops and their families. And Senator John McCain certainly doesn't need any introduction from me.
But he enjoys it.
Well, then we'll just go through his whole Navy resume. U.S. Navy, congressman, senator, those of us in the Pentagon press corps.
Loser.
I was wondering if Senator McCain would be in a talkative mood this afternoon. And so I'm going to take the further chair prerogative and step out on a limb. And I'm very aware, I can't believe I'm saying that in front of Senator McCain. I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and say, all of us know very much of Senator McCain's military service, his government service. And I will tell you, as a longtime Pentagon reporter, I don't know of a single person who has served, and I know a lot of troops, I don't know of a single person who has served in a real U.S. military uniform that does not consider Senator McCain and the men he was with so long ago, all of them, to be true American heroes. So this afternoon, I'd like to welcome Senator McCain. And I think that's on the record from the entire panel, and you can quote all of us on it. So now we get to the topic at hand. ISIS, Iran, the battlefield. We could talk a lot, but we'll get to the current events. We'll get to everything. Let's set the stage for just a minute and have everyone start with 2 or 3 minutes at most on how they see this topic right now. And I suppose it all, to a great extent, does tie to ISIS. Is this a strategy? Is this tactics? Is this tactics in search of a strategy? Where are we on this great national debate? And we will start with Senator McCain.
Well, thank you, Barbara, and it's nice to see a lot of old friends and enemies here today, and I appreciate that. And I just mentioned my favorite Marine, Pete Wilson, former governor and senator, and once even mayor of San Diego. I'm glad to see you, Pete, and a lot of old friends here today. I guess we haven't got time nor in parameters of this discussion to talk about Ukraine, except to say that my friend Vladimir Putin is not through with Ukraine. Very briefly, when I became chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I was aware that 60% of the United States Senate has been there 6 years or less. So we had a series of hearings getting the smartest people, both Republican and Democrat, before the committee. Henry Kissinger, George Shultz, Madeleine Albright, Brent Scowcroft, Big Brent, you name them, they were before our committee to try to give us the parameters of how they saw the world. They were all in agreement. The world has seen in more crises than any time since World War II, and now we see more refugees than any time since World War II, a veritable flood. It is my belief that it isn't like a hurricane or an earthquake. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because the United States of America, under President Obama, decided that we would withdraw. Under the premise that if he stopped fighting in wars and America stopped fighting in wars, then wars would end. Obviously, that's not the case. And I think it'd be hard to discuss this situation without mentioning, of course, the latest, what is obviously a bomb on a Russian airplane. ISIS is now spread throughout the region. ISIS is now proving that their reach is long. When Mr. Baghdadi left our prison camp, Camp Bucca, after spending 4 years there, Mr. Baghdadi said to the Americans, "I'll see you in New York." Suppose of the 2,000 a month that are coming into ISIS, into Iraq and Syria, that only 1% of them went back to do bad things in the United States or European countries. That's not an unlikely scenario. Meanwhile, we have watched. And of course, I believe that every member of this administration ought to be forced to read the Pentagon Papers. Because when we send 50 special forces and think that somehow that's going to impact the battlefield situation, that's a throwback to those golden days of yesteryear with Robert Strange McNamara. So we are losing, we are not winning, we are seeing the spread of ISIS. They're now showing up in Afghanistan, my friends, and it is all due to a failure of leadership. And I might add, and it sounds a little self-serving, but it's true, Lindsey Graham and I and Joe Lieberman predicted every single thing that would happen. I did not predict the airliner. I did predict acts of terror carried out by ISIS because obviously they were training and equipping to do so. But all of these things didn't have to happen. There were seminal moments, such as total withdrawal from Iraq after we had it won, such as overruling his Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and head of the CIA on arming and equipping the Free Syrian Army, when a red line was drawn and the Saudis had planes on the runway and found out on CNN that we weren't going to launch those airstrikes. That was a failure. The list goes on, but those are 3 seminal moments, and we are paying a very heavy price for it.
Congressman, just jump right in.
All right. Well, I don't disagree, actually, that missteps were made by the Obama administration. I think, we missed an opportunity to try and arm, Syrian moderates sooner. I think the red line was a mistake. I disagree very strongly that somehow there was some series of steps that we could have taken that would have stopped this. The level of disorder that exists in too many Arab and Muslim governments is on a level that the U.S. military cannot simply show up and solve. We spent an enormous amount of money, an enormous amount of blood in Iraq. And at the end of the day, the reason Iraq fell apart wasn't because we left. It was because the Iraqi government chose to be a sectarian government and basically pushed the Sunnis aside and pushed them into the arms of ISIS. And that is not something that we in the United States can simply snap our fingers and tell them not to do that. I wish we had that kind of power and control in the Middle East. But what I hope we'll talk about today in this discussion is we've got a couple of sort of tactical, objectives. One is to defeat ISIS. Another is to get a legitimate government in Syria. But the overarching picture is the violent extremist groups from Al-Qaeda to ISIL to Boko Haram to Ansar al-Sharia to all of these groups that have grown up in so many places. And how do we contain that threat? I will tell you, we don't contain it with US military might alone. That has to be part of it. Certainly, I think we've done a pretty effective job on Al-Qaeda using the drone strikes, using our ISR capabilities and our special ops to contain them. But this is a fight that has to be won by Sunni moderates. The trouble is they are very tough to find. Now, I agree with Senator McCain. I think arm Sunni moderates. I don't know that the effort would have been that much more successful if we had tried it 3 years ago. And I'll close just by quoting something that Thomas Friedman said that I think was very telling in a column. When the Syrian movement against Assad started, it was a democratic movement. It wasn't really religious. It was, we want a voice in our government, and Assad is not giving us that voice. Over the course of the last, I guess, 4 years now, tens of thousands of fighters have come to Syria to fight that fight. Not a single solitary one of them has been a moderate. They have been all Al-Qaeda or al-Nusra or ISIL sympathetic, okay? How do we snap our fingers and change that? We don't, okay? Our allies like Saudi Arabia and others need to step up and start funding moderates instead of extremists. In the early days of this conflict, a lot of the money that went from Saudi Arabia to this place went to precisely the groups that we are now fighting, groups that wound up either becoming ISIS or allying themselves with them. It is that broader challenge that we need to confront. And I'm sorry, we can't just drop 30,000 troops down into Syria and Iraq and defeat ISIL. We can't, because it's an ideology. It's an ideology that spreads beyond that one manifestation of it. And we have to have a comprehensive strategy to confront that ideology.
Eric?
Well, I agree with much of what's been said already, but I thought it might be useful to pull the camera back and open the aperture a little bit and actually pose the question of why do we care about this anyway? We've had during the presidential debates, one candidate suggest, why don't we just let these people kill each other? We really don't have a dog in this fight. And another of the candidates has suggested that somehow America's energy independence means that we are less concerned about this region of the world. So I think it's important to go back to kind of first principles. And we need to remember that although we are increasingly energy self-sufficient, oil in particular is a globally traded commodity that has a huge impact on our economy. So major disruptions to the energy supplies from this region still will have a major impact on American prosperity. But moreover, it has a huge and much heavier impact on the prosperity of our allies, our treaty allies in Europe and in Asia. So this remains a very crucial interest certainly since late 1960s when the British withdrew from their commitments east of Suez. It's been the United States that's provided the framework for order in this region, and unless we do it, nobody else will, in my view. Second, as someone, it's fitting, I think, that we're sitting here in the Reagan Library as a very young Foreign Service officer on the Soviet desk. I had the portfolio of Soviet activity in the Third World. I actually went to give a speech in Athens, Georgia at one time and was introduced as the person in the State Department responsible for Soviet policy in the Third World. And in the back of the audience, someone stood up and said, "Thank God we found you. I've been waiting to find that son of a bitch for some time." But I worked with a young Zal Khalilzad on the support for the Mujahideen, which helped defeat the Soviet Union and end the Cold War. And as Secretary Gates has pointed out, because he was involved obviously in this effort as well, when we departed and left Afghanistan to its own devices in 1990-91, after the Soviet-installed regime had collapsed, we know what the result of that is. It's not in this business, you don't get to run experiments usually, but we know what the result is, as General Petraeus was saying this morning, when we leave ungoverned spaces ungoverned. And the comments that Senator McCain made about al-Baghdadi's comments when he left Bucha are a reminder of that. And then my final comment will be this. I think I applaud some of the things that Secretary Carter was talking about earlier, but I would submit we still lack a strategic concept for what we are doing, and we need to, I think, keep several things in mind. What's going on in the region is going on against a backdrop of an Iranian drive for mastery or hegemony in the region. And we have to somehow deal with that. We have to deal with al-Qaeda and the Islamic State and the Islamic extremism, Sunni extremism that is present throughout. We need to treat Syria and Iraq as part of a unified theater, and I applaud the steps taken to move in that direction. And we also need to understand that the Assad regime, it's not just a wish that the president has expressed that it must go. It must go if there's going to be a solution to this problem, as Secretary Carter adverted to in his remarks. And until we can figure out how we line all those three objectives up and execute them all at the same time, we're not going to have an effective strategy for dealing with this problem, in my view.
Michelle.
It's always fun to go last when so much has been said. You know, I think that we have to be clear about the nature of the ISIS threat. I think too much of our discussion treats ISIS as if it's a local problem in Iraq and Syria, as opposed to the new vanguard of a extremist Islamist terrorist organization that is operating like a proto-state in the region, but also has much more global aspirations. They are, gaining a foothold in Libya. We've seen them gain a toehold in Sinai. They are now trying to gain a toehold in Afghanistan. And we sort of neglect that at our peril. And my biggest concern about our strategy so far is that it's been very incremental. We've done some of the right things, but we're leaning back, not leaning forward. And that means that we're not anticipating where they're going to go next and how do we get there first and try to create greater resiliency among the communities that they might try to target and get those communities to reject ISIS or not allow them in. So I think this is sort of the next chapter in a broader unfolding story of these extremist movements. At the same time, as Ambassador Edelman said and all the other panelists, this is but one symptom of much more fundamental dynamics in the Middle East region. And again, we can spend a lot of time talking about the specific tactical things we should do in Iraq and Syria, but my greater worry is the potential for this to spread even further. When you look at the states around the border, a very important partner like Jordan. I'm on the board of an NGO called CARE that does a lot of humanitarian assistance, and the person in charge of their Syrian refugee operations came and briefed us, and she said, just to give you a sense of the magnitude, for Jordan, the number of Syrian refugees they've accepted, it's as if we here in the United States absorbed the entire population of Canada. I mean, think about it. It's just an overwhelming influx for a country like Jordan. Looking at what's happening in the politics of Turkey, and we have a former ambassador to Turkey right here who can talk about this, but there is a real danger that further destabilization could happen if we don't intensify our efforts. It is very difficult to find moderate opposition groups at this point because as civil wars progress, the moderates get marginalized or killed or they leave. But there are forces that share our objective. There is the Southern Front that's near the Jordanian border. There are the Kurds and Arab militias that are working along the border with Turkey with some success. We need to be doing more to support them and to ensure that their success, because part of it, that is, we need to be setting conditions for an eventual negotiated transition in Syria. Russia's intervened. They've put a bunch of new cards in their hands at that negotiating table. We need to be thinking about how do we put cards in our hands to make sure we get an ultimate outcome in Syria through negotiations that is in our interests and the interests of our allies and partners in the region.
As a Pentagon reporter, one of the questions, I always sort of ask myself as I listen to some of this is, are we talking tactics or are we talking strategy? Are we talking tactics in search of a strategy? So much of the debate seems to center around, is there some solution that isn't just years and years of, hard work trying to work the problem.
No would be the answer to that question.
Right. I mean, well, right. A howitzer doesn't defeat an ideology. American public seems to have no appetite for 100,000 troops that may or may not work anyhow. Let me start with both members of Congress. I think it's very clear we've laid out the problem. Where's the solution? We'll start with you, Congressman. If you were Secretary of Defense today, what would you do? And Secretary of State at the same time.
Well, first of all, why don't you just make me president? Come on.
That's right.
You're throwing around titles. Look, I think the problem is that there is no short-term answer to that question. That's what I meant when I said, well, what can we do to win? And unfortunately, there's no answer to that question because think of the complexity, and Michelle touched upon it a little bit. The most able fighting force that we have, the most able partner we have to work with in the region is the Kurds. And that's great, except that Turkey keeps bombing them. And Turkey is another country that we're trying to work with because they oppose ISIL and Assad. Then you've got Iran. Obviously, Iran is causing no end of problems in the region, as was described, but they are also fighting ISIL. How do we work around that? Then we've got our friends in the Arab states who are focused on eliminating Assad. And it's all a big circle with no easy solution. So the strategy that we need is how do we contain the worst part of the problem and move towards a better ultimate outcome? And the worst part of the problem, and I think it's been described by most panelists here, is that ISIS is the new aspiring Al-Qaeda. And the great threat that they pose is to launch Al-Qaeda-like attacks like it appears they did on the Russian airliner. So we need to contain that, work with what allies we can find in that region, and build towards a place where we can find an alternative to Assad. But I hear a lot of people talk about how we don't have a strategy. And I've asked, okay, what should we do? And there is never an answer to that question that has immediate success, because we've tried a lot of different things. And actually, Tony Blair, I think, summed it up fairly well in an interview I saw where he was talking about the different governments that have broken down. In Iraq, we went all in. I think 150,000 troops at its peak, 10 years, spent a lot of money. That didn't work out very well. In Libya, we tried a lighter footprint. That didn't work out very well. In Syria, for a long time, we said not our problem, and that didn't work out very well. And I think what that says isn't that we've made a series of mistakes. I think what that says is that the problem in the sense that we could solve it and bring peace there tomorrow, is beyond our short-term ability to achieve. So what you need to do as a policymaker at that point is come up with the strategy that moves you in the right direction.
So, Senator McCain, I listened to all of this, but in the last 30 days, it seems to me it's changed fundamentally with both the Russian and Iranian presence on the battlefield in Syria. We kind of knew they were there, but it has changed in the last 30 days. So where do you come out on this? Do you go after each issue simultaneously? Do you prioritize? You can't do everything at once. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, if there's many more successes, boy, I'll tell you, we are really in trouble. The fact is we're losing. And the fact is to believe somehow that the United States of America, the most powerful nation in the world, with the best mind, the best military, can't defeat ISIS is something I categorically reject, number one. Number two is, first you have to kill them. And how do you kill them? And then we fight the ideological battle and restore their economies and reject Islamic extremism, etc. But first you kill them. Why are they doing so well? Why are they popping up every place over there in the Middle East? Because they're winning, and the perception that they are winning is drawing people from all over the world. And again, I categorically reject to think that this military could not defeat ISIS, and not in a relatively short period of time, is, in my view, you don't know the men and women in the military and the people that lead them. Second of all, what we need, By the way, what have the Russians achieved? Remarkable. They are now, for the first time since 1973, when Anwar Sadat threw the Russians out of Egypt, they're now major players in the Middle East. Second, they have secured their base that they were so concerned about. Third, they obviously are now able to call the shots pretty much militarily, and we are the ones who are worried about deconflicting, a new word for appeasement. So, and I want to go back another thing. You know, the thing that irritates me more than anything else from the left is this belief that we didn't have to leave troops behind, that we couldn't leave troops behind. That is a lie, because Lindsey Graham and I were in Baghdad when Maliki said, we'll take some troops, and we came back and they wouldn't tell them how many troops. It cascaded down to 3,500, which wasn't worth it. And the President of the United States then said that we're leaving behind a prosperous, free Iraq. The war is over. Al-Qaeda's on the run. Everything's fine. Some of you may remember the 2012 campaign. We could have left a force behind. It is a lie when someone says they couldn't have. Why do I feel emotionally about that? Because so many people, and some of them are friends of mine, have died because of it. So what do we need to do? We need to get more forward air controllers. Anybody here in the military will tell you you need forward air controllers on the ground. We need more trainers. We need people who are embedded with these Iraqi units that we're trying to rebuild, which totally collapsed. And when American trainers and advisors are on the ground with them, they fight very differently. That's just a fact. And then we have to have the kind of campaign where we really go after targets. Right now, if you ask our pilots who are flying these sorties, more often than not, they have to get approval all the way from the Pentagon to launch a strike, to strike a target. It is so reminiscent of the days of Robert Strange McNamara. And so, and frankly, if we can develop a strategy with the strongest nation on earth, and I just want to mention that we keep throwing up Libya. Libya was a failure. My friends, we didn't lose a single military person in Libya. We stopped Gaddafi from the gates of Benghazi, where he was going to kill thousands of people, and then we walked away. If we had walked away from Korea after the Korean War was over, if we had walked away from Germany or Japan after that was over, if we'd have walked away from Bosnia. Instead, we killed Gaddafi and we walked away. Lindsey Graham and I and Joe Lieberman begged them. We begged them to say, look, help them build a nation, get those weapons caches under control, get some confidence building in there, help them, help them. They've never known democracy, and we walked away. So don't blame the military side of it. Blame the fact that once we killed Gaddafi, this administration thought it was over.
Michelle and Eric, let me go to you for a minute, because as with a little time and distance from your government service and as students of history here, I wonder how much of this is a perception that, and whether it's true or not is the question, that the American public, after the events of so many years, is just not going to be supportive of another era of vast military deployments. How much is that influencing, do you think, whether you are left, right, Democrat, or Republican, how much is that perception of American distaste for massive military deployments, perception of it, guiding national policy right now?
You know, I do think that certainly there is a perception, and that the American people are sort of weary of large-scale interventions. But at the same time, I think most of the Americans I talk to, they see ISIS, what's the brutality of ISIS on the nightly news. They see what's happening with Russia. They see what's happening in the South China Sea. And, I think Americans have always been reluctant, warriors, if you will, and rightly so. I mean, if there are other ways to solve the problem, why wouldn't we pursue those? But when the president or their leadership makes a compelling case to them about how this affects American interests, and how a strategy that's being presented is going to address the problem, they usually rally and support that. So I think it's a bit of an excuse. It's real. You poll people, would you like to go to war again in the Middle East? Of course they're going to say no. But if you present them with a strategy that says, here's the threat from ISIS, and this is serious, here are the things that we have to do to better support our partners in the region. Because it's true, America, we can't, yes, we could go in and launch military operations and make progress against ISIS, but if you're actually going to ensure they don't come back, and there's a different kind of governance in the territory you take away from them, it's got to be about empowering the partners. So we can't do it ourselves, but our partners can't do it without us. And we have to do much more to find and empower those partners. I think if you make the case to the American people and the American Congress, we have 2 members here, I think if you make the case to them, you could win support. So I don't think that ultimately is, a constraint that, should prevent us from doing what we can and doing more to be effective against ISIS.
Could I just mention one example? Srebrenica. After the massacre at Srebrenica, President Bill Clinton, working in a bipartisan fashion, came to Congress, and we had vigorous debate, and there was a lot of Republicans and Democrats who were against it. But with President Clinton's leadership and the support of brave people like then leader Bob Dole, we passed legislation which authorized us to go in and fight that fight. And I think, in retrospect, it was really the right thing to do. That's what we need, is a president who will tell the American people why this has to happen, why we can't sit by and send 50 special forces in and expect that to make an iota of difference.
So Eric, as a longtime ambassador, and you understand diplomacy so well, then, given all of this, did it just take another turn on the battlefield in the last month or so with the Russian and Iranian presence growing so significantly? And they're out there, by all accounts, influencing events, to say the least.
No, Barbara, I agree with that, and I agree with what Secretary Carter just said at lunch, which in the case of the Russians, this is pouring gasoline on the fire. I mean, I think the Iranians are pouring gasoline on the fire as well. But I don't think that means that, the United States doesn't have things that it could do. And I agree very much with what Michelle said about public opinion and Senator McCain. I mean, first of all, I think polling data is pretty clear that the public has become quite aware of the threat that ISIL represents. That's, I think, quite important. Secondly, I think there are any number of studies of public opinion that shows the public is much more tolerant than we tend to be. That is to say, sort of the class of people who follow these issues for the use of military force, as long as they believe that it's serving a purpose and it's executing a strategy and that the United States is accomplishing something. What the public doesn't have a lot of appetite for is endless interventions that don't seem to advance the issue at all. And I think it's really not so mysterious in terms of what it might take to defeat ISIL. In another context, Michelle and I are part of a project where we got a briefing from Will McCants of the Brookings Institution, who's just written a book called The ISIS Apocalypse about the history of the rise of ISIS, the development of its ideology and its view of the world, and I commend it to people. It's a terrific book. And Will points out that in places where ISIL-like movements, that is to say Islamist proto-states or states, have been defeated, the Taliban in Afghanistan, al-Shabaab in Somalia, and the al-Qaeda in Iraq during the surge, there were 3 basic things that happened. One, they had to deal with fickle tribal allies who defected. 2, they had pissed off local populations. Pissed off is a military technical term. And they had powerful outside state enemies. Us, but not necessarily us, could be others. In the case of Somalia, it was Ugandan and Kenyan peacekeepers largely who administered the defeat to al-Shabaab. And I think if we think about how we apply our resources and those of our allies to accomplishing those ends, we can actually defeat ISIL as Dave Petraeus and Ryan Crocker and all of the men and women who were part of the surge did in Iraq from 2007 to 2008. But it's going to take that kind of concentrated effort and an effort to explain that to the American people.
Yes, please, sir.
Unfortunately, I just disagree with I mean, I think it's an entirely different situation, what we're dealing with in Iraq. And the surge was important, without question, but there are two other things that were really important. One was that Sunnis in Iraq were willing to fight al-Qaeda. And they were willing to fight al-Qaeda because at that point they still believed that the Baghdad government was a reasonable alternative. It also, part of the thing with the surge was it happened after a whole lot of ethnic cleansing had already taken place. And folks who've been involved in Iraq, I mean, Sunni and Shia, that divide during the first 5 or 6 years of the war, there had been on both sides death squads and divisions, and it had divided that up. The question, the problem I have here is, if we in the U.S. decide militarily we're just going to go in and win this, who are our partners? Okay, we're fighting ISIL. Who else are we fighting, and who are we fighting with? If we go diving in there, are we fighting with the Russians and the Iranians? They're fighting ISIL. And if we're not fighting with the Russians and the Iranians, then how does that work? Are we fighting with the Baghdad government against ISIL? And if we are, then Sunnis the world over are going to be that much more united against us, because all they've seen out of the Baghdad government is Sunnis being executed, frankly. I think Michelle makes the point. If we can make the case to the American people that we have a clear strategy, that military might is going to move us forward in a positive direction, then I think the American people will support us. That case, I don't think, is there to be made in this region. And I realize the other 3 people on this panel disagree with me on that. But everything that's going on there, to drop us in the middle, the Russians are going to get a big benefit out of what they're doing. Well, we'll wait and see. They haven't gotten it yet, except for one terrorist attack against them. So I don't see that the Russians understand exactly the mess that they're diving into. And they're controlling the battle space. Yeah, they've gotten in there, but ISIS and al-Nusra and all these other groups are still controlling a hell of a lot of land, and I haven't seen Russia, I mean, maybe there's briefings that I haven't heard, I haven't seen Russia or Iran, for that matter, shifting the battle in any significant way other than to maintain the stalemate.
I think we have to understand Vladimir Putin's ambition. 1, the naval bases I mentioned. 2, is to play a major role in the region. 3, to keep Bashar Assad or one of his stooges in power. And he is achieving all of those. He doesn't necessarily want to control all of Syria, but he wants to make sure that he controls the area that ensures that he has those areas of control.
And that's an achievable goal. That's small and very straightforward.
Sure, and he props up the guy, I say with great respect, that has killed 240,000 of their citizens, and that's okay?
No.
And no, it's not okay. Then if it's not okay, then we ought to do something about it. And by the way, even Hillary Clinton, along with David Petraeus, has said we should have the no-fly zone, and a place where we can train and equip, and a place where we can have refuge for some of these refugees that are now flooding in Europe. But to think somehow this myth that Vladimir Putin is in a quagmire, he's doing just fine. He is achieving his objectives just as he has in Ukraine as well, while we refuse to give the Ukrainians weapons to defend themselves.
And I agree with you on that.
Barbara, if I could. Barbara, could I?
One second. Chair's prerogative. Everybody in the audience, start thinking of your questions. I know we have microphones out there, and I suspect there's a lot of questions. And if there aren't a lot of questions, we're all just going to call on you and make you ask us questions. So
I don't think that's a danger.
We'll get the microphones lined up and start making your presence visible to me.
Barbara, I'd like to, Ranking Member Smith has, I think, outlined very well the incredible complexities of this situation and the potential dangers of action, and has suggested we should wait and see. I would submit, though, that there are also very, very real dangers that have to be weighed to
I have
inaction.
not suggested that we should wait and see.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
be clear about that.
Okay.
But I've suggested that dropping down a whole bunch of U.S. troops and saying our military might is stronger than theirs, so we can win, let's go win,
So
is a
would
mistake.
the
But I don't think I
conversation-
suggested that, so just to be
Others
clear, well, I'm not responsible for them, only for my own words. So
And I was worried how we'd fill the time.
the point here is inaction has costs as well. Inaction since the revolt broke out in March of 2011 has led to 300,000 dead Syrians, 4 million internally displaced Syrians, 4 million Syrians banging on, and other refugees banging on Europe's doorstep and threatening to overwhelm the European Union.
Critical point. So if we had acted then, with everything that's happened, with all the surrounding regions, you really believe that we could have stopped the chaos in Syria?
I believe
Absolutely.
not acting has limited our options and made them worse over time, not better. And that earlier action could have changed the equation and could have possibly led to Assad's exit earlier.
Possibly.
You can't prove that.
No, we can't prove it either way.
Neither
I
way.
grant you that,
That's
but it's
right.
a pretty chaotic region, and it seems unlikely to me.
So reporters love to ask our elected representatives hypothetical questions. They've never heard hypotheticals from reporters before, either of them. So let me try this out.
Is it 67 degrees here, I hope?
I wonder, and of course, to take a sober moment, our hearts do go out to those Russian families. But would the debate, and this is very hypothetical, and we want to be sensitive to those families, would the debate in this country have suddenly shifted if that was an American airliner?
Well, I think,
Yes.
I don't think we have to ask the question. I think that debate has happened. We are as worried about ISIS as we are about Al-Qaeda.
Maybe in Washington, but when we're talking about public appetite, public perception, your constituents, let me put it to you that way. Your constituents, I want to hear. Senator McCain, we'll start with you. I'll come back to you, Congressman.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean,
and that's how you shut down a reporter.
Clearly, it would have changed the debate. But we're not arguing about whether or not we should act against ISIS. We're arguing about what the best way to act against ISIS is, and not to create more terrorists that we have to deal with in terms of how it grew up. I mean, you can make the argument that all these terrorist groups grew up because we didn't act. But going back, we fully funded the Mujahideen for a hell of a long time. You can make the argument that we kickstarted them by deciding that defeating the Soviets was worth funding, Osama bin Laden and all these other people. So this notion that somehow, if we act, it necessarily leads to a positive outcome is the one that I'm rejecting. It matters how we act.
All right, Michelle, and let me see some hands out there, people.
I just want to raise one dimension of the ISIS threat that we haven't touched on, and that is the one that touches us closest to home, which is their use of social media to radicalize and mobilize lone wolf attackers who've actually launched attacks in almost a dozen countries now. Every day, ISIL puts out 90,000 social media posts per day, every day. It's a huge amount. We currently have, the FBI has currently got active ISIS investigations in every one of the 50 states of the United States of America. People who are going online, who are engaging, and who are contemplating some joining or being part of the movement. That is the part of ISIS that is most dangerous to us at the homeland, and we really do not have a strategy for dealing with that aspect.
All right, so the usual caveats everyone in this room knows. Please make it a question and direct it to someone if you wish specifically. I already see a very long line, and we have 16 minutes and 31 seconds left, so we want to get everybody in. So nice, short, sharp questions. If you can bring yourselves to do that, we think it'd be great for everybody. Ma'am, we'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Kenna Tunis, and I attend Marquette University. I'm an undergrad student. first of all, I would just like to say it's such an honor to address all of you. I have a question about Assad and Russia. I completely agree that it's very important to take down the Assad regime. I would argue that Syria right now is a failed state, and if we were to take out Assad, there are so many extremist groups that I find it would be difficult to create a government structure there. So my question to you is, how, if we took down Assad, what would the next step be in creating structure there? And secondly, Russia is clearly in support of Assad, and so we might make an enemy out of them, so what would you do about that?
So we'll have one person take that on and move on to the next. Who'd like to go?
That's everybody looking at me.
You are the ambassador
I'm the
to the
diplomat,
neighboring,
right?
Country.
Well, look, I mean, I think basically there are two ways that Assad ends up going. One is through some kind of negotiation. And I think if we end up with any kind of negotiated settlement, it will only come about if we have changed the dynamic on the battlefield. If the Russians have any interest in a negotiated settlement, what they're doing now is clearly preparing the ground for that by the intervention that they've launched, and try and improve the negotiating situation for the point that when they get to it, we have to obviously do something similar. I think Michelle and I are on the same wavelength. She was talking about putting more cards in our hand, and that's, I think, I agree with that. We should be under no illusions, I think, if we end up with that kind of settlement after 300,000 people killed and 8 million refugees. The international community is going to have to stabilize that situation with some kind of stabilization force, and I don't think that will happen unless, I think history shows that will not happen unless there is a sizable U.S. involvement in that, command and control, et cetera. The other way that it happens is if things just completely spin out of control in Syria and it gets so bad that even Iranian and Russian intervention aren't enough to preserve Assad, in which case you get that kind of Hobbesian state of nature that you already seem to have in Syria, where life is nasty, brutish, and short for most people, which is why they're leaving. Those, I think, are the real options.
Okay. Sir?
First off, let me say it's an honor and a privilege to pose a question to the panel. My name is Harris Valle. I'm a U.S. Army sequestered soldier and a current graduate student of security intelligence at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott, Arizona. My question here is that the panel's on ISIS and Iran, and we have a similar interest in defeating ISIS because ISIS has claimed war on Shia Islam and also Sunni Arabs who do not follow in their path. And we've been at odds with Iran because we overthrew their first democratically elected prime minister in 1953, who was Mohammad Mossadegh. And we saw that with the Iranian Revolution in 1979, and there still is a hatred for the United States. My question is there an opportunity here to reconcile with Iran in defeating ISIS? And should we, is it in the best interest of the American people and of our own national security to do that?
I'm assuming you'd like to hear from your elected representative?
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Look, reconciling with Iran is not going to happen in the short term. It's not a matter of that. I do think that interesting article in Iran in Time magazine about how to some degree the hardliners are already losing. Culturally, there's more, basically as long as people shut up and don't say anything about the government, they're allowing them to do whatever they want. And that's not good, don't get me wrong. That's still a totalitarian regime. But the Iranian people are moving inexorably away from the 1979 revolution. And I think we would be stupid if we didn't look for ways to exploit that, if we didn't look for ways to encourage those Iranian people and try not to come into too much conflict with Iran if we can avoid it. And hopefully spur on this change that is happening. How far will it go? Will the hardliners find a way to win out? I don't know, but I think there is an opportunity there. It's sort of above my pay grade to figure out how exactly to take advantage of it, but I think we should look at ways to do that.
Can I just add, I don't disagree with the fact of keeping, supporting the eventual change of heart of the Iranian people vis-a-vis their own regime. But I do believe that, Iran directly supports terrorism that's antithetical to our interests throughout the region. They are fomenting a sectarian war They are trying to expand their influence, and I do think it's in our interest to ensure that even as we try to enforce the nuclear agreement and ensure they don't cheat, we also stand up to that support and push back, working closely with our Gulf allies, with Israel, to make sure that Iran's nefarious activities, when they act badly in the region, they meet resistance and they're pushed back. And that's really about countering the regime and not the Iranian people, but the regime.
Sir?
Thank you all for speaking to us today. My question is about Yemen. It's a little south of Syria. Insurgency seizing control of large areas of the country, and a Saudi-backed dictatorship with a questionable human rights record. I was wondering if, I guess, anybody on the committee wanted to talk a little bit about the discussion in Washington over what actions, if possible, any actions could be taken in Yemen.
Who'd like to jump in?
Well, I mean, that certainly points up the complexity of the region. I mean, if the tragedy in Syria is a tragedy that we should get involved in, why shouldn't we get involved in Yemen? You know, I mean, we're involved there now trying to contain al-Qaeda in small numbers, but we certainly aren't trying to stop, you know, that civil war. So I think it's an excellent point about the complexity of the region and why we have to be cautious about thinking that we can just step in there and solve this problem. We have to be involved, but, you know, we have to be mindful that, you know, our involvement is not necessarily going to stop the type of killing that's going on in Yemen or in Syria, for that matter.
This brings us back to Iranian behavior. It's the Iranians that are arming, training, and equipping the Houthis who are, until the Saudis intervened, were about to take over the whole country. And if you don't care about Yemen, take a look at a map and see where Yemen is on one of the most important waterways on Earth. It's all got to do with Iranian behavior, whether it be there, whether it be their now control they have in Iran, control in Lebanon, and obviously control in Syria. They are achieving many of their goals. Putin wants, with his airstrikes against the moderates that are left, he wants to present us with two choices. One, either support Bashar Assad, or two, support ISIS. That way, when you get rid of the moderates, that's the choice. Cyber, could I just mention Admiral Rogers is here, really a smart guy. And on this whole issue of the use of cyber, one of the most disturbing comments that I've heard in a long time that I do not disagree with is when Admiral Rogers said, "We don't know what we don't know." The whole issue of cyber is going to dominate, in my view, our debate in Congress and well into the future.
Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Thomas Molina, and I'm an undergraduate at Marquette also. It's evident that the situation in Syria is a quagmire. Millions have been displaced, either internally or externally, while hundreds of thousands have been killed in barbaric ways, including an alumni from my university, James Foley. With Saudi Arabia having the third largest defense budget in the world, should the United States be placing more pressure on our regional allies to take the initiative and lead the battle against these extremists? And if so, why haven't they? And I'd like to direct the question at Senator McCain.
Well, first of all, because we haven't led, and second of all, because the Saudis don't trust us. Saudi aircraft were on the runway ready to strike Syria over the chemical weapons issue when they saw on CNN that we were not going to do that. That's why the king of Saudi Arabia went to Moscow. That's why the Saudis have now ordered $9 billion worth of Russian military equipment, is because they don't trust us. They don't believe that we're going to be there. And if I were sitting in Riyadh, I would think exactly the same thing. So yes, the Saudis will join with us, so would other countries, but we have to lead. And this idea that somehow we expect other countries to lead is really fun, and it's platitudes, and it sounds great at the Rotary Club. But there's only one nation that can lead in this world, and that's the United States of America, and we haven't. And these things that have happened, as I said in the beginning, the chaos and turmoil, the likes of which the world has never seen, did not happen by accident. It was a failure of leadership.
And the only thing I'll say to that is the U.S. It's a lot trickier for the U.S. to lead in the Muslim world. They don't like us, to put it mildly, and that is pretty much universal. And us showing up and saying, we're going to fix your problems, leads to more problems, which is why I think it is more difficult to show up there than it would be even in Kosovo or any of these other places. And that's the complexity that we've had brought out with what's going on between the Iranians, between the Shia and the Sunni, and all of that. And if we just drop ourselves down in the middle of it and think we can fix it, I don't believe that our failure in Iraq was that we didn't stay long enough or didn't put enough money into it. I think it was thinking that we could show up and tell the people of Iraq how they were going to run a government.
I just respectfully disagree. We've had close relations with all of those Sunni Arab countries for many, many years, back when President Roosevelt and the King of Saudi Arabia established a relationship. To think that we have not had a close relationship with these countries is just, and we still do. And now they don't, that's when they trust us, and now they don't trust us.
Okay?
Okay?
15 of the 19
they don't trust us.
hijackers were Saudi Arabians. How much have Saudi Arabians funded the very jihad that we are fighting against?
They have funded a lot, my friend. In
Yes.
fact, they are fighting right now in Yemen, where we should have been helping the government of
I'm
Yemen.
not talking about the government. I'm
doing-
talking about the religion that they allow to exist in Saudi Arabia that has funded a lot of the people who are fighting for ISIL, that are fighting for Al-Qaeda.
It's hard for me to respond to something that delusional. That's what the
So
that's
you
what
don't-
that's
you
the
don't-
same attitude the President of the United States has. Congratulations.
You don't think people in Saudi Arabia are funding extremists?
I know that it has been reduced dramatically, okay? And I know that other countries are too.
It's been reduced dramatically, so it's not delusional.
I'd say that it's about been eradicated, okay? That's what I'd say, and I can prove it.
Diplomacy is going to step in. Ambassador Edelman would like to say something.
I just would like to make one point, which is that there are still plenty of other things that can happen out there, and we have to be thinking about them very carefully. The refugee flows from Syria have heavily burdened the neighboring states, and many of those states are close and good allies of the United States. Jordan, the Kingdom of Jordan, and the Republic of Turkey. And as a former U.S. ambassador to Turkey, I can tell you I think that country is tottering very much on the brink, potentially, of a civil war that will be even more complex than what we've seen in Syria, because it would be Turks versus Kurds, Sunnis versus Alevis, which are 20% of the Turkish population, Islamists versus secularists, and even between and among the Islamists, there are armed groups in opposition. If you think Syria is bad, I promise you a civil war in Turkey is worse in a much larger country that is closer to Europe. And unless we find some way to use our leadership to galvanize both the government of Turkey, our other regional allies, to cauterize this thing, there's worse potentially yet to come.
I think I was over on this side, I hope. Sir?
Hi, my name is Sheikh Katiri. I'm an international student from Iran attending Arizona State University. Senator McCain, we're ahead of Washington State right now. My question is, I'm a former fighter in the Green Movement in Iran in 2009, and currently I serve as the national coordinator, college coordinator for National Union for Democracy in Iran. My question is, what is the long-term objective in regards to the current regime in Iran? What should it be idealistically, and what do you expect from us, the Iranian opposition in the United States and in West? What do you expect of us to do as the U.S. government? And for Congressman Smith, totally different question is, the United States has the greatest military capability and the greatest economy, the strongest economy in the world. Why should we be cautious of Iran and Russia's reaction to us instead of them being cautious of our confronting us?
Could I just say for a second, I have the greatest respect and appreciation for Congressman Smith. We worked together on the Defense Authorization Bill. We have spirited discussions, but I respect and appreciate the role he plays on the House Armed Services Committee, and I enjoy doing combat with him. So please do not interpret our exchanges as if there isn't personal respect and professional respect, I believe, on both sides of us. As far as Iraq is concerned, have no doubt the Iranian influence is significant. One of the best examples of that is the Russian aircraft overflying Iraq, as you know, on the way to delivering huge amounts of supplies and equipment and people into Syria. We went to the Abadi, the Prime Minister of Iraq, and said, we stopped these overflights, and there was nothing happened. There's no doubt that the Shia militia are very influential in the battlefield, which of course makes the Sunni areas much more difficult, as Eric just said, for them to have success. So I think that Iraq is in serious trouble economically. I think that they're in serious trouble politically. And I also think that these divisions between Shia, Sunni, and Kurds is going to be a long time before those relationships are sorted out. And it could be a really genuine effort on the part of the Kurds to establish their own country. And that has a lot of problems associated with it.
I completely agree with what Senator McCain just said. And also, that's the complexity of the situation. And let me just also say that Senator McCain is a great chairman. I worked with him when he was the ranking member. And we get to work in the National Defense Authorizing Act every year together. And it's an honor to be able to work with Senator McCain. He brings a perspective and a dedication to so many defense issues that it's great working with him. And we just have spirit and disagreements, that's all. As far as Iran and Russia are concerned, I don't think that we should be more concerned about their reaction than they should be about ours. Nor do I think, however, we should lash out just to prove that we can, if it's not in our best interest and if it doesn't lead to a positive result. And that's the problem. I mean, Russia and Iran have different interests in that region than we do. Frankly, they have more achievable interests in that region than we do, and I could go on a great length and explain that, but I'll just do it this way. We've heard today that I think there are two clear things that we want to achieve. We think Assad is a brutal tyrant who does not have a right to rule Syria, and I completely agree with that. We also think that ISIL needs to be defeated. ISIL is trying to defeat Assad. So there's a little bit of a contradiction there. So should we throw all of our forces in behind trying to defeat Assad? And where does ISIL fit into that? Should we throw all of our forces in trying to defeat ISIL while Iran and Russia are trying to do the same? And how do we fit into that? So it is not a matter of us saying, oh gosh, we don't want to upset the Iranians or upset the Russians. I don't care if we upset them. If it is in our national interest to do so, and if we are doing so in a way that achieves clear strategic or even tactical objectives. We just have to be clear about that rather important point.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Jake Stockman, University of Wisconsin. So Lebanon is a small but geostrategically important country. It has a tenuous multi-ethnic balance, and they're facing a lot of distress based on the number of displaced people entering the country. Of course, with the Iranian support for Hezbollah, as well as the overall instability in the region, I'm concerned about the future for Lebanon, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion on exactly what we should do to make sure that Lebanon remains stable.
Well, Michelle has been involved in Lebanon for many years. I would just like to say that it's a failed state. We know that Hezbollah now controls the country. We know that the thousands of fighters from Hezbollah have gone into Iran, and they are basically a failed state, which also there's been some renewed activity on the Golan and with Lebanon and the Hezbollah, and some ISIS activities into Israel as well. I think it's a very, very explosive situation there. Michelle, I don't know.
No, I would simply say I agree. I think, when you look at Lebanon, Turkey, Jordan, they're all fragile for different reasons, and the pressure that's being put on them by the refugee flows is pretty overwhelming. I think there are a number of things that we can and should do in the near term in terms of, assistance, showing more leadership and taking more refugees in the United States. Historically, the United States has taken half of the UN sort of goal. We're doing nothing near that at present. I think there's more that we could do to shore up these border states, but fundamentally, as long as the Assad regime remains in place, you're going to have people fleeing that country because it's a regime that is attacking its own people. As long as the Assad regime is in place, ISIS will have momentum. ISIS will have recruits because that's what's drawing people to Syria to fight. I don't believe that a large-scale U.S. conventional military intervention is the answer. I do believe that we need to do more to enable the forces on the ground that are against ISIS and against the regime to hold more territory, regain more territory, and be more successful so that we can eventually negotiate a solution. But there's nothing easy about this. But I think it will require more U.S. involvement supporting partners in the region and partners on the ground if we're going to, eventually move towards some kind of transition.
We're coming
Could
down
I just
to
mention there's more Syrian kids in school in Lebanon today than Lebanese kids. Can you imagine?
We're going to be coming down to the last few minutes, so I want to get the last three folks in definitely, and then a couple of wrap-ups. Ma'am?
Good afternoon, and I'd like to thank the panel for their service to this country. Thank you very much. My name is Lydia Galowski. I work for North American Controls. We're a small defense contractor in Shelby Township, Michigan. We make light armored vehicle parts for the Stryker vehicle and the Abrams vehicle. My question is, first of all, I wanted to thank Senator McCain for his, I'm also Ukrainian. I'd like to thank Senator McCain for standing with the Ukrainians in the Maidan and for supporting the democratic values and the fight for independence that continues in Ukraine. Maybe I'm a naive American citizen, but I feel I have the right to ask this question. How does our government, first of all, formulate and then articulate a strategy to the American people that we can understand and see what direction we are going in? For example, with Ukraine. Congressman Smith and Senator McCain both agree that defensive weapons should be provided for Ukraine. That is part of a strategy. It is something that is the opinion, I think, of the entire Congress. So how, as an American citizen, also of Ukrainian descent, how do we view then, what is the strategy of the United States to Ukraine?
I think the strategy should be to provide them weapons with which to defend themselves. And as important, two other things are important. One, their economy is in terrible shape and they're going to need help there. But third of all, I have to tell you, as much as I love Ukraine, they are not showing improvements against corruption. And unless they take serious actions against corruption, it's going to be very difficult for the Ukrainian government to maintain control of the people of Ukraine. That has got to happen, and I'm sorry to say it's not happening.
And I agree completely with that. The only thing I would add into the broader strategy is, Putin will push as far as he thinks we'll let him. And if we don't raise the price of what he's doing in Ukraine, that makes it more likely that he will push further elsewhere in Eastern Europe. That's the strategy. Raise the cost of what he's doing in the Ukraine so that he doesn't think that it's cheap to do it elsewhere.
Thank you.
So you see, I'm not a pacifist. I'm not saying don't get involved. I'm just saying have a strategy. That's
Ma'am, let's get the last two folks in. And
I'm Helena Bellion, and I'm a private citizen asking this question. It was for the first time I heard they don't like us. Okay, I'm going to bring it down to a more micro thing. First time I heard Islam and Muslim put together, those two words, just a few minutes ago. The extreme Muslims are laughing at us. Why are we penalizing our military that are over there for putting our values on our basis and upholding them? It seems like we are holding, a gun to our own military's head, saying that you cannot do this because it will offend somebody else. So, they're really they're really thinking we're not going to do anything. We can't do anything. And I'm talking about, you know, the Muslims raping little boys and girls and everything else on our base. And then we don't do anything about it, and we penalize the military person that does do something. So it makes you wonder, what's going on?
You're absolutely right.
So, is that all we got to say? That's it.
Well,
Right.
no,
I mean, there's got to be something.
Okay,
Here
I'll
we are,
I'll give you one response that you're not going to like. When we have a military base in a country to some degree, and we have solemn agreements with them, and these agreements are written out, there are a lot of times we do respect the customs in those countries.
On
now,
our basis?
You may not like the answer, ma'am, but you let me finish the answer, okay? So there is no raping of children going on at an American military base. Now, it is going on in Afghan society. It's going on in literally many other nations in the world, and we abhor it, and we think it's terrible, and we should do everything we can to stop it. But there are certain customs that when we make agreements that we establish a base somewhere, that we do respect some of their customs as they are expected to respect ours.
But it's our military base over there, right?
Ma'am,
I mean,
it's their
country.
It's
their
their
country, but it's our base, right? So we uphold our values on our base.
I'll say as a reporter, and we don't want to shut down anyone's personal opinions here, so let's be very clear, we're not doing that. But as a reporter covering the U.S. military for many, many, many years, I think that what you're talking about are things that have gone on in countries where there are U.S. military bases, but it is happening not on the bases, it is happening out in society. I don't know of any instance where a child has been raped on a U.S. military base, and if you have that information, I think you should absolutely bring it to the attention of the Pentagon, because I think they would want to know.
Oh, it is. And the military person who knocked the guy down, telling me he could not do it.
But that was not on a base.
It was on the base.
It was not on a base.
But thank you. We appreciate the question. We do. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Michelle Moons. I'm with Breitbart News. I have a question regarding, so there's the mass migration crisis going on overseas, and then we're seeing also that the U.S. is taking tens of thousands of what are being deemed as refugees, but we know a lot of them are ending up in countries they're supposed to stay in the country, like Turkey or the closest safe country, but then some are moving on to Europe and other places as economic migrants. Then we see people coming here. Do you see that as a threat to national security as well, as we see people coming across our borders one way or another, and people that are going through refugee status? So for example, I live in San Diego. There's this large contingent of refugees, the Somali community, for example, in San Diego, in City Heights. And you see again and again, you'll watch FBI press releases that talk about Al-Shabaab, Al-Shabaab, Al-Shabaab from Somalia.
Not to cut you off, but I think I get the gist.
I
have a large Somali community in my area as well. Let me answer it this way.
Yes.
And I think this comes back to something that Michelle said earlier about how ISIS is using social media to radicalize lone wolves. I don't really think that there is any greater threat from the refugee population than there is from people who grew up in America. A lot of the people who have been radicalized, a lot of those investigations are Americans who have been, they're Muslim or they converted to it. So I don't think that it is a greater national security threat coming from that refugee population. I think the larger problem is the one Michelle said, and that is the use of social media to radicalize anybody in the U.S. And how do you possibly contain that and track that and make sure that it doesn't happen?
But we've seen many instances like the Boston bombers who were getting U.S. citizenship. One of them had gotten citizenship on, I think it was 9/11/2012 or something like that, and the other one was in the process when the Boston bombing happened. And I hear it again and again because I track this stuff, right? I mean, for
but
the
the
news.
vast majority of domestic terrorists are not refugees or recent immigrants.
Right, that's my point. Yes, some.
How do you address filtering, because there are people coming with ill intent to the U.S., whether or not, I mean, we can disagree or agree over whether that's the majority, but the ones that do come and are getting U.S. citizenship they're being given U.S. citizenship and then committing acts of terrorism.
Well, they're not actually.
I think
a few,
the congressman's
perhaps,
addressing this.
A few, perhaps, but to say that those who are getting U.S. citizenship are committing acts of terrorism, you know, it is a small percentage. And the point that Michelle makes is that statistically, it's not any more likely to happen amongst the refugee population than it is amongst the general population. So if we, in fact, focus laser-like on the refugee population, then we're going to miss a lot of threats.
I agree.
But that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm talking about the ones that are.
Go ahead, Senator McCain. And then we're going to move on.
Real quick, I think that the point is well made about this recruiting of people and motivating people through the use of the internet and taking them directly to a secure site so they can further incentivize them is the greatest problem. But I will also say this. If I were Mr. Baghdadi and all these thousands of people are leaving, I would call in a few of my guys and say, join the refugee flow and contact us when you get to fill in the blank.
All right, we're going to make Michelle's comment the last one from the panel on this.
Just to reassure you, I mean, one of the reasons why the refugee flow to the United States has been so slow from anywhere in the Middle East is because of the extensive multi-agency vetting process that literally takes months, and if not years, for the people who get through to get through. So there is an extensive vetting process, and it's that vetting process that is making it slow and in some cases blocking people from coming because we just can't get enough information. But I think one of the great strengths of this nation is that we are an immigrant nation. I'd ask anybody here to raise their hand if their ancestors were immigrants to the United States. Maybe we have a few Native Americans here, but we're an immigrant nation. That diversity is part of our strength. The fact that we're able to assimilate refugees, immigrants into mainstream American society, gain their loyalty, gain their contributions to make us stronger economically and so many other ways, that's a strength. And we never want to lose that out of fear of a tiny, tiny percentage of that, somebody could creep in. So having a strong vetting process, absolutely. Having strong intelligence law enforcement efforts, absolutely. But I think it would be a terrible tragedy for us to develop an anti-refugee or anti-immigrant sentiment in this country, given our history and given that is has always been a comparative source of strength for us.
But not to worry, because we're going to build a wall and the Mexicans are going to pay for it.
Okay. You're not leaving. All right. Sir, the clock is at 0, but if you have a really quick question.
I do. I have a really quick question. It's about the replies that you were giving. There's no anti-immigrant situation here. They're talking about you taking in refugees from a country that you know right now that's overwhelmed with people that want to harm us. So going back to Syria, that's her question. That's what she's saying. And you answered to a degree by saying that you're going to vet the people that are coming over. And it's going to take years because you just don't want to open up your borders to a country that's at war right now with people that really want to harm you. Now, to your question, when you said that the threat is as great as the homegrown threat here, come on now. That's an exaggeration.
I'm sure there's a question in there.
I'm just saying, you haven't let any of the Syrians over.
Sir, tell me what your question is.
My question is
because
this.
I'm going to get the hook and I'm going to get yelled at.
You can go ahead and give me the hook, but anyway, my question was this. Your answer to her, you didn't address her question. You gave her an answer. She was saying the people that are coming over from Syria,
I got it.
They are you doing anything? Are you opening the border up? Are you addressing that issue?
Congressman Smith is up.
Two very quick things about that. First of all, what she said. Yes, we are addressing it. Second of all, it is wrong to say that the Syrian people are our enemy.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you've got a war going there.
You very specifically
You've got
did say
a war
that.
going there. If people there, and you're saying that
Right.
it's,
No, you very
it's a breeding ground for ISIL.
Sir, I listen. You very specifically said from a country that wants to harm us. Okay? And that's not correct.
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But ISIL is there. It's breeding there.
Right.
And now
And
whether
let me
you
just
want to call
try,
it Islam,
just
Muslim, or whatever.
Let's have Congressman
got it.
Smith answer,
I got
and
it.
then we will move on.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you.
I'll just take the prerogative and take the last word because they put me on this panel. Wasn't my choice. Somalia is a good example. There are, al-Shabaab's in Somalia. I have a very, very large Somalian population in my district. I don't think that that population is any greater threat than the broader population. And I guess all we have is facts, but those are the facts. And what you're saying is I'm wrong about that, and that if we're looking, we should look more closely at the Somali population because there are some bad people in Somalia.
She said better because
Yeah.
you cannot just.
Well, we are. I mean, that's why I started off by saying what she said.
By you vetting someone, you're admitting
Yes.
that there
I
is
think,
a greater
sir,
threat.
I think what we're really saying
No. Sorry.
Wait.
I'm sorry. I have to take this last logical point. We vet them before they come into the country. You're talking about, both of you were talking about once they're in the country. Okay?
No.
We vet them before they come in. Once they're in is what I'm talking about.
All right. We want everyone in this room treated absolutely respectfully, and everyone gets to offer their opinion. And I think what we're really reflecting for the gentleman now in the back of the room is in this election season, there is a lot, and we appreciate your all the questions and statements. There is, and what these two men already know, is there is a lot of voter concern about immigration as a policy and an issue, and I think we're seeing it here today. And now that Senator McCain has brought up the wall, I get to ask, now I get to ask what I really want to ask, and then we'll go. All right, Senator McCain, let's hear it.
I should have shut up.
Most secretaries of defense know that I will have a follow-up question.
All right.
All right, so seriously. As the one person, Congressman Smith, you've never run for president, is that correct?
Don't intend to, no.
Okay, so we only have one on the panel that knows what it's like to run for the President of the United States. When you look at the two front runners, and especially Donald Trump, and what he says about the military, and what he says about immigration, what concerns do you have that the two front runners in the Republican Party do have? I say this very delicately and accurately and very precisely. What concerns do you have that they have, both of them, a full understanding of national security and military issues at this time?
Well, frankly, I don't think either have much experience or background. But the issue that bothers me the most, because I believe in the party of Abraham Lincoln and Ronald Reagan, is that to say that we're going to take 11 million people, including children who were born here, which according to our Constitution are citizens, whether you happen to like that provision of our Constitution or not, and that we're going to deport all of them. I believe that anyone who's going to be elected President of the United States has to get a significant proportion of the Hispanic vote in this country. That's the demographics. You cannot, they're undeniable numbers. Like Ronald Reagan used to say, facts are stubborn things. And the fact is that if you alienate an entire portion of the American citizenry by appearing to be against our Hispanic citizens, then we don't win a presidential election. That bothers me as much as anything else. I pander, and we should pander to no one, but it is our obligation to reach out and understand the concerns and the hopes and dreams and aspirations of all of our citizens, no matter where they came from and no matter how long they've been here, as long as they are citizens.
And so, I will make the last question here. As far as I know, not only is Senator McCain the only person up here that's ever run for president, I think I'm fairly safe in saying he's the only veteran of Saturday Night Live. So, at 11:30 tonight, two questions. Will you be watching? And more specifically, what advice do you have for Donald Trump?
On my remote, I have a little button that says record. So I will not be up at 11:30 tonight, but I will watch it. Lorne Michaels, as you know, the longtime head of Saturday Night Live, has a great, great way of shaping skits. So you spend days there, and I'm confident that it'll be extremely entertaining because Saturday Night Live is unique and it's the best in the world.
Any advice for Donald Trump?
I gave up on that sometime.
I can't imagine why.
And I think we'll leave it there. Thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel Session 8, From Candidate to Commander-in-Chief, Lessons in Making the Transition. Please welcome former speechwriter to President Reagan and columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Ms. Peggy Noonan.
Yes, of course, of course. Right, of course. Thank you.
I'm surprised in today's day and age he had to do something like that.
Yeah.
Well, hello, everybody. This is our last panel of the day. We have all of us been waiting with great anticipation. I think our subject is pertinent, certainly to this moment, and our panelists are peerless. Our subject: we live, we know, and as we've been discussing today at previous panels, in a time of great turbulence and transition and tumult. We are also in the middle of a campaign at this time for the American presidency. The incumbent, as we know, is term limited. The next man or woman to rise to the office Mr. Obama holds will never have been a president before. He'll be a newbie, or she'll be a newbie. So how do candidates make the transition to the office of the president? How do they go from the campaign trail with its concerns about the 3rd Congressional District in New Hampshire and how is the 14th caucus site going to vote in Iowa? How do they go from those concerns to the concerns of a President of the United States and a Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States? So what do the candidates trying to be president need to do? What do they not know that they will soon find out? The one person who is a candidate will become president. Does anyone walking into this Oval Office really know what he or she needs to know? And how do you help a candidate make the transition from the campaign trail to the office of President of the United States? Everyone on this panel knows something about these questions, most of them quite personally. Ari Fleischer knows communications. He right now advises major corporations, including Major League Baseball. He is the former White House press secretary to George W. Bush, and he served before that as a spokesman during the historic 2000 recount. So Ari helped with the transition from the candidate to the president. Steve Hadley was a point man for national security for President Bush, and he was a national security advisor to candidate George W. Bush. He advised then Governor Bush on various national security issues when he was running for president. Steve is currently on the State Department's Foreign Affairs Policy Board, and he is a director of the Atlantic Council. Former Senator Jim Talent of Missouri has been a legislator with great expertise on both the House and the Senate Armed Services Committee. He advised Mitt Romney in 2012, and more recently in this cycle, Scott Walker. He has, between us, been talked about as a potential defense secretary in a future Republican administration, if there is a future Republican administration. Jay Johnson was—
Or if Jay becomes president, maybe he'll appoint me.
Well, there you go. Jay Johnson was part of President Obama's 2008 campaign transition team and part of his policy team also. He had broad experience the past few years as counsel for the Defense Department, counsel also for the Air Force. Since December 2013, he has been head of the Department of Homeland Security. So, gentlemen, you have all known candidates and presidents, and you have all but one of you seen the transition. So here is an opening question. It is based on an anecdote. In the 1960 campaign, John Kennedy that year had lambasted President Eisenhower and the Republicans in the Eisenhower administration. He said they were presiding, not governing. He said they weren't seeing to the essentials of statecraft. He said there was a missile gap with the Soviets. He pummeled them. Sometime after Mr. Kennedy became president, the story goes, a friend asked him in the Oval Office during a personal visit, "So Jack, is it as bad as you said?" And Jack Kennedy smiled and said, "No, it's so much worse." So he had been painting a bleak portrait of his predecessor's White House and came to think it was probably all in all bleaker than even he had said. So here is an opening question. I'm going to ask you to take it, Ari, and then we'll work our way down. Do it at a brisk pace, I would say. So here's the question. Tell us one big thing a candidate for president thinks he knows that on becoming president he finds out he didn't know or didn't know well enough.
Well, I think the first thing you have to do in order to go from the campaign to the White House is win the recount. Unless you're President Obama, and he proved you can actually do it a lot faster and easier. I think, frankly, it's what you all are talking about. I think the one thing that very few candidates know until they really get inside the White House is matters pertaining to intelligence and to defense. Because it doesn't matter what you've done really in government, there is nothing like the White House. There is nothing like the apparatus that surrounds a president to fully inform and brief. And you may think you know a lot from time on Capitol Hill, if you're a senator or a congressman. If you're a governor, you know even less. You may have a better capacity for decision making, I'd argue. But I think it's these very issues. And you need to learn that which you simplified the world to say the world looked like during a campaign is much more nuanced and much more complicated once you get into the White House.
Steve?
Well, we all have our JFK stories. So Richard Reeves wrote a biography of Kennedy in the late 70s, early 80s, and there's an anecdote in there that answers your question. Kennedy was, I think, 4 or 5 months in office, and if I remember the book correctly, Reeves asked him, "So what is the thing that most surprised you now that you're president?" And Kennedy's answer was, "What most surprised me is that I realized I had no idea what this office really is all about." And I think that's true of most everyone who becomes president. You can be a senator, a governor, a business person, a military person, but it is really a unique job, President of the United States. And of all the things the president does, I think being the commander-in-chief is that most unique thing, because that's something for which there is virtually no preparation. And it is one of the most important roles the president plays. And one of the things that happens in the campaign, I think that's why there's always a discussion about foreign policy and national security. I think it's less about the substance of that than more that is the setting where the American people can watch these candidates and try to visualize them in the office of commander-in-chief. Do they seem to have a vision for the country? Do they have a sense of, as President Reagan said, peace through strength is the basis for our approach to foreign policy? Do they have a sense of strategy? Do they know how to use the military instrument? And that's really what I think the American people are doing in that conversation, in debates or in speeches about national security and foreign policy. And the candidates need to understand that that is what is going on. That's really where they're auditioning for the role of commander-in-chief.
Do you think, though, Steve, you were there with George W. Bush. He's running for president. You are a national security advisor. You have a serious background, serious academic credentials. You're out on the campaign plane with him, and somehow he's never talking about national security issues or even foreign affairs when he's in a primary fight. He's talking all domestic. Doesn't it seem odd to you that the presidency is such a national security, foreign affairs job, and the American people don't make these guys talk about it?
Well, it comes in two ways. One, when the candidates, he or she, get to the presidential debates, there's at least one debate that is national security and foreign policy. Secondly, and so that's a forum where the American people will see the candidates debate. Secondly, almost every candidate does the mandatory foreign policy speech and national defense speech at some place that Ari tells them to go where the visuals will be good.
The Citadel.
That was ours. And that's, of course, where the candidate has an opportunity to present themselves to the American people and present their philosophy of foreign policy and national defense. So it does come up.
Yeah.
And, of course, there is a team that every candidate has that his real purpose is to try to prepare the candidate for those moments when national security and foreign policy become center stage.
Okay, Jim Talent.
Okay, my favorite story along those lines, which is where I thought that Kennedy story was going, is with Harry Truman. Truman, no accident, he's from Missouri. After the 48 campaign, he just lambasted Hoover in the 48 campaign. Just, of course, went after Hoover and what Hoover had done. And he and Hoover were actually pretty close friends. And while he was president, he'd ask Hoover to do a lot of things, send him on a lot of missions around the world. And so he called Hoover in again after he won and was going to ask him to do something. And Hoover said, I made up my mind that this time I was going to raise it with him, and he did. And he said, Mr. President, I just want you to know I really resented what you said about me. And Harry said, well, it was pretty bad. I almost didn't say it, but it didn't help with Hoover. I think a couple things. First of all, in the campaign, and I never was part of a transition to the presidency, okay, with my candidate, which was Mitt Romney in both 08 and 12. In the campaign, everything, the needs of the campaign are going to drive about everything, including the candidate, particularly once they're heavily into the campaign cycle. I've briefed a lot of candidates this time around, and particularly on national defense. I always try and get to them early, before they get pulled into the gravitational pull of the campaign, so they have time to consider some of the basic issues. I think the thing that they need to know, that because both for the campaign and for the presidency, that our system does not consistently enough help them understand, is the basic strategic level, both on foreign policy and defense policy. The strategic issues. What is America's mission in the world? What writ large is America doing? What interests are we? What are the vital national interests of the United States? How do you define? Those are presidential things. And then for the military, where does the military fit in the national security apparatus, which has been developed since World War II to protect those interests and accomplish those goals? And I think a real challenge we've had in this country since the end of the Cold War is a failure, and I'll say it's I think of all the presidents, and it's hard, to explain to the American people, to adapt the principles and policies of the Cold War to the post-Cold War era in a way that could answer those questions. So I tried to get them early and to get them to focus on that. The other reason being that those are the decisions that only a president can make.
Mm-hmm. Jay Johnson. So sorry.
Yeah, on that strategic level. And so I think, but generally speaking, Peggy, we do a poor job in this country, don't we, of preparing people to be the chief of state. I mean, it's not like the parliamentary systems where people have to work themselves up and have jobs that are usually closer and closer to the final job. I mean, you don't necessarily have that, particularly if you've been a governor, which many of our presidents have been.
Jay Johnson.
Well, Peggy, the first thing that occurs to me, sitting up here, having met Ari Fleischer for the first time in the flesh, I think back to the Bush 43 years, about all the times people would come up to me on the street, look at me and say, hey, aren't you the guy who's the White House press spokesman? And we are both from New York.
Your Secret Service detail did try to take me up.
Having been in the Clinton administration, the Obama campaign, the Obama transition, and now the Obama administration, in national security, I know that when you are in the Situation Room or the E-ring, there are so many really, really complicated national security issues where you benefit so much from the policy experts along the back wall in the Situation Room and their points of view and their experience, and the military leadership and their points of view and their experience. And there's just no way that a candidate for office, unless the candidate is the incumbent or perhaps the vice president or maybe a member of the Armed Services Committee, there's just no way a candidate and the candidate's advisors can come to the same equally informed national security positions. And so the best you can do as a candidate with your advisors is to not try to get so steeped into it that you get yourself all bollocksed up once you get into office. And the reality is that we have had elections where an incumbent who was steeped in foreign policy was defeated by a candidate who knew a fraction as much, 1992 being an example.
Yeah.
And by the end of Bill Clinton's presidency, he probably understood the world about as well as anybody. So I very much agree with the point that we should continue to have the foreign policy debates and presidential debates so that the American voters get to see and assess the candidate, to understand how that candidate might react to some really difficult foreign policy, national security issues. But I think the overarching test ought to be, because the candidate can't possibly appreciate everything that happens or is considered in the Situation Room, the best thing for the American voter to assess is, do I trust this person to wrestle with a really complicated foreign policy issue and come out the right way?
All right. What do you, I'm thinking about the amount of time that is given to foreign policy in a presidential campaign by our candidates. Let me just throw out a question that'll ask your opinion on this. Candidates for the past few decades have been surrounded by media. In our modern media environment, they're surrounded every second by 1 million young people with microphones and tape recorders. They are asked about discrete parts of our geopolitical reality. They're asked, Mr. Romney, how do you feel about Ukraine? What about Benghazi? What about ISIS? Hey, what are you going to do about Putin? Where do you stand on Assad? It's, what do you think of the refugee crisis? It's bip, 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 bip. It's discrete, separate questions. When was the last time a candidate for the presidency of the United States made a speech that was an overarching, this is my strategy speech? A speech in which he said, this is where America is right now. This is where the challenges it faces. This is where we want to be going. This is what I mean to do. Really strategic, really big. When was the last time it happened, and did it work?
Well, August 1st, 2007 comes to mind.
Go ahead.
Wilson Center, Senator Barack Obama, the war we need to win, where he laid out a strategy for ramping up in Afghanistan, focusing on al-Qaeda, closing Gitmo, and a number of other things, chronicled in Charlie Savage's book. That very plainly was the overarching vision for foreign policy that candidate Obama had.
Dealing with a certain part of the foreign policy picture, but perhaps suggesting an attitude that lets you infer more about where he stands on larger things. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Steve?
I think almost all the candidates try to do it. But strategic thinking is difficult, and you very quickly end up getting into sort of a laundry list of policy issues and where you are on those policy issues. And Jim Talent said something very important. You know, everyone says, well, this president maybe doesn't know foreign policy, but they'll surround themselves with terrific advisors, and that's a good thing. But, you know, any president turns out in the end to be the chief strategist for their administration. It is the president who has the broadest view and who everyone will look to set out that strategy. And that is why I think one of the things that the media needs to do in the debates is to try to get out of the particular. I remember President Bush was asked, who's the president of Pakistan? I mean, that's not what you hire a president for. What you hire a president for is, how do you see the world? This is a confusing world out there. Can you explain it simply to the American people and then say, what is your strategy? And what is strategy? Strategy is just saying, here's what we ought to try to achieve, and simply, here's how we're going to achieve it. That's where the president needs to play. And that's really what, in terms of the debates and speeches, that's really what you want to get a sense of the president. The second thing is, after the president's been in the Oval Office, or been in the Situation Room, and heard from all the policy experts, and knows what the options are, and then says, all right, thank you very much. I'm going to think about it overnight, and I'll call you in the morning. The most interesting thing is what happens between when the president leaves the Oval Office, the Situation Room, and then comes in the next morning and has a decision. The president at that point is taking all that information and putting in the context of the president's sense of history, of people, of politics, the president's own experience about life, experience with the national leaders that's involved. That's the most interesting part of the process, because that's where the president really comes to decisions. And again, that's why it's so important, as Jay Johnson said, American people need to get a sense of this person, and do they have a sense of history? What are their principles and priorities? And in those moments, how are they going to come out on the big issues that the country is going to face during the presidency?
See, I would argue that we haven't seen that speech, either from candidates or presidents. We have speeches, to be certain, about important operational questions, and those are, very good. That's what's on the mind of the American people. That's why presidents talk about the values that they want to pursue, freedom or peace or human rights. And I think it's been missing. I have urged my candidate principals to do it, and they never really did. You'd see pieces of speeches where they would advert to something. I think one of the reasons is that when you're in a campaign, it's the political objectives of the campaign that are driving what you choose to do. Now, honorable candidates, which I think is most of them, don't let the politics drive the actual positions that they take, but they do let the politics drive what they choose to talk about.
Yeah.
And generally, either the American people, until this campaign, really haven't been all that. I mean, if you poll where's national security and a priority, until the 2016 campaign, it wasn't very high, so you didn't talk much about national security issues in general. And then where it is high, it's because they're concerned about specific threats. They want to know what you're going to do about ISIS or Afghanistan or Iraq. And so the politics drives you to keeping it on that level. And I have tried, I have talked with people over the years about it will help you to address the strategic questions. It will give a consistency to everything you say in the campaign.
Yes.
And it's something you're going to have to do. I did say this to Governor Romney a lot, that if he won, and he didn't do it in the campaign, he was going to have to do it right at the beginning of the administration in order to set the tone. And I'll just add another thing, is that the advisors, particularly on the defense side, the defense planners have to know what the president wants to protect in the world and why, in order to intelligently plan the size and shape of America's military.
Campaigns often are inherently shallow because of the day-to-dayness of them, but I also think sometimes candidates' advisors tell the candidates, you're going to make a lot of enemies if you declare your overarching vision is this. You're going to irritate the people who are over here and the people who are over here. So why don't you be more situational and specific and let people infer what your overarching vision is? I think there's a lot of that going on. Let me ask you something I've been thinking about. About 6 or 9 months ago, I had a conversation with a Republican governor who at the time was thinking of running for president. And I posed him a question, something I'd been puzzling over. governors, we have a number of governors and senators running for president right now. I said, governors have been filling their brain space with domestic and state-related issues. They've been doing everything from Medicare payments in their heads to the state budget to how to handle the teachers' union to sewer contracts. That's what they've been given their brains to for 4, 8, 12 years. They are executives, however. They have to make decisions, and you can judge a governor's ability to govern by a specific, clear record, the record of his state while he was governor. I said, but senators, on the other hand, you know, senators, are there still a lot of senators here? Well, I don't see one. Senators talk, and senators vote, and the votes are very often forgotten. So they don't get to show a record in as clear a way as a governor. However, senators have been filling their brain space for 6 or 12 or 18 years, very often if they're on armed services or foreign affairs, with very serious foreign affairs issues and questions. They've actually been traveling the world. They actually know and have a relationship with the King of Saudi Arabia. They've met Putin. They may even have had a big 4-hour dinner discussion with him. They know international relations, but their record can't be as clearly judged. When you look at the general issue of, gee, a senator for president or a governor for president, maybe greater foreign policy knowledge, maybe a more discernible ability to make decisions that work. How do you juggle that out? Which seems preferable to you for the presidency? I see Ari is smiling.
Well, you also have to wonder about doctors for president and businessmen
we were going to get
for
to that.
Look, I will take a governor for president on the virtue of their experience in decision making. And what I learned watching a president in the Oval Office at moments of extraordinary crisis and difficulty is the most important thing is a decision-making ability and an ability to lead a country and to have a certainty about your decision that it's the right one, it's the moral one, and therefore you can rally a country to it because you believe in it so strongly yourself. That's what leadership in the Oval Office is. The other interesting aspect, and I don't think it matters if you're a senator or a governor or the sitting president, most of the briefings on the most difficult issues are 5149s. They are complicated issues where you have extraordinarily bright and talented patriots sitting in the Oval Office, some who believe X, some who believe Y, both of whom can make the most compelling case for either, and they make it. And the president is the one, and Steve pointed out, at the end of the day, has to decide that 5149 call. This is where I think a governor's experience as being a decision maker who understands consequences to decisions, well, with respect, not votes, is the essence of a strong president. And that's
Jay Johnson, do you disagree?
Well, first of all, they're governors of large states, governors of small states, governors whose state's constitution give them relatively limited power. There are governors of states that are smaller than some boroughs of the city of New York, not naming any names. I do take the point that governors have to work with legislatures, they have to make decisions about state budgets, they have to run a large organization. Very often I hear things out of the mouths of candidates which say to me, I can tell this person has never had the experience of running a large organization. But history shows that every once in a while, the American people will select a legislator over an executive. And I think it really does depend upon what the American people are looking for at that particular moment in that particular election cycle, based upon the individual and his or her character and personality. So I think it's very much a mixed bag. We've elected 4-star generals to be president when the American people thought the time was right for such a person. So I don't think you can generalize one way or another.
All right, how important is gut? How important is character? How important is the sense that I got a good instinct? I may not know the name of the president of Uzbekistan, what did Herman Cain say? Uzbekistan, Stan. He was making fun of the fact that he didn't know. How important in the creation of a foreign policy and the executing of a foreign policy is sheer gut, sheer instinct, I got a sense of this?
I think it's very important because so often you get all the best advice in the world, but there's no clear answer, and you just have to go with your own instinct and your own gut and your own compass. That is probably the case in far more instances than most people realize. So there are very few clear answers to complex national
But I
security.
think that also needs to be tied to a North Star. And in the case of Ronald Reagan, when he said the Soviet Union is the evil empire, he had a North Star. When George Bush used to say during the Intifada, Israel has a right to defend itself, there were North Stars that their gut tied to. But the North Star is more important.
Is it important that a president tell the truth as he does his foreign affairs negotiations with the leaders of other countries, meaning not tell the truth, but be reliable? Is that a profound part of this? Or can you be a little like FDR, where you're always surprising them and now and then you're apologizing to them?
Well, I think being reliable and surprising them aren't necessarily two different things. I think reliability is the credibility of the president as a leader, I think, is a tremendously important part of American foreign policy. The other point you made, Peggy, I think one of the reasons the job is so hard is that it requires a whole lot of skills, different skills. I used to describe it as, the ideal president has all these boxes that he or she checks, and nobody checks them all, okay? So decision-making ability there's no question it's very important, but you also have to have the ability to posture or prepare to make the decision, which means critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
You have to know how to ask the right questions, and you have to know what the right questions are, who to ask them of, and how to get to the bottom of it. So, okay, I was a senator and I'm a lawyer. You can make an argument that lawyers and senators who have to make decisions on a bunch of different issues all the time, because you're voting, on a given day you may be voting on Medicare and ag policy and this and that. You have to know how to get to the crux of what you need to know to make a decision quickly, and you have to know who to trust, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things lawyers learn is how to learn their brief quickly. And particularly if we're talking about military commanders, commanders-in-chief, the best civilian commanders of militaries are those who make decisions but will get to the bottom quickly. Lincoln, Churchill, Clemenceau, people like that, and they know how to ask the right question. So it's an enormously, these guys have all been there in that situation room, and I haven't, but I'll tell you, I can tell it's an enormously difficult thing, and I do think some of these candidates they put themselves, they don't know what it's like until they're at the head of the table the first time, and everybody looks to them for a decision, and they got to make it.
Got it. Who was the most prepared president of our time in terms of resume and experience, and did it guarantee his success? And who, in a way, was the least prepared and resumed president of our time? And did it make a difference in his success? Maybe I should just do who's the best. Yes, let's do that. Forget the second part. Who was the best prepared in terms of a resume and accomplishments and sophistication and a broadness of experience, and did it guarantee his success?
Look, one of the things we have to have a conversation about is what is the job of the President of the United States, and what are the characteristics the President needs to have. And so people would say, I think, that George H.W. Bush probably had the strongest resume to be a foreign policy president of the United States. I think he was a very successful one. But that's not the sum total of the job. So one, you have to be able to lead. You have to lead the American people. The president really ought to be the best politician of their generation
Yes.
at that time.
Yes.
Because it's about explaining to the American people, as Michelle was talking about when it comes to the use of force, being able to explain to the American people why it's important, what you're going to achieve, how we're going to do it, and to be credible with the American people so they will follow. Secondly, the president needs to understand it's a huge organization. And this is why governors have a bit of a nod, because they have run a big organization. They know how to lead and manage a large organization. Third, they need to make decisions. You know, the whole structure is oriented to serve up to the President of the United States the final decision. And the instinct really matters on that. And when I meet with candidates, one of the things I always look at is what is their instinct on foreign policy? Because in the end of the day, when they go to that dark night of the soul to make the decision, it's the instinct that's going to come out. Lastly, they need to know how to execute. It's not enough to give a speech. You got to take a speech and turn it into a plan and then drive the organization to implement and execute that plan, because it's only then that you begin to produce the effects on the ground that you want to achieve with your policy. So this is a job that tests everything that a president has, and most presidents don't have all of the skill set.
Right.
And the assessment for the American people is what do the candidates have, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and what's the best set of trade-offs for the candidates available at the time.
Jay wanted to jump in.
I was going to take on the second question. One of the thinnest resumes to come to office was Franklin Roosevelt's. He had been governor of New York for, 2 or 4 years?
Yeah, he was only a one-termer.
And an assistant secretary of the Navy, and practiced law for about 7 minutes. So,
Well, he was in the state legislature in New York very briefly, but he'd been sick for a while also, right. So he was off the scene.
He was off the scene. He was elected governor of New York in 1928 or 1930.
I think 28.
And he was obviously a great president because of his character, his personality, his optimism. And so, I think there might be a temptation to put too much on the resume and what a person has done. In the end of the day, it's who the American people select to be their leader at that particular time.
It's a funny business politicians are in. I was thinking the other day, one of the best resumes ever running for president is running right now. It is John Kasich of the state of Ohio. He was, I think, 8 or 10 or 12 years in the U.S. House of Representatives. Before that, he'd been in the Ohio legislature. So he was major in the House of Representatives. He was a absolute force in the balancing of the budget during the Clinton years, during those negotiations. He was in a serious leadership position. He leaves the House. He goes into finance in New York and into a bit of show business at Fox News, where he had a regular show. Then he goes back to Ohio. He runs for governor of Ohio, a major swing state. He wins the first time, serves one somewhat turbulent but successful first term, is then reelected as a Republican in Ohio by 31 points, quite amazingly. I have a feeling I left out part of his resume because it just popped into my head to announce this was so interesting. But this is a major resume, and he's about 3 or 4% in the polls on the Republican side. So it's a funny thing. A resume enough is not it. Let me ask you guys, you have been experiencing, taking part in, and observing political figures for decades now. Everybody's running around for president right now, and they're saying, what we need is leadership. We really need leadership. I will lead. We need a leader because we need leadership. And everybody nods and applauds. Guys, what is a leader? What is a leader? What are they talking about? What are they saying? What is it that we need? What is a leader?
Well, in terms of foreign policy, the United States as a leader, I believe, means the United States moves at the forefront of events to anticipate and defeat or defuse or contain risk at as early a stage as possible. And you have to understand risk to what, which means defining interests, et cetera. I think for a presidential leader, Steve's right. The president is at all times a political actor in the broadest and best sense of that term. A leader establishes priorities, communicates that to his team or her team and the people, right? And then a presidential leader builds the coalitions that are necessary to accomplish and sustain those priorities, and is at all times self-aware, aware of his place within the executive branch, aware of the tools that he or she has at their disposal so they can put those coalitions together, and then also has to be able to make decisions, et cetera. That's how I would define presidential leadership. These guys can do it better in terms of foreign policy.
What is leadership?
It's so different this election cycle. If I take out my Republican English phrase book, glossary, when a Republican presidential primary candidate in this election cycle says, I am a leader, what they're saying is, I'm the opposite of Barack Obama. This is what they are driving across to the American people in a Republican primary. It's what the previous panel had engaged in debate about vacuum creating and leadership, et cetera. This is what the Republicans are instantly grabbing onto. But it goes beyond leader in the context of this campaign, and then you can talk to the transition, whoever wins if it's a Republican. The Republican Party now is such a changed party. And John Kasich, when he says we need people with experience, significant number of Republican primary voters say, no, we don't. We need somebody who will change the way you people with experience have been messing everything up. That's why we're watching politics change before our eyes.
We are.
And why non-traditional candidates are doing so well this cycle.
Did you want to jump in there, Jay? You looked at me.
There's this famous line that Gandhi once supposedly said, there go my people. I am their leader, I must follow them. But I pretty much agree with what Jim said and what Michelle said earlier, which is a leader is someone who is prepared to explain the case to the American people, to bring them around from a point of view to a new point of view that is not necessarily what the polls are reflecting at the time, to build consensus, build coalitions, heighten awareness, increase understanding.
This is just a short question. How important is, as the president talks about his foreign policy, how important is the idea of goodness? This is what I mean. I can remember as a young woman working with Ronald Reagan, when he would give a foreign policy address, and there was so much foreign policy drama in his administration, I knew he meant everything he said. I knew he was doing the thing that he thought was the best, and also the most possible best thing. I knew that he understood his case and would try to make it honestly and without manipulation and without a sort of snide slice at the inevitable opposition. Those things to me were very powerful and made me lean towards the TV set when I saw him speaking and not lean away with skepticism. It's almost too broad a question, but how important is goodness?
I'm not sure what you mean by goodness.
I mean sincerity and lack of
conviction.
Ingenuousness.
Conviction.
All
I think one of the things that was interesting about President Reagan, as I understood it, was this is a man who had convictions and who would have a plan and could implement and execute his plan. And Americans followed him, even though a lot of the Americans didn't agree with the substance of his plan, but they responded to his leadership. And I think the essence of that leadership was you really knew he believed what he was telling you. And I think one of the issues in this election is authenticity. And as Ari's point, the reason they're looking outside of traditional politicians is because there's a notion that somehow politicians are not sincere, they're not speaking out of conviction, they're trying to say what they need to say in order to get elected. And my sense is, I'm no politician, the Americans are pretty good at figuring out who the phonies are and really respond well to people who clearly believe what they're telling the American people. I think it's an essential element of leadership.
We've had, Jeb Bush was saying recently that he'd gotten some advisors in and they had told him to act like himself. And I thought as I read that, wow, do we need to be told to act like ourselves? That is a peculiar thing. Does anyone want to pick that up and go with it? Nobody has to. As a matter of fact, I will talk over the pause. Let me give you, by the way...
Sitting cabinet officer, I'll jump right in, yeah. Okay.
Let me, Steve Hadley, jump in with my interpretation of what's going on in the, and Ari also, my interpretation of what's going on in the Republican Party with Donald Trump, Ben Carson, add in Carly Fiorina. These are people who have never been elected to office on any level in the United States of America. And yet, according to the polls, both national and state, more than 50% of likely Republican voters like them and not the professional political figures that they're also being presented with, some of whom are new on the scene, some more experienced. It's a very big group. Here's what I'm thinking of, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I kind of think like a lot of Americans are thinking, not about the past 5 years or 10 years, they're thinking about the last 15 years, and they're thinking this, okay, 15 years now, 2 presidencies, 2 unwon wars, constant Mideast conflagration that never gets better, and no matter what we do or don't do, always gets worse. An economic meltdown that got the name the Great Recession, a feeble economic recovery, educational standards and testing scores that are going down, a culture that grows more coarse and even bizarre before our eyes. You look at all of the indicators, so much looks bad, so they think, okay, who gave us that 15-year period? Oh, I know, the most credentialed, sophisticated, political minds of our time gave us that 15 years. Therefore, maybe we want to look at different credentials. Maybe we want to look at different experience. Maybe we want to go outside the reality that exists here and start looking at various people, even a neurosurgeon. I mean, the connection between neurosurgery and the presidency to me is not clear. But what I'm saying here is something radical, but my instinct tells me that's a bit of what's going on. Jim, you look so skeptical. Am I all wrong?
I have to tell you, I don't know that you're wrong at all. The American primary nominating process for chief of state has got to be the least predictable and on a certain level, the least rational in the Western world. I mean, and I've been involved now in 3 cycles in a row, and one time my candidate got nominated, another time close, the third I was for Walker. This time he washed. The last thing in the world I thought was that Scott Walker was not going to be in the race.
Me too.
By the end of the summer. I
Me
mean,
too.
I didn't know anybody, who thought
Who
that.
discounted him like that.
Everybody is struggling. And when President Obama got nominated, that was a result that at the beginning of that process, I think most of the experts said was not likely to happen. They thought it would be Senator Clinton at the time, right?
Sure.
So it's very difficult, and people have a whole lot of, I would say it's several things on the Republican side. Disenchantment with what they see as the established leaders, which a lot of influencers have been encouraging that, and to some extent that's certainly understandable, right? I think the flair, let's give these candidates some credit in terms of having flair, charisma in the moment. In other words, they're just pretty good candidates, so people
Do you mean
are
some of the
responding to them.
outsiders are pretty good candidates?
Yeah, and the people are responding, to that. So I think it's a number of things, and at the end of the day, the question is, when they come down to the point and focus, okay, what are they going to choose those things that they like about those candidates more than they're aware of the fact that they don't have the credentials and the experience. So how much is that going to weigh with them at the end of the day? And at what point in the process it will? And I don't, It's very difficult to predict. I have to
it
tell
sure
you.
is.
But
Ari?
let me, you said it's not a rational process. Frankly, I find it to be incredibly rational. I think it's incredibly difficult, but what it really
Rational's
does is,
probably the
if you think
wrong word.
about power and special interests, if the power and the special interests were in charge, the grassroots could not be behind a Trump or a Carson or a Fiorina to the degree they are. They wouldn't be winning. Same thing with Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton would have won, not President Obama coming out.
That's right.
I think it's a terribly important primary process that actually empowers individual voters. And what's unrecognizable today in the Republican primary is the Republican voters who used to behave one way have really changed and people in power have not. Now, I say all this as an analyst because I'm not for either Trump or Carson. I'm neutral in the primary, but I don't think either one of those would make a strong president. But I recognize the changes that are underway in this country, particularly in the Republican base.
Yeah, it's history happening all around us, and we're so used to it. We're so used to mentioning it in a funny way, we're not noticing it. But I think we're in the middle of an epic political moment. Steve?
I think your analysis is exactly right. The question is, where does it go from here?
Yeah.
Is this, in some sense, escapism? Is this being attracted to candidates who seem very authentic, who seem to believe what they're saying, who are different? That's pretty attractive, and I think it's had a duration that has surprised a lot of people. But at the end of the day, the question is, so what are you going to do about all these problems?
Yeah.
And at some point, that is going to come to the fore. And the question is whether these candidates, these outsiders, are going to have answers to those questions that are convincing to the American people and more convincing than the answers they're getting from the more establishment candidates. We don't know. That's the question, because I do think at some point it will come down to that. And just on the process, I've often thought that, in fact, the political campaign process, as brutal as it is actually pretty good preparation for being president, because it will test presidential candidates in every dimension of their personality, intellect, and everything else. And at the end of that process, they're probably ready to be president, and more to the point, they think they're ready to be president, and they're ready to make some decisions.
They do. That's true. Do we have, okay, we've got microphones set up here and here. People, go stand behind those microphones if you have a question. I'm going to ask you to make the question a simple, straight question that is not a first part, second part, and third part, but just, I got a question for you, aim it at whoever you like. And as you folks get behind microphones, let me throw out something. I don't even want to know their names, but you've all been involved in presidential politics and seen presidents up close. Did you or have you known one candidate who you knew had a real foreign policy strategic vision that was serious and fleshed out, whether or not he shared it with everybody? My real question is, my gosh, don't they really see it, most of them, in terms of bips and bops and Ukraine and ISIS and da-da-da? Have you known someone running for president who had a real thought out, fleshed out, strategic vision, whether they shared it or not? I just realized you all have to say yes, or you're being critical of your former bosses. Well, does anyone have anywhere they want to go on that question? You don't have to. All right, let me do a quick lightning round.
Yes. My answer is yes.
Yeah. I would say yes and several.
Yes and several.
Yes and
oh, that's
several.
so optimistic.
There you go.
Steve, you have a very sweet mind. We're going to do a quick lightning round, and then we're going to go to the questions. Lightning round question is this: looking back, do you think there's one book, can you think of one book that you wish now you had told candidate, whoever your candidate was, to read, thinking, my gosh, that would have helped my guy understand the presidency? In the 1960s, they used to speak a lot about Richard Neustadt. Chris Christie told me recently there's some book all the candidates are reading, a simple book about presidential decision-making. Look, it could be War and Peace, but any book comes to mind that you thought, geez, I wish he'd read that?
I cannot remember the name of the book. It's a book about the Bay of Pigs. And
Oh, I know that book.
the book chronicles how the operation was set in motion during Eisenhower, and it continued through until the spring of '61, where it was, ready to go, brought to the president's attention, and he had very little maneuverability at that point, except to say yes with the following modifications. And the rest is history.
Well, he
I can't
did
remember
say,
the name
yeah,
of the book.
he did say yes. He was very involved in the event of the Bay of Pigs, having to do with very important tactical decisions. He said, John Kennedy, so memorably afterwards, he had this disaster on his hands. It became clear within 2 days it was a major American embarrassment and disaster, the Bay of Pigs. What happened? The president's poll numbers went up to about 80%. Why? Because Americans are immediately protective of American presidents who get in an embarrassment and who get in a very bad military moment. The American people just try to be supportive. Jack Kennedy said to Eisenhower when he visited him at his farm in Gettysburg a few days later, geez, I can't believe it. The worse I do, the more popular I get. You know what I mean?
That was an era, though, when they understood, the people understood, because there had been strategic clarity in the immediate post-war era, and on a bipartisan basis, they understood the stakes.
Yes, that's true.
And why it mattered to them.
That's true.
And my concern is that they don't understand that now. I would say this, no single book, but I would say to him or her to read, I would pull together chapters from different kinds of books about the White House staff, the history of the White House staff, the right relationship between the White House staff and the cabinet departments, and in particular to think very clearly about how you're going to organize the top levels of the White House staff and what model you want.
Yes.
Because it's how the president expresses his leadership in the White House staff, I think, is probably the single most important decision that he can make in terms of the success in office.
Got it. Steve, quickly, anything?
I would have him read the Tower Commission report that came in 1987 after the ground arms sales, which I think is really the best statement of how the NSC system ought to work. Secondly, presidents read. Presidents, and you see it in President Obama, you see it in President Bush, they make sure that they take the time. They're not consumed by their job. They make sure that they get enough sleep, get enough exercise, and they read. And President Bush read lots of books.
Yeah, Ari?
Very quickly, especially in this era, a book by a Soviet dissident who moved to Israel. I cannot recall his name right now, but he wrote a book about the meaning of freedom and how
Do you
important
mean
it is.
Natan Sharansky?
Yes, thank you, Natan Sharansky.
So was that
and the
democracy?
importance, the unique role the American president has in protecting freedom around the world.
All right, very good. Madam, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marissa Bailey, and I'm a senior at Pepperdine University. First, I think you would all make great U.S. presidents. I think you should all run. So reminiscent of the GOP debate held here at this venue earlier this fall and the Democratic debate last month, very few of the presidential candidates have military experience or have held public office. Do you think that these experiences should be criteria for the presidency? And second, do you think that the cost of running for president deters a lot of politicians with robust resumes from running for office?
That was a two-part question.
I know I cheated. I'm sorry.
Money is important. I don't think there should be any formal criteria for a background for a presidential candidate, but common sense suggests to me a man or woman running for the highest office in the President of the United States should have held at least one previous office in the United States.
I would say that military experience is not a prerequisite. It is certainly an asset. Many of our presidents have served with honor in the military, and I'm sure it aided them in office. I do think it's critical that a president, a commander-in-chief, understand the abilities and the limitations of the military so that a president can make the right policy judgments about what the military's missions should be.
I think the military experience is not essential. It's good more for what the process of decision-making and leadership that you have to learn to be a successful military officer. Really, there are no grunts anymore. I mean, these are all people for the presidency.
Anything to add? All right. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Sam Maldeff. I'm a student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Thank you all so much for being here. So my question is, you've all run on campaigns, obviously. So what made you pick the candidate that you ended up choosing? Was it their policy stances, their something about the characteristics, or was it their possibility of winning, or any other combination? Thanks.
Anyone want
You know,
to?
I was on Capitol Hill as a press secretary, 3 congressmen and 1 senator. And then I left the Hill to become Elizabeth Dole's communications director when she ran for president against George W. Bush and many others. And I was actually at the Iowa straw poll with Dole backstage in August of '99. She went on stage, and I was just standing by myself behind. And this guy saddles up to me, puts his arm around me, and says, "I really like the way you do your job." It was George Bush. And he just walked away. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, this guy's probably going to be the nominee, and wow, what a nice guy. Dole drops out, and then George Bush called my old boss, Bill Archer, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and said he wanted me to move to Texas and work for him. He had Karen Hughes call me. And I was done. I was ready to go into the private sector. And I thought I had one left in me, and I moved to Texas because I liked him so much. I interviewed with him, and I believed in him. And that, and especially for young people, believe. Be attracted to your boss, because this is hard work. You pour your soul into it. You don't make a lot of money, and you work miserable hours. It's all made up for because you believe in the person you're working for, and you like him or her. That's what this is all about, and that's what it was for me.
Anyone else, or shall we?
Just a quick one. I would look and make an assessment of the character of the candidate, because character really matters. If you are president, you are in as unconstrained an environment as you could be. Everybody is willing to defer to you as the president. And if you don't have good character as president, you can get into trouble. And if a president gets in trouble, it puts the country in trouble.
My personal plan for the 2008 election was to kind of sit out the primaries and see how they shook out and then decide who I wanted to support. I met Barack Obama in 2006, and he called me on November 22nd, 2006, the day before Thanksgiving, to say he was thinking about running. He couldn't say he was running. He was thinking about running because he hadn't formed his exploratory yet. And he asked me, would I stay neutral until he made up his mind? And my gut told me, you are being asked to participate in history from the ground floor. I just had that overwhelming sense then, so I said yes immediately.
I just lost a race for the United States Senate, a re-elect, and I decided I'd get involved in the 2008 race, and I would go and see candidates. And I went to Boston a couple days after Mitt Romney left the governor's office. I intended to talk to him for 20, 30 minutes. I talked to him for an hour and a half, liked him immensely, felt he had a servant's heart, which I think it's sort of what you were saying before, particularly going to the presidency. If you go into the presidency thinking it's about you, okay, the presidency doesn't make that better, okay? So when you go in, it needs to be about who you're serving.
Yep.
And also, Romney was very strongly and viscerally for strength, for American strength. I mean, he just absolutely down to his toes. And I was and am a huge advocate for rebuilding the tools of power.
Thank you all so much.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nick Carpenter. I'm from Marquette University. All of you had talked about presidential candidates needing to deliver their broad strategy. But oftentimes when they're elected, they find that that can't be done just because of all the roadblocks such as Congress or various bureaucracies or even public opinion pose. what characteristics or strategies do they need to overcome those roadblocks, would you say?
Well, a primary process is awful hard to find the moment to deliver that overarching address. When you're in Iowa campaigning, going day to day or door to door, canvassing, knocking on doors, there's not often that opportunity to deliver that address. So just the way our process is set up, it's not conducive to doing so, except perhaps when you get to the general election phase, I think.
It can be pretty fractured in the primary process.
You know, I would say, if I could, I actually think if you're operating at a strategic level, it's easier to get consensus than when you get down to an operational tactical level. Steve and I, he co-chaired and I served on an independent panel that reviewed the plans of the Department of Defense in 2010. And we began that report by laying out what we thought were the vital national interests of exactly those strategic. We had no difficulty as a panel on a bipartisan basis, 20 people agreeing to that. So I think if a president will consult with the key members of Congress quietly beforehand, and then let the staff do the work and provide the direction, et cetera, I actually think it'd be very possible to do. Now, maybe I'm naive, but I really think it's possible.
Could I pick up one thing Peggy said that's very important, which is, if you're a presidential candidate, do you want to lay out a strategic vision?
Yeah.
And there's two schools of thought. Some people say, don't lay out a vision. You don't want to tie yourself down and then not be able to deliver on it. But I remember a conversation with President Bush, and we were talking about just that. Should he lay out his agenda for military and defense reform? And I said, Mr. President, there's risks here. You'll nail yourself down, and there'll be all kinds of experts in Washington who will respond by saying, you don't know what you're talking about. And he raised up his hand, and he said, you don't understand what elections are about. I said, I guess not, Mr. President, Mr. Governor. He said, if I want to do military reform, and if I don't talk about it in the campaign, and I get elected president, I go to the Joint Chiefs and say, I want to reform the military, they'll say, who are you? You're liable to be gone in 4 years. But if I lay out my vision to the American people, and I campaign on it, and I'm elected on it, and then I sit down with the Joint Chiefs and say, we're going to do military reform because that's what the American people elected me to do, that's a different matter altogether.
Yes, they will understand you have a certain mandate for a certain action. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your service in government and after, since some of you are not in government now and may not be in the future. So thank you very much. My name is.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Not to make any connections there. My name is Alex Self-Kier. I'm a public interest fellow at the Weekly Standard. Strategy is hard for all the reasons you put forth, but also because there are allies and adversaries that often have competing interests, and the tenures of the leaders of those respective countries tend to also be longer than the 4 or 8 year presidency in the United States. And the nature of a lot of the issues we face in the world are not necessarily able to be dealt with sufficiently in the time of a U.S. presidency. How can a U.S. president boil down these 3 problems into addition to the ones you've already said, and then communicate that to the American people to demonstrate not only what can be achieved in the 8 years, but also what must be achieved after they are gone?
Well, first of all, it's good to see a questioner who's not from Marquette. I'm just wondering if there's anybody left on campus, or is everybody here at the Reagan Library? But I'll tell you, I don't think the measure of a president's influence or power dealing with foreign nations is the term of office of the American presidency. It's actually the power and strength of the United States of America that the president represents. And everybody around the world knows that. When presidents go places, everybody stops to listen to the United States president first at all these summit meetings, and then everybody talks forever. But it's principally the president of the United States they're interested in listening to. So it's not the tenure of it, and this gets to Steve's point. Presidents who have direction, a mission, this is why I am in office, they have a drive and a push to influence other world leaders. If they go in with no agenda or acquiescent agenda, they won't make a big mark on the rest of the world. And that just comes down to the nature of the person who is elected and their drive, not the tenure in office.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm Jake Barnett. I'm from the University of Texas, not Marquette. So one of the important functions of the U.S. national security and intelligence community is to identify trends and, for example, which regions of the world will be growing in geopolitical significance, and to try to India or the growth of sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm wondering, from the perspective of the advisors, is that because the American public really, taken as a whole, don't care about the future kind of forecasting, or is it that the candidates themselves are far less concerned or don't think that they understand issues of hypothetical future significance as much as they do the contemporary concrete issues?
Anyone want to take that one?
I think it's too soon in the campaign to have that kind of conversation, and I think it particularly will become germane when you actually have a Republican and a Democratic nominee. There'll be some discussion about the future if they're smart, because I think that's actually what the American people want to hear about. They're confused about the future and have a certain lack of confidence about the future. And I think when it gets down to two candidates, I would hope the American people basically start saying, so what's going on and what's your vision for how to fix it? But I think you can't expect it. You know, Jim may have a different view, but I think it's too soon at this point.
Your share of voice right now is pretty limited because there's so many candidates. Yeah. So you really have to focus on the things that are going to execute your campaign strategy, which is essentially, it's a political strategy, obviously, to get you whatever you need in this process. And it is incredibly complicated. And even if you've run very often before, you've always run in a situation where, okay, maybe you had a primary against a couple of people, and if you win that, and it was in one constituency. Now you're in all these different constituencies at the same time, and they have different rules, and you have to, raising money, which ones you're going to play in or not, and expectations, and how many organizations and the rest of it. So trying to navigate through that is driving generally what you're choosing to talk about in this stages of the primary.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Noah Mashenti. I'm from Pepperdine University. I'm curious to know, how do you generally advise candidates to proceed when they're confronted with past mistakes, especially high-profile ones, changes of heart, and skeletons in their closet?
Well, the best way to deal with skeletons in your closet is to write a book and expose your skeletons before the press discover your skeletons.
It would be wonderful if somebody actually wrote such a book called My Skeletons.
But really, you take a look at President Obama. When he wrote about his drug use as a young man and disclosed it in his book, he inoculated himself from the press discovering these things. After all, he wrote it and said it himself.
Yes.
So there's a lot to be said for honesty and disclosure of these skeletons. And the rest, you just have to have faith that the American people are able to separate what's a mini skeleton from a major skeleton. The press will turn everything into a major skeleton if they can. The public has a deeper, I think, appreciation for where they want to draw the line.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kenna Tunis. Sorry to say I attend Marquette University. I want to know why presidents oftentimes, or candidates oftentimes when they're running for president, make promises that they know that they can't keep, just because of the checks and balances of our government. For example, Obama promised that he'd shut down Guantanamo Bay, but Congress would not let that happen. So from your point of view, do you think that that's a smart thing to do? Like, do they do it to just attract voters, or?
I'd love to know it.
Well, I'm sure Mexico is going to pay for that wall,
Look,
by the way.
Let me do this one. I think President Obama, who I've not served, I don't know him particularly well, but I think he came in with the conviction that Gitmo should be shut down.
So do I.
He still has it.
Pardon me?
He still has it, Jeff said.
And he still has that conviction. It turned out to be a lot harder than he thought for all kinds of reasons, but he's still trying to get it done at the end of his administration. Now, you can say, should he have had a better appreciation for the difficulties before he said it? But I would not put that in the candidate as sort of promises that he made because he thought it would be popular. I think that was something he said, out of real conviction. Jay, you would know, but
you have to also realize, I would not at all put what President Obama said about closing Guantanamo in the category of a promise he knew he couldn't keep. you have to realize that in 2008, theretofore, it would have been unheard of that the Congress would get involved in how we move military detainees around. That is something that up until 2009 or 10 was the exclusive province of the executive branch and the U.S. military to determine. So I think it'd be very reasonable for anyone running for president in 2008 to believe that it was in their power as commander-in-chief to close a particular military detention facility.
There's also the issue of events. George W. Bush in the year 2000 campaigned saying when he spoke of foreign policy, he wanted a modest foreign policy, and he did not want all this nation building. Well, events came along and changed his point of view and changed his actions. British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan was once asked, what had the biggest impact on the success of your tenure as Prime Minister and had big impact on your decision making? And he said, events, dear boy, events. Things happen. Presidents and prime ministers have to deal with them. One more question.
Hi, Jake from University of Wisconsin. So my last question here is, oftentimes one of the criticisms of the two-party system in the primaries in particular is that they tend to radicalize candidates and create this sense of, I guess, a block on one party or another. And do you think that there's something that that does to undermine bipartisanship in this country? And do you think that there's anything that candidates can do during the election cycle to create traction towards bipartisan reform?
I'll just offer, and Senator Talley, you'll probably disagree with this. I think the single most important step you could take to create bipartisanship again would be to eliminate the filibuster in the Senate.
No, I don't disagree with that.
I don't think anything has come to block people, and both parties have done it, that a minority can block a majority. And if people realize majority will does matter again and things get signed into law, they'll actually go back to the old days where you improve the bill because you know it's becoming a law and people work together better. The rewards are too much on the side of block as opposed to pass. And that would be my most singular structural change.
I never liked the filibuster. And of course, I was always a House person, but, and we're kind of getting off because you were talking about, I think tone matters a lot, and the candidate can control the tone. I don't think, even when the voters, and let's face it, I mean, the partisan base of both parties are upset, and they're manifesting that upset in a lot of ways. I still think, though, that you can be successful with a passionate, powerful tone without doing it in such a way that makes it impossible to work with the other side of the aisle afterwards. It takes skill as a candidate, and it takes a commitment to doing it that way. Now, what you don't want to be in an environment like this is very low energy or very just acting really dispassionate about it, which is one of the problems with the last question was, well, how can you promise these things? And you shouldn't promise things that you know you can't do. But remember, if you're talking about an issue that's important to people and you take the time to explain all the nuances that may be involved and whether you can do it or not, you're going to come across as somebody who doesn't really have any conviction over it. And so these are the challenges when you're messaging on the campaign trail.
My view, I have a lot of faith in the American electorate. By November 2016, the American electorate's going to know the remaining candidates a lot, really well, up close and personal. And I just have a lot of faith that the voters in this democracy reach the correct judgment.
Amen. All right. Amen. And
Easy for
on
him to
that
say.
note,
Thank
you
you.
were a wonderful audience. This was a wonderful panel. We were lucky to have them. Thank you.
And they didn't have a China thing, so I'm going to send in the names.
All right.
If I know who they are.
Good. We're supposed to mention some new initiatives. So I doubt it. And if it doesn't work, I'm fine. Because he's also a fighting Illini. Oh, really? Come with you, Susan. I'm going to say hello to someone. I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin.
Too hard to get over to the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reagan National Defense Forum Executive Committee member, Roger Zakheim.
We're about to go to the final session. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the 650 plus people in the room who have participated in this fantastic day full of discussion on the most important and pressing issues of national defense. So thank you very much to everybody in the room for attending today, and stick it out for another half hour for the last and most important part of today's panel sessions. Thank you. I want to start and quickly thank the chairman of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation, Mr. Fred Ryan, for once again putting the full efforts of the library behind the Reagan National Defense Forum. I want to thank John Hybush, the executive director, and the entire team, the entire staff. Everybody here knows that they run the most first-rate conference event that you can go to, Washington, California, any place else. So please, a round of applause for the Reagan Library staff. Two other people, my colleagues on the executive committee, Bob Cochran and Charlotte Seaborn, for really building the forum. They'll start basically tomorrow for next year's fourth forum. You're all invited back. We look forward to seeing you here for that. And they go tirelessly all year to deliver that forum and the fantastic event we had today. I want to acknowledge my old boss, Chairman Buck McKeon, for again leading this way and getting behind this vision almost 3 years ago and providing this for everyone. Last but not least, we had a little joke about Marquette University, but there are a number of college students, young military officers, captains, lieutenants, and young engineers from our defense industrial base who all came here today to participate, to rub shoulders with this generation of policy leaders. But part of the purpose of this forum is to get the next generation focused on sitting on this platform a generation from now. So a round of applause for the fantastic questions and participation we had from the students, the captains, and engineers. All right, let me hand it over to Mr. Michael Castine. He was a National Security Council staffer during the Reagan administration, and he's a trustee of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation to tell you about our last session of the day. Again, thank you everybody for participating.
Thank you, Roger, and thank all of you for being here. Clearly, the sequestration has hit the Reagan Library. They sold my podium. So since it's a defense forum, we're going to use a stealth podium. So here we go. Anyway, I'm here to talk about our next guest. We'll do a quick introduction. But we were honored to have a great American close it out. The amazing thing is he's had a wonderful career in the military, in government, and was also a professor. So a lot to talk about. But and I'm talking about Robert Work. And he was confirmed as the 32nd Deputy Secretary of Defense in 2014. I met Bob a couple of years ago at the first Reagan Defense Forum and got a chance to catch up with him today. And the great thing that I can report is that, Steve Hadley talked about commitment. And I think if there's one word to describe Bob Work, it's commitment. He understands his responsibilities and all that goes with the job of being at the top levels of the Pentagon. And to tell you how important this guy is, he is not typically allowed to be in the same room as the Secretary of Defense when they're away from the Pentagon. He had to get special dispensation today to be here with him. And the second item is I don't know if you've looked at the book. He was one of 3 guys to get his own page. That's really important. Ronald Reagan, Ash Carter, and Bob Work. So clearly we've got an important guy here. Then because you all have a copy of it, I'm just going to hit a couple highlights. But Bob was, prior to his current role, he was Undersecretary of the Navy. He was on Barack Obama's transition team. I mentioned the adjunct professor. And clearly with all these students here, I think if you ever wanted to give up the defense gig, Bob, there's a group that would certainly take your classes. But if that isn't impressive enough, he has 27 years in the military holding a wide range of command, leadership, and management positions. His military and civilian awards include the Legion of Merit, various meritorious service medals, and the Navy Distinguished Civilian Service Award. For our closing session, in a discussion with Deputy Secretary Work, we have another veteran of the Defense Forum, and that's Tom Shanker, who's Assistant Washington Editor of the New York Times. So please join me in welcoming these 2 great gentlemen to the stage and give them a big round of applause.
Thank you very much and welcome. Apropos of this being the valedictory formal conversation of this great forum, I've been a lifelong history of military strategy, and I've learned one of the most dangerous places a reporter can stand in the conflict zone is between a conference audience and cocktails. So this is going to be a breezy half-hour conversation. We move on to the lighter part of our evening. It was 1 year ago at this exact conference that the former Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel unveiled what the Pentagon called the third offset strategy, which is not a way to win a football game without deflating the game ball, but actually has become one of the major Pentagon initiatives in the intervening 12 months, even though it's been, now that I'm an editor, not a reporter, I can say it's been woefully underreported by the mainstream media. So I thought we would start first by those who weren't here last year or haven't been following it, Mr. Secretary. Give us a quick definition of the third offset strategy and why it's such an important line of operation for the Defense Department today.
Well, as Secretary Carter likes to say, when he was a deputy secretary just two short years ago in 2013, he had to worry about three contingencies. He had to worry about a North Korean invasion of South Korea or an attack. He had to worry about potentially an attack with Iran because of our desire to keep them from having a nuclear weapon, and then also a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Now, just 2 years later, he talks in terms of four contingencies and one condition. Adding Russia, as he talked to you about today, and the condition being a long-term global counterterrorism fight increasingly designed, against ISIL. Now, the reason he talked to you so much about Russia and China today is because they are great powers. This is totally different. Just 15 years ago, we did not have any great powers to worry about. Great power in the definition that John Mersheimer says, and as the COO of the department, this definition completely, because I focus on capabilities, not intentions. A great power is a state that can take on the dominant power, the United States conventionally, has a nuclear deterrent force that can survive a first strike. Using that definition, we have two great powers. This is something totally different that we haven't had to deal with for the last 25 years. Whenever you are dealing with great powers, the first and most important thing is to keep us from having a war with them. It's all about deterrence. So what we do, offset strategies are focused on great powers and are focused on one thing and one thing alone. That is making sure that our conventional deterrent is as absolutely strong as possible to make sure the chance that we would go to war would be very, very low. And what the offset strategy does is the United States has never tried to match a great power tank for tank, ship for ship, airplane for airplane, or person for person. Generally, what we try to do is offset. And we've had two offsets before, one in the 1950s, where we would use tactical nuclear weapons to deter a conventional attack on Western Europe. And in the 1975s, when the Soviet Union gained strategic nuclear parity, we went after conventional weapons with near-zero miss, precision-guided weapons. The third offset, what we have been talking about, is it time to have a third offset? So here's what I want to leave with you. One, they're focused on conventional deterrence against great powers. Two, they're not just about technology. This is not about a revolution in military affairs. There's always a strong technological component, but it is strategy-based, technologically oriented, and you want operational and organizational constructs that give you an advantage and an offset against your adversaries who might outnumber you. It is focused on the operational level of war, or the campaign. That's what an offset strategy is, and the reason why we refer to this as the potential third offset is because we have had two before this.
So it's been 12 months since Mr. Hagel unveiled this important initiative. He's passed the torch to you and Secretary Carter. So I'll ask you to grade your own homework. What have you done in the past 12 months? What do you have to show the American public in the third offset strategy?
Well, the primary thing we've done in the last 12 months, Tom, is organize ourselves for combat, if you were, and to actually think about this problem. The last time we did this was in 1973, when we started what was called the Long Range Research and Development Planning Program. It took 18 months to complete. I would actually mark the beginning of the third offset thinking with Secretary Carter's establishment of the Strategic Capabilities Office when he was in AT&L and later as the deputy, which was focused on the advanced capabilities that we were seeing in the Western Pacific. Over this last time, the SCO, the Strategic Capabilities Office, it looks at what we call the first fit-up. What can we do with the things that we have in the force now, use them differently in a more innovative fashion to gain an advantage? The second fit-ups, the next 10 years, are really focused by what we call strategic portfolio reviews. And we look at things that we could be investing in right now that we would be able to bring capabilities in right away. And then the Long-Range Research and Development Planning Program, which was led by Steve Welby, who was our Assistant Secretary of Defense, acting for research and engineering, was looking at 2030 and beyond. And what gives us a lot of confidence that we have a kind of understanding of where we want to go is that if you overlay the three efforts that were happening, about 70 to 75% of the time, they're saying exactly the same thing, which gives us a lot of confidence after almost 2 years of thinking about this, that we kind of have the right way to go. What Secretary Carter brought to this was he said, look, you heard this morning in the innovation about how fast the cycle time was, so we got to plug it more into the vibrant innovation inside the United States. So the DUIX was set up so that companies in the Valley, innovation engines, can come to that point and say, we have an idea we think that can help you solve these problems. And then Department of Defense organizations can go to that point of presence and say, we have a problem, we're wondering if there's anything out here who can help us. At the same time, we started an operation with InQtel, venture capitalists, and we do that. There's only 3 people who can say what we invest our money on. Myself, Stephanie O'Sullivan, who's the principal deputy of the National Intelligence Community, and the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And so all of these things were designed for us to try to figure this out. And we think, this morning, Frank Kendall called this Bob Works third offset strategy. If that's the way it's going to be remembered, it will be a failure. What this is I am an advocate for the third offset strategy. We've had 2 secretaries of defense who have said this is something we need to do, and Secretary Carter is the one who is really breathing life into what this really will be. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to really pursue this over the next over the next 10 or 15 years.
But it has been 12 months. Lots of candle power, intellectual power has gone into it. Secretary Carter, in his very interesting lunch speech, sort of hinted that you're already seeing some technological innovations, if not breakthroughs. I wouldn't be a very good newsman if I didn't say, what was he talking about? Tell us something that you've actually accomplished.
Well, we've already started to make investments, and I'll be able to talk more about that once we finish with our 2017 budget bill, Tom. We did a lot of investments in 16, which was guided by this thinking, and a lot more in 17. So I'm not going to give you specific examples of investments, but let me tell you what the big idea really is about. It's about human-machine collaboration and combat teaming. Now let me explain to you what this is. Human-machine collaboration and combat teaming has 5 basic building blocks. It was illuminated to us by 2 major efforts. One was the LRRDPP, which really focused on how do you go up against great powers in a conventional sense when they have as many guided weapons as you do and have a home field advantage. How would you do that? And the LRRDPP really did a great job in looking at that. The second thing was the Defense Science Board summer study on autonomy. To a person, every single person on the summer study said, we can't prove it, but we believe we are an inflection point at an artificial intelligence and autonomy. How might we use that as an advantage and an offset? So the first thing is go after learning machines. And learning machines are machines that literally will operate at the speed of light. So when you are operating against a cyber attack or an electronic warfare attack or attacks against your space architecture or missiles that are coming screaming in at you at Mach 6, you're going to have a learning machine that helps you solve that problem right away. Now, human-machine collaboration. In 1997, Garry Kasparov was beaten by a computer, Deep Blue. Everybody thought that was a big deal. Well, what was a bigger deal was in 2005. 2 amateur chess players using 3 PCs, personal computers, won a chess tournament, $20,000, against a field of supercomputers and grandmasters. The way we will go after human-machine collaboration is allowing the machine to help humans make better decisions faster. That is a big, big difference. There is an AI bias right now, generally in the community. But we think about adversaries. Automated systems use algorithms based on old data. This assumes we're up against a thinking adversary that is changing strategies all the time. And we will use machines to help our decision makers make better decisions. The best example I have for you right now is the F-35. The F-35 is not a fighter plane. It is a flying sensor computer that sucks in an enormous amount of data, correlates it, analyzes it, and displays it to the pilot on his helmet. And we believe, and we say it over and over, that this 5th-gen fighter, just because it can't outturn an F-16, or just because it can't go as fast, we are absolutely confident that F-35 will be a war winner. And it is because it is using the machine to make the human make better decisions. Then there's assisted human operations. I'm telling you right now, 10 years from now, if the first person through a breach isn't a frickin' robot, shame on us. Assisted human operations, wearable electronics, making sure that our warfighters have combat apps that help them in every single possible contingency. We can do this. Human-machine combat teaming, I don't think I have to explain that. That's using unmanned systems and manned systems, and I can give you many, many, many examples of what's happening. And the last ones are autonomous weapons. You take those 5 building blocks, you put them on a single network where everything is learning at the speed of learning. That is the reconnaissance strike complex of the 21st century. Do I think we will have an enduring 40-year advantage in that? No. As you heard this morning, this is all about temporal. It's a temporal advantage. But we believe that our greatest advantage is our people. And our greatest advantage is the vibrant technological community in the United States and the vibrant technological communities in our defense industrial base. We will ride that advantage. Secretary Carter is absolutely certain, based on his year in the Valley, that we can do this. So I will have more to say about this after we talk with our senior military leaders, and obviously Secretary Carter has to decide exactly how he wants to do this, but human-machine collaboration and combat teaming is the big idea, and we believe it will provide us with an extremely important advantage as we go on.
Well, there's the headline from the conversation, of course. You mentioned the F-35 in development now, but even if you can't predict specifically, how many years do you think it will be before this new concept is actually in the field, from the individual soldier all the way up through the decision-making add-ons in the headquarters?
It's going to take some time. Tom, essentially we said, here's our second offset strategy in 1975. 15 years later in the Gulf War, there were more bass fishermen in the United States who had GPS receivers than people in the United States military. We only had a small portion of our force that was really configured to fire guided munitions. What this is a period of experimentation. What triggers a third offset is when the Army starts thinking, what does air-land battle 2 look like? When combined arms warfare in the 21st century is the trinity between kinetic, EW, electronic warfare, and cyber operations on the battlefield. What does that look like? Our advantage is, and this is an enduring advantage, the thing that I know is that if we force, for example, an adversary who's an authoritarian power to adopt the organizational and operational concepts that this will cause, it will cause changes in their military and ultimately in their society that will make it less likely that we will fight against each other. That's the value proposition of this. We know we have an advantage in people and innovation, and sure, there are going to be fast followers, but everybody thinks about fast. I think about followers. As long as we have fast followers trying to chase us, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Mm-hmm. I heard you speak in January at a similar conference hosted by Michelle Flournoy, who's here in the audience, and one of the things you said, Mr. Secretary, beyond the policy and operational things you said, and I quote you, "We have to embrace, not shy away from criticism." That's a very brave thing for a senior leader to say in public, but I do have a couple of those criticisms of the offset strategy by people who are very knowledgeable. I wanted to give you a chance to deal with them, rebut them, or embrace them as the case may be. You know, when Secretary Rumsfeld was in before 9/11, he used similar language about not wanting to build the military against specific threats, as in actors. It was all about capabilities. Well, 9/11 came along, and suddenly we had as many threat actors as we could. One of the criticisms of the third offset is that likewise, it's ideas and concepts, but not tied to real world threats. So tell us how the third offset works against near peer, China, Russia, against the Irans and North Koreas, and against the ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Because I think that's what the average person wants to hear. How will this specifically keep us safer against these threats?
Well, this is going to be a big, big difference. A great question, Tom, because this will be a big difference than the second offset strategy. The second offset strategy had one opponent, Soviet Union. It was focused on high-end conventional warfare, and it assumed everything else was a lesser included case. This third offset really, although it is focused on great power, trying to deter great power wars, it's really focused on the advanced capabilities that Russia and China can bring to bear. The whole purpose is to convince them never to try to cross swords with us conventionally. But I can go through right now, one of the best examples of human-machine collaboration and combat teaming is the global counterterrorism network that we have set up using unmanned systems, computers, soft operators who really know their business, exploiting stuff from SSE, big data analytics. That's what Palantir is doing right now. Palantir is saying, hey, don't go after automated solutions. Go after big data analytics, crunch the data and show it in a visual way to a decision maker in the way that decision maker can think. In other words, you can actually change the visualization based on the human decision maker. And I'm telling you right now that if we were able to do this, we would be able to take, for example, the 90,000 Instagram posts or posts that ISIL does each day and crunch that data and say, okay, this is how we might be able to go after this narrative, and this is how we would do it. So in this case, although it is designed to give us an edge in high-end conventional warfare against near peers, it is totally applicable, I would argue, across the full range of military operations. Mm-hmm. And that's what's going to make this one very different.
Right. Another criticism, or at least a challenge for you, is that for decades, the Defense Department and American industry were marching forward arm in arm. It was a marriage of mutual convenience. It's not a secret to say that in recent years, especially with Silicon Valley in the post-Snowden era, where there are great concerns about privacy, that much of the important technology that you might need in the incubator environment where all the best work is being done, I'm not going to say that you're divorced from them, but it's a dysfunctional marriage at best. So what is your prescription for marriage counseling with this important part of the industry that is absolutely essential to the third offset success, but right now that part of industry is really not in love with you? Nothing personal.
It's something that Secretary Carter thinks about all the time. He talks about the Department of Defense having kind of built these impenetrable barriers over our whole operation over the last course of a year. And he constantly talks about tunneling through those so that a free flow of ideas coming in and out are possible. He realizes that the vibrancy in the Valley is a national asset that if we don't tap into, we're going to fail. We will fail in this endeavor, which is why he set up the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, why he approved a pilot with In-Q-Tel, why Steve Welby is working with 75 laboratories, 10 FFRDCs, 13 university-affiliated research centers. Right now, 319 multi-university research centers. We have to grab that, and we have to do better. And let me say something here, because I know there's some members of Congress here. In 1973, the way we did this is we took the smartest guys from industry, and they came in and ran the boards for the LLR-DPP, the Long Range Research and Development Planning Program. I couldn't do that today because of the FACA rules. First, it would take me 19 months to get the person approved, and then I would have to have an open meeting. Well, we don't want to have this meeting open. We don't want our adversaries knowing the way we're thinking. And so what I would say is we can do this together. We got to work with Congress. And I'm telling you that the Secretary has a lot of ideas on this. And him being out in the Valley for that year really kind of crystallizes his ideas and are helping us try to figure this out. I had a breakfast meeting this morning with Congressman Forbes. I've spoken to Chairman Thornberry. We can do this together. This is a way in which we can really make this happen.
But I have to ask, that all makes sense, but you really think that these cutting-edge IT software companies who are in a battle with the US government over privacy and encryption, you can come to accommodation with them to get also their cutting-edge technology that's essential to the offset?
Secretary Carter says, and I think he said it today at lunch. I've heard him say it so many times, I can't remember if he said it today or another time. When it comes to the national security of the United States, failure is not an option. And as everyone told you this morning, we are worried that our technological advantage is being eroded, and it's being eroded at a relatively fast pace. So if we can't do this, we're going to fail. So these first attempts, the DUIX and the InQtel, we need to figure out, we just need to keep doing these, what the Secretary calls pilots, drilling holes in this impermeable barrier. I am confident we can do it, Tom, but we're going to need the help of Congress, just like we did in 1975 when Congress and the Pentagon really said, this is the way we need to go. And so I'm confident we can do it, and we just have to get after it.
If your administration was a movie, we would be deep in Act 3, racing to curtain, because you have just about a year left. How do you prioritize whether it's procurement or investment in the few remaining months you have left, and also make it stick regardless of who is the next occupant of the outer ring of the third deck at the Pentagon?
Well, we won't be able to go as fast as I would have liked. We'll have about $14 billion less in 17. I, like the Secretary, am just so thankful to Congress for giving us stability for the next 2 years. We could have gone faster in 17, quite frankly, if we had had more money, because the last thing we want to do is to cut force structure at this point, or we want to do a very limited amount of force structure cuts, only to, if absolutely necessary. And so it's where you can make these investments. What I am going to be focused on for the next year is I'm going to do everything I can, whoever comes into the next administration, that we will have an intellectual underpinning and a wide variety of choices that we believe would really set us on this pathway. You'll see more demonstrations. You'll see experiments. We are seeding them now. Steve Welby is already making changes to the way he allocates money. So the only thing I can promise this audience is in the next 18 months, we're going to do a lot of thinking about this. We want to really go to Congress and say this is important, and that is the way that offset works. It transitions from administration to administration over a long period of time based on a commitment that this really will provide us with an advantage. So that's going to be kind of my focus. I'm very, as the Secretary said, we'd always ask for more money. But wow, we can make some very serious moves. The other thing I want to say, the last thing I want you to go away from this is thinking this is all about technology. The number one advantage we have is the people in uniform, in our civilian workforce, in our defense industrial base, and the contractors who support us. That is what we consider to be our key competitive advantage. which is why one of the 4 things that Secretary Carter talks about in his Force of the Future is maintaining that edge and competitiveness in human talent. Let me just say one thing. I know you want me to stop. But in this case, in this offset, the young officers who have grown up in this combat world, they're going to have ideas that our senior officers simply will not be able to connect. And that is not an indictment. I found a great quote from Jan LeCun. I probably screwed up his name. But he is the Facebook Artificial Intelligence Director at Facebook. And he says, the creativity of old people is based on the stuff they know, whereas the creativity of young people is based on the stuff they don't know, which allows for a little wider exploration. So what will happen is our senior military officers who know combat at the campaign level, something our junior officers don't know, they will be able to make the leap in the operational concepts and organizational constructs. But if we can tap in to the captains and the majors and the lieutenants who have grown up in this world, and we can manage that creativity together, we will kick ass. Oh God, I mean, it just makes me...
That's a military term of art. Bob works third offset here, and on the back it says kick ass.
So that's why I missed the one this morning where General Milley adopted the young lieutenant. But by God, that's what Secretary Carter's trying to get us to do. We're trying to do this whole thing together and tap into that incredible ideas at that level who can help us make human-machine collaboration and combat teaming something really hot. And again, it's an advantage that we ought to ride.
Right. I have a big question and then a small question to wrap up. And so we'll have time for a couple from the audience. So if you want to start lining up. The big question is, you mentioned investment. That's the yin. Unfortunately, there's the yang where you won't be able to invest. What risks are you willing to accept as you move ahead with the third offset strategy?
Well, the risks that we have to accept is we'll have to do probably a little bit more demonstrations and experimentations than actual procurement. But I think that's all to the good. Remember, there was a big ACTD, an Advanced Concepts and Technology demonstration called a salt breaker that actually kind of shook everybody up and said, whoa, I understand what this conventional guided munitions offset is all about. So what you'll see is we'll do a lot of demonstrations, but the risk that will be taken is we probably won't be able to buy the capabilities as fast as we would want. The next thing is we got to make sure we don't overload one way or the other. We can't be convinced that we know the answer. Right. This is all about a voyage of discovery where people are saying, no, you got this wrong. This was a faulty assumption. And so what I would think is the risk is over the next 10 years as we're trying to really put this together is we have to really make sure that we're keeping a pace with our primary potential competitors' capabilities. And as you heard Frank say this morning, he's really worried about that. And then there's other risks that, do you give up a little force structure to get a little bit more capability? Man, in this environment, the chiefs would probably say, look, you're asking me to do an awful lot. It'd be really hard to do that. So it's going to be a constant balance, and that's what Secretary Carter will try to come to grips with in the PB-17, President's Budget 17 submission.
Right. My final small question, you've seen Defense Department culture from in uniform, from the services, from your current position, from the think tank world. DARPA, which can invent anything, if you were to give them the order to invent you a magic wand that could change one thing about how the Pentagon operates, what would that be?
Wow. Make my commute shorter. Look, the one magic wand I would do is we have to commit as an organization to this broad-based way that we think about this. We have to commit as an institution. It has to happen at the top with the civilians. It has to happen at the top with the military, the chiefs. It's got to happen with all of the commanders and the young officers and enlisted that are coming in. We have to say this is a future that is really going to help you survive in the future and make sure that we can do our job. So if I could wave a magic wand, I'd like to wave a magic wand and have everyone just buy into this right away and say, look, we may make mistakes, but let's go. So I know of no magic wand, but if you have one, Tom, I will take it.
Right. All I have is my pen. Cocktails and the beautiful California sunset waits, but I do want to take one question from each microphone. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Alyssa. I work with
Hello.
ABC News, and thank you for coming. This is a huge honor. But I just want to ask, I'm wondering if you could comment briefly on the Metrojet crash, because we've heard about it at several of the different forums today. So I'm wondering if you just have any comment on, aren't all signs at this point pointing to a bomb being on board?
I would say that everything that I have seen would lead me to believe that a bomb did bring that plane down, but we have no corroboration of that. So that is why everyone is being so careful. The one thing we do not want to do is hurt the families on that airplane, but there's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke. So the stuff that I would see, I would say, wow, this looks very, very suspicious, but we haven't made a final determination.
And you, sir, have the honor of asking the final question of the official part of this year's Reagan National Defense Forum. And before you ask, I just want to add my thanks on behalf of all of us who've been honored by being moderators to the Reagan Library and all of the sponsors and planners. Make it a doozy.
I will keep it short, for sure. Mr. Secretary, this has been a very illuminating talk. Thank you. I really appreciated the focus on experimentation that you started with and also sort of ended with. But there was just recently an article written about some of the challenges that the department has in doing these. And one of the challenges is a lot of times with these experiments and exercises, a big point of it is to exercise some element of the force. And it constrains the way that it's constructed. And in some cases, it means if the fleet gets sunk, you have to refloat the fleet so that the part of the game that was meant to exercise the forces on the fleet get to do what they were meant to do in the game. So how do you deal with that? How do you make these experiments something that is truly open enough to all of the possibilities where the Op4 really gets to do what it thinks a real enemy would do?
Well, one of the things I believe this competitive environment is totally unlike that of the Cold War. It's more like the interwar period. Everybody knew that there was mechanization going on. Everybody knew that there were radios. Everybody knew that there were airplanes. The technological advances were going extremely quickly. And it were the people that were able to take those advances and put them together that would give them operational advantage when the war finally came. And it was a lot of experimentation. At that point, we weren't really a global power. The Navy wasn't ever, trying to make sure that the global system, we were a global power, but our Navy wasn't deployed around the world. They were in fleet concentrations, and really every year they had a slack to do these experimentations. I'll tell you right now, we're a high RPM force. Every single one of the chiefs will tell you, we are going as fast as the market will bear. So we're trying to free up more slack for these experiments. And I will tell you that the Army is doing big experiments right now. The Navy does lots of little experiments. The Marine Corps do all sorts of little micro experiments. And the Air Force is doing stuff all the time. So we just have to free up more. But here's how I'd like to end this, because the interwar period, I think about this all the time. The United States Navy, when they went into war in 1941, they hadn't fought a fleet action in 44 years. And it wasn't really a true fleet action, but it was Manila Bay. There were 3 communities inside the Navy. The first one was the carrier community. Those guys did nothing but experiments the entire time. They were constantly experimenting. And 6 months after the war started, they won the war, really, in the Pacific at Midway. And you ask yourself, how in the hell did that happen? These guys hadn't had a fleet engagement in 44 years. But they were ready, and it was because of these experiments and exercises. The submarine force, they opted out. Everybody said, we will never do unrestricted submarine warfare. The submarine force never asked the question, well, what happens if that changes? So on the day after Pearl Harbor, when we went into unrestricted submarine warfare, We had a fleet boat that was good, a crappy torpedo, and really crappy commanders. Not crappy because they were bad leaders. They had been trained as scouts and not as an aggressive arm of the fleet. And it took us 2 years to get that fixed. And then you look at the surface warfare community, and it was a failure imagination. The Japanese had a longer range torpedo, and they liked to fight at night. And we weren't as good as them. In this environment, we have to be experimenting across the board. Because everyone, all of our adversaries are going to be picking all of these different things, and they're going to be using them in ways that are ripe for technological surprise. So we've got to do this, we've got to commit, we've got to go, and I got to tell you, Secretary Carter is absolutely just focused on this. As he says, only in Washington, D.C. is 18 months considered a short period of time. We have a lot of time to work this. I want to thank everybody here. I want to thank Roger for inviting me. I want to thank the Reagan Library. This is just an unbelievable forum, a bipartisan, in fact, nonpartisan forum. Maybe sometimes a little partisan, but it is conversations like this, working together, that will allow the United States to achieve an offset against our potential adversaries and make sure we never go to war.
You can stay 1 minute. Hold 1 second. Well, we promised you commitment and passion, and I think you heard it. Thank you all. Before you leave, we have a couple of quick announcements. One from John Highbush. This is really important. The bookstore is open. The gift shop upstairs is open. For all of you that are going to be passing by, we hope you'll stop in. The other thing is, well, their guests are leaving, but we're going to have a couple people walk out prior to letting everybody else go, just because they have to get to some meetings. But I just wanted to end with a comment that in the last few months of his presidency, Ronald Reagan made a speech, and I think it's worth repeating, and we'll end on this. But it was part of a radio address. And during those remarks, he stated, "One thing is certain. If we're to continue to advance world peace and human freedom, America must remain strong. We must turn a deaf ear to those born-again patriots who talk about strength while serving up the same old menu of weakness. If we have learned anything these last 8 years, it's that peace through strength works." Thank you all for being here. On behalf of the trustees, Mrs. Reagan, we hope you'll come back next year, and we think it'll be even bigger and better. And thanks to Roger and Buck and Bob, who behind the scenes, and all the staff here make this all work. You're all fantastic. Thank you.